Futures back in positive territory, trying to hold on to positive territory right now. 0.13 to the downside for NASDAQ has been pretty flat overall as we await more inflation data to come over the next couple of days. We get CPI tomorrow. Sharif's very upset about what they're forecasting to come tomorrow. 5.1% print expected for CPI. We'll bring that to you live as it happens tomorrow morning. That's coming off a 6% print the month before. So we'll talk about that a little bit coming up here. PPI then on Thursday. We get the Fed meeting minutes tomorrow as well. So a bit of a wait and see once again for the overall market. That doesn't mean there isn't a lot to talk about. Coinbase and all of the crypto related stocks to the upside in a big way this morning as BTC, 10-month high this morning if you haven't looked yet. Back above 30,000 and holding, it would appear anyways for the time being. So a nice look for anything crypto related. We'll touch on some of the chip makers looking pretty good so far here in the pre-market. Number of analysts, positive analyst moves for them. Tesla back on watch as well. More Chinese news or Chinese related news coming out in regards to Tesla. A little bit weak yesterday, so we'll see how it fares coming up this morning. It's Tuesday, April 11th, 2023. TraderTV.live starts now. Yeah, there we go. Just the NASDAQ left here in the red, 0.12 to the downside, both the Dow and the S&P back to the upside, but only just 0.03, 0.02. We'll take it at this point. Yeah, 3.25 down here for Bitcoin. It was actually more than that if you go back on the 24-hour chart. 1.52 for Ethereum at the bottom there. It's okay. 1.52 for Ethereum there at the bottom. Crude oil back to positive territory as well. We'll talk a little bit about crypto coming up here. Nice move. I mean, it's been doing this for a while now. It seems it kind of pops up, consolidates for a couple of months, pops up, consolidates for a couple of months, and here we go. Back above 30,000 as we get going on a Tuesday here. Yeah. CPI tomorrow going to be interesting, going to be the major headline, obviously ahead of Fed minutes in the afternoon, but 5.1's a little aggressive on this forecast so far.
Yeah, that's what was bugging me because you know how they're going to undershoot, then the market's going to come a little bit over, tech's going to sell off, and I'm going to lose my meta gains. No, I'm joking, of course, right? But yeah, it seems a little aggressive, Brendo. I'm not really sure what is the reason for such a move.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, it was, I guess, a little bit unexpected on the quarter point last Fed meeting as well. This just reset, but I was going to show you this. Here it is. This is what is expected to come tomorrow at 8:30. So there it is, 5.1 on the forecast for CPI year over year. That's coming off the 6 print last month. If you go down to core here, 5.6. We got 5.5 last month, 0.2 expected on the month over month number to the upside. So again, we'll bring that to you tomorrow, and then 2 p.m. in the afternoon, we'll get Fed meeting minutes. So a bit of a wait and see. Sean enjoying his final day off after an extra long weekend, but shout out to Sean. I'm sure he's relaxing. Arun back in the building today. Future is kind of quiet here, Arun, but everyone waiting for what is to come.
Look, I'm going to jump in for 2 things. One, Sharif needs to know that they make those projections just to piss people like Sharif off. And in this particular case, I'm sure they had you in mind in your meta swing, which quite frankly, it's enough in the money, you shouldn't be complaining about it. But the second thing is, Brendan, why aren't you wearing blue? Go Blue Jays, because it's the home opener today. So yes, that's how I'm going to open it up. I'm excited. I have the Pina Colada shirt underneath because Lords doesn't play for the team anymore. And before I throw it to him, we have a lot to talk about. I'm in Cal, by the way. KAL, remember that one? So up yesterday, delisting notice today, already short that at 93. Going to be a bad one for them. But Arun, my first question to you is this. It's a simple one. And anyone that watched the afternoon show knows exactly what I'm about to ask. Did you like the stream yet?
The what?
Did you like the stream?
I'm getting there.
Hit the like button.
I'm getting there.
Okay.
I'll get there.
Okay.
As someone said in the chat, I'm just waking up. Just chill. The market's waking up too. We're going to get going. All of it's going to happen at the same time. Like Brendan said, this market obviously somewhat flat at the moment. And we're just kind of carrying off from what was done yesterday. It's all going to happen just like yesterday after the open. We're going to most likely get some volume to work with. How much remains to be seen, but we are sitting at different points now that if we were to continue a little bit higher, it opens the possibility of a breakout. So there is the upside potential on the day. Never count it out. Even if you are disappointed, Sharif, by the expectations for the CPI number, this market might still give you something to work with today before we get to tomorrow. So let's hope we get something to work with. That's it.
I already got 2 daddy chills.
Right. For the record, Neil, I have blue pants on, so blue has been covered. It's the I actually like. I was gonna mention to you. I actually like the in LA when they did the Angels when they did their home opener. They had the red carpet. To do a blue carpet.
I would be okay with that. Yeah.
Anyways, let's talk the market here. We have a lot to get to, obviously, coming up this week. But I was going to grab a Bitcoin chart here to start things off. Here we go. There it is. That's the move that happened overnight. We're still hanging out above 30,000 at the top end, about 3.5%. But this is what I was talking about. Like, we get these moves up, consolidation, move up, consolidation, move up again here. Sky's the limit, I guess.
It's taking the elevator, not, I mean, the escalator, not the elevator. It's taking its time, but hey, it's been pretty consistent since the beginning of this year. The market sold off quite aggressively in February. You didn't see that much of a retracement in Bitcoin. It retraced, but not as aggressively as the market. So interesting. I mean, you know, we've had issues with banking. That's kind of pumped the decentralized argument again. We'll see. We'll see what it does, but it's on the right track.
Yeah, I don't know why my chart all reset here this morning, but if you zoom out a little bit, you got to go all the way back to May over here, May 2022. Is this consolidation from the move down? That was the FTX debacle. So we're kind of in that mess right now. So the top of that would be 32,000, 32,000 and change. If we get clear of that, then it has a ton of room. I mean, 40. Are we actually talking 38, 40 maybe next stop for BTC? Good look, though, for all the related equities here this morning.
Yeah, look, 32.5 area, I think, if it breaks out. You got to pull up a weekly every now and then when you're talking crypto. So I have a weekly up for Bitcoin. I want to get to Ethereum in a second, too, as well. But, you know, the 32.5 could be big if it gets there. You've already broken this consolidation on vol. So I think you have a chance that you're going to get a bit of a bleed up. We'll see what happens tomorrow. I mean, obviously, you know, tomorrow's going to be a little bit of a big deal, and maybe that can bring a little bit more juice to the market if it does. You know, if things come in a little bit light, maybe we hit those expectations. That could be pretty nice for that market. The other interesting thing to watch will be Ether hasn't made its break yet. So 2,000. I don't have to remind anybody. Like when this cleared 2,000 originally, it was. I want to say, like, everybody and their mother was like, the 2,000 break on Ethereum, and then it was still as good as advertised. And if we get up there again, I don't think it's going to make a double up in a few weeks. That seems a little bit unlikely, but if you clear that 2,000 level, it's got another 25% to go to be sure. So the momentum has been gliding to the upside. There haven't really been on this move too many crazy days. I don't know if I expect to see that at the 20,000 breaks, and I don't know that you've seen that today with the 30,000. There is one name that is going to be in play for me. You guys can probably, if you've been watching the last couple of weeks, and you remember where Coinbase has kind of found resistance every single time on this strong move up, it's like, okay, well, Coinbase again bounces off 60, literally yesterday, and we're right back potentially testing that 70 level. So, you know, I like the shorts up there, and every single time it's gotten there, it's been a good one. It doesn't mean it has to always work, but we get up to 70, I'm looking for the short off that. If it gets through the quarter, give it up. It's a huge gap to be filled. Guys, remember, you know, obviously when you had these kind of gap down big news events, a lot of times when that support breaks, you expect a bit of a fill in of the gap. Oh, you know what? A good example here would be, only because it just happened, let's just throw a Block, because Block had its short seller report, and it was sort of a very similar thing that happened with Block as I stall for this to load up there. There you go. So it gapped to the downside, immediately caught a bid, unlike Coinbase. This one caught a bid right away. But once it broke, you did see it within 2 days. It tried to fill in the entire gap from 60, like this gap here. I'm talking like from that high, 66, try to get into 70s. It didn't quite get there, but that's what could happen. So I think you got to be careful with that 70 level on coin. I still like the shorts there, but it could be a heck of a blowout. Still has a decent short interest as well. So there is some caution and maybe worthy. Like if I see it clearing above 20s and 30s and screaming, it could just be a squeeze past that level as well for Coinbase, but it is a short first for me at that price.
It's funny because when you were talking about BTC and Ethereum, I just immediately went to Coinbase because that's like the first name I think of when you just start talking about stuff like this. So here we are coming up right into that zone that you were talking about, exactly. But what I'm looking for is I would rather not, and this is just the way I'm trying to time it with the market. Not that this is going to go with the market. It's got its own reasons for moving. I'm just looking for what happens at 70, not necessarily trying to play in front of it because it can get messy at times, right? When you break an even number like that and everyone's looking at it, there could be times where you slip it 50, 60 cents and then comes right back in after taking some stops and it ends up being a short on the back end of it. So I would rather just see it's at 68 now. What happens when we get to 70? Are we going to break above and are we going to stick up there? If we do, then there's a long to be played. The flip side of that is if we break above and then instantly spin around and come back in, back maybe below 69 or so, there could be a short after the break. And I think for me, I would rather wait for the 70 to get kind of played out. The downside of doing that is you may miss the actual fade against the 70 if it does just end up working out. So for me, I've got a lot of other options to go through in terms of positioning. So for me, I'm just going to set the alert off at 70. You see that red line there. If it gets above 70, I'll start looking at it. And once it does, we'll determine whether it's a long breakout or it's going to be a failed break that we can actually end up shorting.
All right, let's go back to AI land because more headlines coming out this morning. I was actually reading an interesting article from the BBC about I think it was in Kuwait. There was a news outlet in Kuwait that is already using an AI-generated anchor for their nightly newscast. And it's, unless you were told, you would have no idea. It's crazy. Anyways, this is Innovative Eyewear launching their ChatGPT-enabled smart eyewear glasses today. So that's Lucy right now, 117%. A few people mentioning this one already, through $3 there. What a move for Lucy. But not only, we'll talk about BOVESPA coming up, but not the only AI headline this morning.
No, but it was just a matter of time until we heard the glasses headline, right, Brendo? So apparently, according to the company, the user can ask questions to ChatGPT through microphones already built into the glasses and hear the responses through the stereo speaker. The app device is agnostic and works with many hearables. So yeah, that's the pitch.
Yeah, I mean, how long do we have to wait until, Google Assistant is just has Bard attached to it? All of these are going to be. It's coming, guys. It's coming.
I mean, we've been here before. We had a little dip in the ocean with this, with the Google lenses. Is that what they called it?
Yeah. See how
And
successful that was?
that was great. That was an amazing one. If you still have one, I'm sorry if you're still using it, but we'll see how far this one goes. But it's a novel idea. It's just a matter of, is it going to catch on and is it going to actually have any lasting power? But it is a pretty cool thing to think about the future of eyewear, I guess.
It is. And speaking on the AI front, I mean, Brendan, you might have one AI host already, but little do they know, we've had a robot hosting the show every now and then. Arun isn't an actual person.
No.
You guys wonder how he's so calm and collected all the time. It's because he's an actual android. So,
can't tell.
We've been doing it for a while here at Trader TV, so we're not worried about any, AI hosts and all that nonsense. We had the prototype right here, and it's not a big deal. There's one number that actually matters on Lucy, and it's 2 million float. I think I saw 2.5 million. Let me just go to Float Checker because I had it up on Float Checker. I want to get it right. Yeah, 2.5 million is the float. Short interest really not that big, but let's be real for a second. That's why you might look to trade this one to the upside. Lone Sophos, beep, boop, beep, boop. Yeah, I like that one. He is an AI. But it's good to have no emotion sometime when you're trying to focus and you get your trades going and get them right. Look, I don't know that you'll want to fight the short on something like this when the float is that tiny and it's got the right buzzword, obviously, today. So as it just broke through $3, I know some people in there like this one to the long side. I had said when I sat down to Arun, it's like, yeah, if this had turned at 4 in the pre-market, I think the short would have been on. But until it gets there, it's got a lot of room to retrace. You just kind of look at it going back into mid last year, there's a lot of room before you have obvious bag selling levels. 3 was one, but that $4 level probably stands out where you could find some sellers. There's going to be a lot of emboldened people who probably went long this thing. Because if you there's longs in here. Like when it broke in February, there's longs at like this is like $1.40, right? $1.50. And then the next day, like $2. Like those longs that held on to 4 all the way back, I mean, like to them, they're deep in the money, and it's like you can have some people like let it ride, and they've got some support underneath them. So I would be a little bit hesitant to short it right here at the $3 level. I think it still has some legs to it and could easily see that 4. 4 probably worth paying for locates. And if we come back into the pre-market, if we come back in the pre-market to this 280 to 3 area, that's probably decent and worthy of a dip buy. I'm not sure you're wrong till 250. Yeah, I wouldn't fight this one too hard. Volume's pretty good, and on a day where volume's light overall, that's all the more reason why some of these might run a little bit stronger, because that's where the attention's going to be a lot of times. It'll be on these small caps that are running, and the buyers are just sort of gravitate towards them. So I wouldn't be too crazy to fight this one.
Yeah.
All right, let's bring in Jeff Mendel, head of broker-dealer sales over at OTC Markets for a look at what has been moving around this week so far. And going back to last week as well, we'll talk a little bit about Bitcoin and how we can get exposure to that. As always, Mr. Mendel, good to see you. HCNWF, which is Hypercharge Networks. Wow, 2 days in a row here, just an absolute monster. Tell us about it.
Yeah, a ton of trading. And so actually, I don't know what the ticker is on this one up in Canada. Maybe you can tell me. I think it also trades on NEO, but HCNWF is the U.S. foreign ordinary share for Hypercharge Networks, and it's been trading a ton. It's in the pre-market today. It's trading over $3, and I think this this was trading under $1 at the beginning of last week. So it's been a big mover and a very heavily traded name in the space. And so, we've talked about this in the past, right? So what a lot of companies do, Canadian companies actually that are traded on the Toronto Stock Exchange, the Canadian Securities Exchange, and NEO, they actually trade over the counter down here in the U.S. And so every time you see one of those, a 5-letter ticker that ends in F, it's a Canadian name, or they also there's also a lot from the rest of the world globally. But it's a great way to allow access to U.S. investors in these names.
Yeah, huge move you can see on the daily chart, as I mentioned, 2 days in a row. Yeah, it's HC, so just HC on the NEO exchange for anyone at Day Trade the World, hc.to. We'll get you Hypercharge. Former guest on the show as well. We've had the CEO on when they actually debuted on the NEO exchange. So yeah, definitely one to watch. A ton of volume across the board though, as we were mentioning to kick things off. Bitcoin back above 30K here this morning. We've mentioned it many times, but a great vehicle, whether you're looking to get exposure to crypto on an intraday basis or longer, some of the Grayscale products.
Yeah, so GBTC is it's trading up in the pre-market today. There's actually prints going up around 17.65 right now. So yeah, with Bitcoin going back up above 30,000 for the first time in a while, GBTC has been seeing a ton of trading activity recently. Actually throughout the past week. I forget. Let's see. Yesterday, let's take a quick look at how many times it actually traded. Yeah, it traded almost 4 million shares yesterday down here, and it looks like the last price was 17.14. So like I said, it's trading up about 50 cents in the pre-market. Definitely something to look at. With Bitcoin right now playing around with that 30,000 area, I'm sure we'll see a ton of activity in it again today.
We were wondering, we were talking a little bit last time you were on as well, Jeff, about Chinese headlines that continue to kind of rule the market here. I noticed that Tencent is another one that is near or at the top of the most active list over at OTC on a daily basis here. Another one that, it's higher priced, so you're going to get the value to be higher, but definitely trading opportunities in Tencent as well.
Yeah, so Tencent here on OTC markets, the ticker is TCEHY. Almost always one of the most actively traded names, regardless of whether there's news coming out of China. But yeah, definitely a big spike up in activity. Yesterday, it looks like it traded around, let's see, 1.7 million shares. So decent amount of activity in TCEHY. Another name that is pretty common, or we talk about it a lot, is DIDIY. That's DD. It used to trade on I think NYSE or NASDAQ. So now it trades over here. DIDIY. Another name to look at that usually whips around or trades pretty heavily whenever there's news.
Worth mentioning, we touched on GBTC, but the Ethereum update is coming through this week. So it's worth mentioning the Grayscale product for Ethereum, ETHE, gets you exposure to that as well. Increased volume so far this week, I noticed on that one, but it's going to kind of roll out throughout the remainder of the week, so one to watch as well.
Yeah, ETHE. So it's trading right around $10. So another great name to look at. Yesterday, it traded almost 2.5 million shares. So definitely something to keep an eye out. And closed at 9.68, and it's trading in the pre-market up around 10. So another name to look at. Especially with going back to all the news going on in the crypto markets.
Again, that's Hypercharge Network, guys. Few people mentioning there. HCNWF. So HCNWF on OTC, just an absolute monster over the past couple of days. 2 days in a row to the upside. We get all the way up here to 4.5 at the beginning of the day, anyways, yesterday. So great two-way action. Jeff Mendel, anything else on your radar today?
We hit all the big ones. It looks like everything going on with Signature Bank and Silicon Valley Bank. It's still a decent amount of trading activity. SIVBQ, it's trading under $1 right now, but still a decent amount of trading activity for those who are still kind of looking at what's going on with the bankruptcy and with Silicon Valley. But yeah, it's SIVBQ. So still decent amount of trading in the name, but it's down at about 60 cents right now.
Yeah, a lot of, those are going to be headline driven, obviously, as we head towards bank earnings coming up at the end of the week. Jeff Mendel's head of broker-dealer sales over at OTC Markets. Appreciate it, as always.
Thank you, Brendan.
Yeah, thanks, Jeff. And I look at that Hypercharge, by the way, because obviously you can trade the OTC. It trades in Canada as well. I mean, it has been hypercharged to the upside. I really just wanted to say that, to be honest with you. And when you get those types of small cappers like moving, you want to understand where you can execute trades. So obviously here for us in Canada, we just trade. Anyone that has access to the Canadian market can sort of trade on the NEO as HC, but having access to the OTC markets as well to be able to do it. This is it, looking at it the last few sessions. In here in Canada, but obviously be able to trade in the OTC is going to be a big advantage as well. I just want to. I haven't had a chance to do this because in a Surge Trader, and that's going to be up there. And I wanted to pull up this KAL that I'm in because yesterday, this was in play yesterday, and I think I talked about them getting a D-list notice. Not the only ones. A lot of D-list notices today. At least not a lot. At least a couple that got thrown out there. I think Virgin Orbit. We already know they're going under. They got their notice as well. So Cal, which was up in yesterday's trade, they had a bankruptcy filing previous. I think it was last week. Rolling to the downside in the aftermarket. And I've just been shorting off the 2 level. I like this to 220, oddly enough. Like this is the only support that it had in the early trading was at 220. So that's the level I like for now. But I've been scalping it kind of like, pre-market size, bit of a spread, so it's not really you want to go all in, but that $2 level and getting like mid-90s and then kind of getting out if it gets into the 80s and then kind of rinsing and repeating, waiting for any kind of a spike up, just like Tupperware yesterday. Like to me, that 220 area, it's like take the money fills, look for the 220, and then work into the short, have an obvious out above there because if it squeezes on you or dead cat bounces on you, you'll be in trouble. Tupperware was a very similar play. That's still Cal. Tupperware was a similar play, kind of gap down, consolidation, short the top end of the consolidation, hold it all day long. I'll go back to that well if it comes back up to 150, but I see KAL as similar. Only issue is there's lighter volume on this one. So volume doesn't really pick up at the open. I might have to shift somewhere else because that means you can't really get a full position on.
Yeah, I'm looking at some other names, and it's weird. mRNA was just, I'm looking at the pre-market on mRNA. I was like, okay, because I had the alert out at 162.5, and I was going through my list of stocks, and I was like, damn, mRNA, you had a rough night. Yeah, this is going to provide some volatility and some activity to work with. So mRNA on the table here for some action. Right now, 162.50 is going to be the breakout point for me to the upside. That's the old alert that I have. But now with this overnight action, I think we can find some levels down below. This is the 30. The 30 is a little messy all the way up to 162.50. But I think if you break it down to the 5, there does seem to be some activity around that 150 big round number, also holding up well around that 151. So I think 150 would have to be the next one going down. So potential shorts now on the table for mRNA south to 150 towards that 145 overnight low. So couple options here. That's just a name that I just happened to see as I was going through my alerts, but definitely one that's going to be interesting to watch because you want volatility in a market like this. And I think individual names that are doing this kind of stuff is what the ones that you want to focus on to get some activity going there.
Just quick question for you, because what's interesting is I was looking at Moderna too. I know you just said 150. It's an obvious round number. Yeah. And a lot of times I get tripped up by this because like all I see, the first thing that I saw when I pulled this up and it was making the bounce is, oh, look at that kind of pivot area at 151. 151 proof, that's a good number. But then you sort of see in the pre-market as well here, and this is on my 15-minute, you see it kind of holding at that 151. So there's always two ways to approach it. On most stocks, I'm like, oh, that's the flat bottom, just take a 51 short. So when you're looking at the 150, would that be, but if it gets back above 151, are you giving it only, if you took a short underneath 150, are you giving it to 151? Whereas a lot of times I'd be looking to enter at that 151, and then to me it's not a huge success unless it breaks that 150. Like I want to be out in front of the 150 level once the momentum breaks, thinking there's stops going to get run at 151.
I would, well, that's where I would think that if you got 151 or 150, people are going to choose the big round number over the 151. So that 151 break necessarily isn't really a break. You could just like slip past it and then come right back in. Because that it's always, all these areas that we're drawing are going to be flexible, right? So a dollar flexibility in a name like this is perfectly fine. So I think 150 is a safer bet than 151. It actually works out better because if 151 is where the majority of the support is going to be, breaking 150 would just really confirm that break, right? Versus if 150 was the break, you're like, well, how far is it going to go before it actually breaks for real? So I think that's just going to be it.
It's like this, if NEO breaks like $10, like sometimes, or like a big level at like 10, 15 or something like that, it's like that extra 10 cents on a smaller stock. It's just on a Moderna, it happens to be $1, but that dollar is actually critical in a move like that. So every name is going to be different. Like sometimes on Square, 69 break, really I'm not shorting it till it breaks 68.5 or something like that, or 68.70, or it's just to put the point out there that sometimes when you see a line in the chart, it's not always that exact line that you want to execute. I kind of knew what everyone was going to say, but I love getting that bit of a perspective. But the Moderna has to be on our radars today. It's one that I haven't traded in a while. Once it breaks 151, that's what's going to alert me. I'm open to the idea of shorting it before it gets to 150, especially if there's like size on that level, just to get out in front of it. But clearly, on a break of that 150, I don't think it's wrong till it gets back above 151. Like that's that line in the sand the other way, as far as I'm concerned. But it has to get there first. I mean, it's at 153 right now, so a lot has to happen till we get to that price.
First segment of the show brought to you by Surge Trader, where traders can get a funded trading account up to $1 million, keep 90% of the profits, trade stocks, indices, Forex, crypto, and more. Program has simple rules, no time limits. SurgeTrader.com/TTV for more. Bottom of the screen there, promo code TTV at checkout, guys. We'll get you 10% off. Shout out to Surge Trader. Before I show you some upgrades and downgrades here, I want to mention this real quick. PayPal up nicely here, 2% in the pre-market on a deal with Venmo and Visa. So that came out pretty early, actually, this morning around 7 o'clock. So nice look for PayPal at 76. That, as I mentioned, is a few other upgrades and downgrades for the morning. None of these were really doing much volume in the pre-market that I noticed, but yet another downgrade there for There we go. Roku is what I'm trying to say. Wow.
Like that's how like it's so much hate for Roku that they don't even want to leave it on the screen. Like I don't know. We always joke about this one and then we always get corrected immediately when we say we don't know anyone that owns a Roku, and then like 10 million people in the chat basically say, oh, I have a Roku and I think it's fantastic. So here is exactly the problem with Roku, or I would say you look at it two ways. Either it's the problem or it's the opportunity with Roku. I don't think it's that hard to see what's going on with this stock. Look at the last month and a half. I mean, with one exception, like you had one breakdown beneath that 60 level, and it recovered it pretty much right away. So you have 60 at the bottom, you got 68 at the top, and everything else in the middle is just noise. So maybe to some people that's like, okay, well, what are you supposed to do with that? I would say when it gets down to 60, go for the long. When it gets up to 68, go for the short. If it breaks out at like 69 or something, that's a breakout, just being that long. But when it's at 64 bucks, put your hands up, do absolutely nothing. If this is the only stock that you trade, then you should be doing a crossword or whatever it is that you do, your Wordle or your Quirtle, and set up an alert for when it gets to 60 bucks. Or when it gets to 68. You don't touch this in the middle. I don't think it's even remotely worth it. You can see the channel it's been in. So you either trade at the edges or trade the break, or sit on your hands when it comes to Roku. All that said, I think it is a trading opportunity were it to get to 60 or if it gets to 68. You just got to be patient.
And that's the name of the game, right? We talked about this yesterday, keeping trades simple, especially when the market's kind of on the thinner side and slower side. It's too easy to kind of spin stories so you can find a reason to trade a stock. I think just keeping it simple, see what you see on the chart and be honest about what you see on the chart. There may not be a trade there. And if the trade isn't there, then you just kind of wait it out or find something else, hopefully that fits the parameters. Essentially what you're trying to do is you're trying to find the stocks that fit the parameters of what you want to do, and not necessarily trying to just trade one stock. If you just love Tesla and that's all you want to do, then you're trying to apply a bunch of different approaches to trading Tesla, and that could be a very difficult thing if you're just on the newer side of trading, right? So versus one approach, multiple stocks, whatever fits, whatever doesn't, leave it aside, come back to it another day, and we'll deal with it. And since it's 9 o'clock, we'll go right into the futures, or just after 9 o'clock, we'll go right into the futures here. And we had quite the rally, right? We had quite the rally at that support base down below yesterday. It was a little messy though, because we did kind of get through that 10 initially, and then we went all the way to 17 and an aggressive move down, which was then bought right back up. So the buy zone is holding up well here south of 10. 41.10 towards that 40.95, so that's doing well and to the upside. So that's gone, and we had a nice little rally all the way into the end of the day. And then overnight, we got into the resistance zone. Remember, we have 41.55 up there, so anything north of 45 is that zone here. So that you see this orange zone, that's 41.45 to 41.55 as the sell marker. But we got there, we've fallen off, and now we're in a tricky spot because I've also marked off 41.20, just underneath 41.25, going down to 41.15 as a potential buy zone. So now we're kind of stuck, and this is kind of what happens when the market starts getting quiet or starts to kind of just simmer down a little bit, is that we end up between zones, and you start marking off these levels, and the market just sits right in between different levels of zone or different support and resistance levels, and you don't have too many choices. One option, obviously, is to the upside, north of 41.45. We get up there, find a reason to short it. If you get the reason, then you short it. At 40, it's very hard to do that because of the risk parameters attached to a trade. Remember, if you're going to go short at, say, 35, 36, like where we are now, your stop is 55. Your next support zone starts at about 25-ish. Do you have enough space to take that trade? I'm going to say the answer to that is no. So I'm going to pass up on anything south of 40 on the short side. So we're going to see what this market does. Maybe after the open, we get a nice little pop into the 45s. We got possibly two trades here if we do end up in the 40s, the mid 40s, which is one potential fade here against the 55. Second option is it catches strength, it goes right through that 55, and then we just take the long. So two potential trades off that one level. That's it for all I'm going to do up there. And then the flip side of this is going to be if we get down to the 25s, potential, if I can find a reason to go long, then the long is going to be in play against 41.15 and see if we can't take it back to 40. So we're just going to play ping pong between these levels until CPI comes in and blows up all these levels tomorrow morning. But for now, we are going to have to respect these ranges and the levels we are playing with at the moment. So that's all we're working with right now. And I'm sure this market's going to do something. It always does something at the open. Well, after the NASDAQ imbalance is at 925, I believe. Yes, 925. So we should get some sort of activity then going into the open, and then we should get some volatility to start the day. Whether that continues on after the first 5-10 minutes, that remains to be seen. But at least we'll have some volatility to start the day.
Great stuff. Thanks, Arun. We'll get back to normal tomorrow. If you missed it, Sean back after extra long weekend tomorrow morning. Shout out to Arun again. If you haven't done so already, guys, make sure you grab that every single day. Very easy. Use a QR code there. Enter your email address. Just appears then in your inbox for free. Here comes crypto once again, back to the upside in a big way. If you haven't looked yet, BTC at a 10-month high. Approaching that 32 area, 32.5 area, top end of the last consolidation. But that means all of these having a pretty good start to the day as well, led by Coinbase as far as volume is concerned right now. There's this BITF, Riot, Mara, Hut 8, BTBT, whole bunch of them moving higher so far this morning with this Bitcoin move. Good to see, obviously, for crypto in general, but some opportunities maybe.
Yeah, as we get into that environment where we start looking for the Fed to cut in the latter half of the year, we may start seeing these more speculative assets continue to rise, and I think this is just part of that unfolding.
Yeah, Coin obviously not a fan favorite when it comes to the actual business, but worth noting, guys, had a huge day yesterday, even as, Bitcoin was kind of holding at the top end of the range, but here's the 2-day or 3-day anyways on Coin. Absolute rocket yesterday to 66. Here we're gapping up almost 3% higher.
Yeah, and look, if you pull up like BITO, you're going to see some resistance. You pull up the Bitcoin chart. We kind of showed that you're at a pretty big inflection point right now, and there is some overhead resistance at that 30,000 level for Bitcoin. We talked Coinbase once, and I showed you guys on the 15-minute chart, but the daily chart's going to show you the same picture. You had the massive gap down. You bounced off the 60 level time and time again, just recently doing it another time. And when you bounce off 60, the stock just seems to want to get to $70. So that's the big level. Once it clears through 70, I think you've got a potential, gap fill, long squeeze. I want to say it's still 20% short interest. I'll double check that at some point. It was 22% last I checked. I'm sure it hasn't really changed that much. So if it gets up to 70, I do like the fade there. I've had the short pretty much every single time that it's gotten up there. And at some point, it'll probably break out. When it does, I will look for longs above that 70 level. Probably need to see it carry past at least 70-30, 70-40, maybe even 70-50, I would say. But once it's gone, like you're not, if 70 goes for good and it squeezes to the upside, I don't think you're worried about missing a potential $4 to $5 gap fill by being long at 70-50 instead of 70-30 just to confirm that it's strong up there. So I don't think you have to worry about that per se, but I want to be sure that it's exhausted the selling at that area at 70 before I would be in any kind of a long. It's just worked every single time. So that's where I'm going to be Coinbase for me at 70. If by some utter nonsense or weird fluke or maybe just a bunch of confused people out there decide that Silvergate's a buy as well in all of this, first of all, there's absolutely no reason that should happen. Bitcoin being up, it doesn't matter. These guys are going under. It's completely irrelevant. You guys can see the daily chart. If it does happen, I'll probably quickly pay for locates and then stop what I'm doing and find a place to short this one and looking for a turn. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Paul Franklin. This is for you, Arun. Fitty, futures commentary is priceless.
Paul Franklin, thank you so much, because he's been coming in and doing this quite often. So clearly a futures trader in the chat there. So there's not a lot of us in the chat, but the ones that are there making use of that information. Thank you so much, Paul. All right, what are we talking about? BTC? There's very little to say because we talked about specifically about Coin already, because it's one of those hot names. It's just been a crazy mover. Like you talked about, $60 yesterday, and then we're rallying all the way up, and now we're almost at 70. 70 break has to be it. We have that multi-day. Is it even multi-day? I want to say it's more than multi. It's like almost a month, maybe?
weeks?
No, it's a couple. Yeah, I guess it's a few weeks. It's a few weeks, and if we can get to north of 70, like you said, there's a gap there all the way up to like 77, 76 or so to the upside. So that's the number that I'm looking forward to. Can we carry this to the upside? Can we keep this strength going? We've seen the volatility in this sector in the last little bit. Clear strength to the upside. So if it can keep going, that'll be great. Flip side of this is, after a run like this, if you don't have the strength to keep going and you start to kind of lose steam, could be a good short too. Dare I short against what's happening in Bitcoin right now? Possibly. If the trade is there, I'm not attached to any specific name or company. I do not care. If I need to short it, I will short it. I have no attachments to that. But for now, I'm going to respect the strength until it turns. And when it does, I will definitely be involved on the short side.
Let's talk about some of these chip stocks. Back to the upside this morning. Few individual notes, nothing major. Intel, when it comes to Chinese security, I mean, we were talking a little bit about Micron on the same sense last week. Some Chinese officials going to look into Micron as far as security breaches. They had a conversation yesterday with Intel. I mean, very minor. Anyways, here's Piper Sandler with a note on AMD raising their price target, $20, but still. Positive. NVIDIA as well. Evercore with a positive price target increase as well. Again, $20, 320 from 300. So relative strength possible for these today.
Yeah, an absolute monster by NVIDIA over the year, up, I think it's the highest, first, and then Meta after it on the year, I think for NASDAQ names. We were trading that on the Midday show yesterday. I expect it to be another play today.
Yeah, we'll see how these play out. I mean, not a ton of volume behind these moves, but I'm still watching coin here as well, trying to get back to 68. Not a ton of volume with the chips this morning, but positive anyway.
No, look, it's not a ton of volume, but they led the market yesterday's trade. And a lot of times I was looking at NVIDIA primarily, and of course Micron. I'll get to Micron in just a bit. But AMD ended up being the one that I took for the long on the break. It could have been, I could have taken 271 on NVIDIA. I shorted that level first and stopped out, but went to the long in AMD. It just felt like it set up a little bit better. It was a clean break. It got right to 95, ended up getting to 96, closing 95.5. I'm just looking at that consolidation. If you go back in the 15-minute, you can see last time we're up here, kind of held the line at 95, failed at 100. If it does a similar thing, I do like the idea of some underfills of 95 here. Probably into this 93.80 area. So that's the zone I'd be working with, like 93.80 in a 94.5, maybe a little buying out in front of it, and then that's kind of the dip buy zone for me on AMD. Is it a strong stock? Sure. Just understand, like if it gets back up to 100, it's not all roses up there. It's been rejecting 100, whether above or right in front of it. It gets up to that hundo, and I'd be thinking about looking at a short trade. Just if we get there. I'm not saying we're going to get to $100. It's just I'll be looking for the dip buy in about $1 or so to the downside. If we get to 100, I'll probably flip to some shorts. Still on Micron, nothing has changed. There's 60 on the daily chart. You guys can all still see 64.5 is the level. It's rejected 64. So anything at and above 64 to 64.50, that's the short zone for me on Micron in the daily. If there's going to be a breakout on Micron, I think it needs to be at least above 65, if not 65.5. It's just a monster level. This is now held for the last it's almost been a year. It's not really a year, but it's pretty close to it our year. And it's been a significant price level, 65.5, even before that. So it's a short till it's not. Once you're through 64.5, I think you're looking for a 65.5 break and a huge gap to be filled on Micron. But I'm still shorting that level till it breaks.
Talking about shorts, Edgar Lopez was asking, because we were talking about shorts, didn't I even short myself? There was a ticker with my name on it once. Yes, I did. Like I said, I don't care. As long as someone else said, as long as it's free, I'll do it. I'm not paying for shorts, but as long as it's free, I will do it. And NVIDIA is going to be in the same boat here because the strength that we've got in NVIDIA is going into some resistance. So if there's a reason to short this north of 278 against that 281 high from April 4th or so, then I'd be open to it, right? So essentially what I'm trying to do, with the market moving the way it is, most likely not, but if we do get some sort of failed action north of 278 and the market stalls out and we get a lot of things kind of falling in line together, then there would be a nice little short there and see if we can't take it back down to the mid to low 270s. But for now, I think like I've been saying, respect the strength. The market's showing you strength. Let's respect it, see how far it wants to go, and then if it gets exhausted, then we'll go ahead and take that short. But for now, good strength here. I'm just keeping an eye on that 280 to 281 marker on NVIDIA and see how we do around this upside zone. Potentially something there. Also, flip side is the breakout, right? 281 breakout. If we have real good strength here in the market and NVIDIA to continue the second day move, then there could be a breakout north of 281 as well.
I feel like these squeeze stocks or highly shorted stocks anyways could be a thing today. AMC moving, WW International we'll get to in a second here. There was this on AMC today. They picked up a minority stake in National Sin Media. We'll see. Anyways, WW International, meanwhile, on the board there, 15% on the short side for Weight Watchers. Goldman with a positive note, pointing to this obesity drug and treatment that they've purchased rights to as well. So 15% to the upside. Here's 41, or 15% short, I should say. Here's 41.5% for WW to start. Impressive already as far as volume goes.
It's interesting the reason though for the upgrade. So apparently they announced some deal in March about the acquisition of a subscription telehealth platform called Sequence. Essentially, this company, will have subscribers online and they'll ship them weight loss drugs like Ozempic and such. And so that's why Goldman likes this move, because of their shift into that. So I guess a new revenue source for them. So interesting move here.
Yeah, I mean, news plus short interest might be worth watching here, guys.
Oh, you mad because I'm styling on you? Oh boy. So a couple of things here. Cal just flushed. Cal, we'll do this one for it. We'll do Ariel's down for it. It just filled 170. It just filled 160. We had the short in front of $2. It is an absolute dumpster fire of a stock. But if you're getting delisted and in the delisting notice, they call you a shell company, they literally said shell company. I mean, I don't know. If that's not a short, I really don't know what is a short in that situation. Only problem is couldn't get enough, and that's the only issue with Cal. It's already flushed here, down 37%. But while that's going to the downside, Lucy is styling on them right now. $4 already. I was watching this battle rap from like a few years ago, and it was a line. So like it's in my head right now, and I can't say the rest of it because it literally ends in a punch and he drops a curse word. But anyways, it's in my head. So if you hear me say styling all the time today, that's where it's coming from. $4 on Lucy, that's way too fast that it got there. I said if it failed in the pre-market at 4, that would be the area to short. Don't try to short it here at 3 and look for the long. I chuckle, say look for the longs $2.80 to $3. You never got a chance to get those, so who cares about that? That $4 level, incoming pretty fast. I don't know that I want to stand in front of it. If it does not hold this break to the open, then it might be a short at the open. But congrats to everyone that's got this one. I just wanted to get to those before we came to I almost said it, WW. Okay, so WW here. It's Weight Watchers, whatever, man. You guys know what's up. 4% to the upside. It's got a decent short interest, 15% short. That's going to be a pretty solid driver here. I don't know how big a deal it is that they're connecting buyers to these drugs. They're not actually selling them themselves. They're just making it easier for you to have access to them. I think that's good for them. What's bigger is the fact that you're holding, if you hold that $5 area, I think as long as you're in the pocket 5 to 550, that's a pretty solid buy zone. Just remember, when this first dropped, I mean, look, $7, it got up there, rejected the crap out of it. So if it gets to $7 again, I think that's where you look for the zone to short it. 5 to 550, that's your dip buy zone off of the open. Might have already come and gone, but I'm probably going to be looking at Lucy. I'm already in Cal in one of these, and then Lucy just looks a little bit more interesting to me at this point than WW.
Yeah, some stocks fall in line into the metrics that you want to work with in terms of trading, and then you have names like this that are obviously active, but at the same time, the way they're active and the price that they're trading at, and especially the charts themselves, they're just like, what do you do with a chart like this if I'm trying to work with larger time frame charts, right? Like, it's hard to work with this. So for me, Weight Watchers is a no-go here. I think that's more of a scalper situation. You play around numbers, you play maybe dips towards round numbers, so 6s to the upside maybe, and then if it were to dip to 5, a dip towards 5. Or something like that, but that's not my strength. I'm not going to jump on board with this. I'm already starting to build on to my position that I want to play with here. which is to the long, or to the buy side, but I'm going to work some, not index names, but some larger names. Disney, I'm starting to work my way into right now. So that's one there, and I've got some bids on Apple and Boeing as well. So looking for some fills before we get to the open. I do like the long for now, and I don't think WW is going to be the name that I'm going to be working with today.
AI. All right, let's go on. BABA to the upside. Here comes their version of ChatGPT, I guess. They have rolled it out in, I mean, the same couple of days here as this company, SenseTime, rolled out basically the same thing, but also included a whole bunch of add-on products to theirs over in China. So Alibaba saying they're going to include it in basically all of the company's apps and products in the quote-unquote near future. Chinese regulators then coming out with a whole bunch of questionable regulations for these products over in China, but
let's call them
that's
that.
how they do.
Yeah, so I think the trick here with a lot of these, multi-platform companies is how well they're going to integrate the AI to meet the specific needs of that particular industry. So I want to see how this launches. I want to see how it's actually going to be used. But with respect to what you're saying there at the end, the Chinese government essentially releasing a white paper of sorts where they say that, they like AI, that we're going with it, but it's got to adhere, this is a quote, to core socials values amongst other things. So yeah, it was a matter of time.
To be expected. Probably. Here's BABA yesterday. Notably weak in the pre-market. We had that huge pop to the upside to start things off, but still respecting this 103.5, 104 area at the top end of the daily chart. Trying to go here, guys, for Alibaba.
Yeah, look, I don't know. A lot of times you get like a sell the news type of situation for something like this. So I'm a little bit wary of that, especially in light of the fact that every time BABA's gotten up here, 103 to 105 has been a sell zone. And I say every time, like literally, yesterday at the open, 103, and then last week, like a couple of days, like the over got to 105, came right back down. The next day it failed 103. So it's really only happened a couple of times, but it needs to clear through that top. I think I said this in the morning at some point yesterday. If it gets above 103 quarter, I think then you can start looking for the long, but chasing it up here when it's been good to, yesterday was really good to you going long off 100 on a dip. It's been great going long 98s off of dips. So it needs to clear resistance, and then you can start thinking about the long. At least that's when I want to be looking for longs above 103. Otherwise, I'm just waiting around for it to give me the dip buy. And whether that's 98 or 100, I don't care. Like, if it starts falling, if it bounces off 100, I'll try it at 100. If it starts to slow down at 98, if it breaks that and starts to slow at 98, then I'll go for the 98 long. That's shown me where the levels are going to be. I don't want to be long at this 102. Not sure where my out's going to be if I go long 02s. Am I holding it to 100? That's a good way to have disaster in the morning. So patience for me on BABA. Could always be a breakout through that 103.25, but a lot of times we see it sell at the open first. So that's what I want to anticipate.
I noticed that it says BABA AI. Now, BABA, you talked about, but earlier we were talking about apparently I'm a robot. See, I'm a real boy. I drew this. Can you see it in the lighting? Yeah.
It's hard to see.
It's hard to see. Anyways, I drew this. I'm a real boy. It has 6 fingers, but that's okay. I'm not a robot. I'm a real guy. Anyway.
That's exactly what an Android would say.
Maybe. BABA to the upside. We're looking at that 104. See if we can't get going. That would be the breakout. That's an easy breakout, right? I mean, like when we look at the larger chart, 104. We've been here a few times before. 104 to 105-ish. Getting north of 104 would actually increase the activity on BABA, I would think, especially because on the way down back in February or so, we stalled around this price point. So the fact that we're right here again makes sense. The fact that we keep touching this price point makes sense. If we can break it though, that's when you get some activity to the upside. And I think BABA may have the potential today. It's got a catalyst. Let's see if it actually can get going to the upside and accelerate. I think 104 through 105 would open up the door for some more volatility on BABA.
All right, we'll wrap up with Moderna here this morning. Trying to respect, if you go to the daily chart, trying to respect this bear flag, I guess, if you squint or look at it sideways maybe. Upward trend anyways on the daily chart after this comes out, after the close yesterday. If you remember going back to, I want to say fall of last year, they announced this flu vaccine that they were working on, an mRNA flu vaccine. So in an early trial, it came up a little bit short of expectations on some of the results. So that happened this morning, downside in a big way for mRNA, 4% here.
Yeah, that was the bad news. But they came out and they kind of, weathered that storm a little bit by saying that there's going to be a lot of products among many different ones that deal with respiratory diseases, Lyme disease, others that you can just keep in your fridge apparently with long lifespans. So interesting to see what could come out of the mRNA technology.
And not the end of the road as well for this. They said they're going to continue testing and make alterations as needed. So we'll keep an eye on this for Moderna. This is a stock, though, that if it wants to get going, definitely can.
Yeah, 100%. And look, this is also a stock. A lot of times when I look at the daily chart, you'll see I'll look at the 50 period and the 200 period. You just got to remember, when you're looking at moving averages, one question you should always ask yourself is it respecting those moving averages? So while I look at the 200 period and say, does that matter? Flush through, continuation, resistance. Some resistance lately, it sits at 160 now. That level is going to matter to me if it goes to the upside. But the 50 period hasn't. I mean, it's literally irrelevant, the 50 period on the daily. So yes, it's at 155, the 50 period moving average, but I don't think I care about that level. It's going to be that 160 if it pops, and as we're already talking about earlier, once it cracks 151, it's on my alert. I don't know that I want to wait all the way to 150 to short it. I might want to have something inside of the range. I think once it gets, everyone's probably 100%. Like if it gets 100, 150, you're golden at that particular point. A lot of times I like fading almost in front of it and getting the shorts in front of that level if I could. But until it breaks 151, there's nothing for me to do in Moderna. I just double checked on a couple of things. One, the market we bounced up a little bit. The NASDAQ got pretty much exactly green, I want to say.
Well, the NASDAQ imbalances came out, so they
NASDAQ imbalances came out, and then went almost exactly green. Meta here made a bit of a turnaround. Remember 216 from the afternoon? Meta turned around at 216. I'm going to get to the imbalances in a quick second, but 217 on Meta, monster level. Bounced off this in the pre-market, but a couple of days ago, I guess at the end of the week on Thursday, you had a huge 217 top after rallying $9 bottom to top. So that's a big level. If it breaks out 17s, I think Meta can be a huge opportunity for the long, breaking a consolidation on the daily chart. But until it gets there, it's a short till it's not, as far as I'm concerned on Meta. And just quickly, because I just want to be able to show you guys imbalances early, not a heck of a lot out there. I mean, AMC's out there for 400,000 on a buy imbalance. That is moving this morning. I think we had talked about AMC 550 being a level. Well, it's at 550 now. Double top at 550. Let's just go back over to the daily chart. This is the 550 break on AMC. Could it possibly be a trap? I mean, when you look at a level like that breaking at the open, oftentimes it is a trap. I would not be taking a breakout like this without a stop in. I think I'd stop back into 15. You risk 15 cents for this, but I said I'd be here. I didn't expect to be getting that fill. Yeah, we could see a 550 break at 930. I can't remember the last time that was a good way to take an AMC breakout, but that's been the level. The potential is certainly there. I think it's worth the 15 cents, but if you want to be patient, I couldn't argue with it.
Yeah, I mean, Moderna, we already talked about Moderna and what we're looking for. We've got the alerts out south of 150. That's one. North of 162.5. That's the other. Everything in between, we're going to leave it be. There's some names that there's some better names that we can play with, right? If we're playing for the long side, there's some other names. You see me in Disney. You see me in Apple. I'm still building Disney, by the way. I haven't gotten everything I want. So Disney, we're still working on. Apple, we've got what we need off that imbalance. So we did get a nice little fill there. That's flat. And we're just waiting for the open at this point. Good strength in this market. If this market can get going to the upside, we have some options, right? We talked about 55. Where is that chart? 55 being an option on the breakout to the top end. And then if we actually build up some strength, now I'm thinking, how can I play this? I want to play this, but I want to split the risk. I know it's a range. I want to, if I have a buy-side bias, I want to split the risk on this. So do I want to pay 40s? No, because I have limited upside. But if we end up strong and we end up dipping a little bit, I wouldn't mind doing a dip buy on the futures itself if we can get it closer to maybe 35 or so. That way I can split the difference. Why? 35 to 15 is about 20 points. Upside break is about 20 points. Makes sense to me. I can try to play 1-for-1 and see if we can get the long to the upside. But anything higher than 40 seems a little too pricey. So we're going to leave it be. And let's just wait on this as it gets closer and closer to the open. Brendan.
All right, rundown brought to you by Trade Ideas, real-time scanning and alerting software used on this desk and basically anyone you see on the show on a daily basis. See what's moving in the moment with trade ideas until midnight. 25% off tonight, guys. Trader TV 25 for the Easter long weekend. We'll get you 25% off. Shout out to Trade Ideas as always.
It's a tough one.
We were just sort of talking about this because, like, obviously Apple 162 was the level yesterday, and it was kind of an under. It broke down, and we were shorting it. I like the long as well. I'm just waiting for the open. I always say if I have a price level and it's added at the open, I want to see it hold above and then start trading off of that level as the market opens up. But I got no issues with it. I'm ready for a dip buy in AMD. The breakout on AMC, we'll see what happens. But we got 10 seconds on a Tuesday, pre-CPI day, we'll call it. But it's also opening day for my Toronto Blue Jays in 5, 4, 3, 2, and ring it. And we are off to the races. That Lucy, by the way, I put it in the chat. We don't have any locates on it, so as much as I would go for the shorting opportunity off of that $4 level, I actually cannot take that trade. So if it happens, great. Congratulations if you guys secured locates on it. Apple immediately, it just bounced off 162. Imbalance is kind of nothing there. So it is holding for now. That's what I want to see. Like, the longer it holds above 162, then I want to get that long engaged. AMD's already starting to come back in to the downside. I'm looking for the dip buy on advanced micro devices here. Looking for just sub 95, so playing the patience game with that name. No break for AMC, by the way. So AMC does not break the top. As a matter of fact, it's already pulling back off 550, so I can put that one in the back pocket. Still like the breakout, just not yet.
Yes, come down. This is how I get filled on the futures, if I can get filled on the futures. As we make a move to the downside, I do like the idea of the longs. Like I talked about, I don't want to pay north of 40, but I think the dip move down could get me a fill here if we were to keep coming down. We are long, obviously, Disney and Apple. Apple still working that 162, so it hasn't really picked up any steam just yet in terms of upside activity, but we can use this to pick up some more. So for now, I'm actually good. But we did the purchasing with the imbalances, so that's doing just fine. And then Disney has just taken off here to the upside. Another name I was trying to get my hands on was Boeing. And Boeing just would not come down. So this is Disney. We got great longs just in front of that 101. You can see that entry right there to the upside. We're going to let that one go. That one's fine. But Boeing is the one I've got another bid on. That's the third one. We're sitting just in front of 212. See if we can pick up a long here on the move to the upside. Futures market, we've also picked up a long on the futures as well as it comes down into the 37s. I got to find a reason. I'll go through this chart. I don't know why it's not showing, but we'll go through this chart. But we are long here in the 37 to 36 area as we go long on this dip. This kind of splits the difference for me. I'm okay taking the shot on the long side, see if we can get a move back towards that 55. It's a 1-to-1 with the buy side bias, so it's worth a shot in my opinion to take that look, see if we get it.
So two things, AMD getting close to 95 here, but the second thing was, Micron, it got to 63.80, so almost got to 64. I was waiting for 64 even. Obviously, you guys know I like that level, but it didn't get there. Now I'm going to offer 75. I think that can be a decent price. Still going to work off that 64 as long as it wants to hold. I almost want to wet my beak on AMD because it just tagged 95 even. It's not quite underneath 95 just yet, but it's getting pretty darn close to the buy zone that I do like. And once it's down there, I don't want to have missed it completely. So I'll give it a couple of seconds here. Yeah, okay, it's now testing a little bit lower, down to 95 even. I'm just going to wet my beak at that 95 even level. I still like the notion of some underfills of 95 here. Market's starting to come back in. I reloaded Cal, but I think a lot of times with this trade, like when it works initially, like that can be it. I'm going to give it another shot here at that $2 level. I just got some off of 90. Why the heck? I'm not long that stock. I got out of this at 162. I think I know what happened. I was in position before they started the board. I am not long Cal. I just reloaded the short at 195. We'll probably have to reset the position board. This happens when I take a position before they set it up in the morning, so it sees my out as a long trade. But I'm not long. I wish I was long 162 with it at 195 right now because that would be fantastic, but I am not. AMD first fill to the long side. We neglected to talk about Tesla. Apologies for that. I still think the 180 and the 190 are going to be some pretty decent zones for Tesla. The 50 period sits at 190, so if Tesla gets up there, could find some resistance. But just one long, one short for me, and still waiting to see if Apple can hold out. I wanted it to open up and kind of test it a couple times. It has. So I'm feeling a little bit better. I'm not 100% about it, but it just bounced off the pre-market lows. That's kind of what I'm looking for. It showed the support. Now I'm going to get into it here at that 162. It's maybe a distinction without a difference, whether you take it in the pre-market. I just like to see it hold the opening range, show me some extra strength, and then I can get into it. So I'm now in the Apple trade and still nothing on AMC.
All right, what do we got? We got Disney up 72 cents. Lovely. Apple flat. Lovely. Futures position. That's about 3 points in the money. I'll take it. So here we are kind of just sitting on 3 positions, waiting for one fill. I don't know if I'm going to, no, I'm not going to get that BA fill. So I'm sitting closer to 212 on BA. Does it look like we're going to get that fill the way it's moving around? It's already at 214, so that might be the trade in itself. Let me just double check that, whether I should cancel or leave the order as is. Yeah, I got to cancel that order. That's not going to work anymore. I needed that. That was pretty much the trade, 212 all the way into the 214 to 215 zone. That's not happening, so we'll just cancel that and move on. So we're writing 2 longs, 2 equity longs, 1 futures long. Next up on the futures is going to be into the 45 area, right? We talked about the 45 area being the start of a possible sell zone. Let's see if we get into that one. And if we do get into that, we got to start defending this, right? We'll start kind of pairing some off here. I managed to get it fixed here. So you can see the entry right down here, and then there's one here as well as I was testing the orders out. But this is going to be the main position here, closer to that 37. That's where we wanted to price in, and now we're kind of riding that one out as we continue on up towards that 45. So that's a nice 4. It's too early. 4 points, great, but we don't trade like that. We're looking for not much larger, but a much more stable position and a move. So all these like small back and forth actions, we can just kind of let it be. It's all noise really until we get past that 45.
Let It Be. That's a name of a good song. A couple of things. We're going to go to Brendan in a quick second, but I got to ring the register on some of the AMD dip here. I did, like I said, wet the beak 95. I didn't get any underfills. Just got 95.50 on and out, but I also got into Micron as it is shooting up toward that 64. Oh, it just curled off 64. So let me get some in there underneath. So it just bounced at 63.94. I'll add to my short position. I still like some overfills as well. Brendo?
For CarMax, there was some earnings after the close yesterday. KMX upside in a big way. We'll talk, or I'll show you it in a sec here. But revenue down in the quarter, $5.72 billion versus $6.04. There were some positive comments as far as cost cutting and how they're going to maintain capital structure going forward. So nice look. Guess it was this morning, pre-market, not aftermarket, but nice look anyway. 6.5 here for KMX.
Yeah, CarMax's a big one. And watch out here. The market's starting to reverse in there. I tried to get more Micron. I just missed it. I'm going to get a little bit more aggressive in trying to add to that short. But here comes Alibaba. Now it's like, it's a falling knife at this point. I said I would test 2 levels, 100 and then 98. Well, 100's here now, Neil. So, 140's here now. It's definitely coming into the downside. Apple's trying to hold on for dear life as well. Ooh, hit enter when it was on New York. That's on my 3-minute here, guys, and you zoom in. It's still holding the pre-market bottom. If we don't hold this, I think you could see some serious downside on Apple. The under was actually pretty good. The initial short in Apple yesterday was pretty solid when it broke, so I do want to make sure I have a bit of a tight stop in there. It can reestablish itself a little bit lower, but this is not one that I want to be fighting around with. I do like that chance on Alibaba. Like I said, I want more shares of Micron if we're going to be heading to the downside. I know AMD is now in the target buy zone. Hit enter twice. Thank you very much. But I wanted to be short in Micron if we were getting down here, and I don't have full position on. So I'm going to get out of Apple. I didn't scalp any out of it. I scalped some out of AMD. I still want to be adding in this range here, that 94.5. I don't think this is invalid until we're beneath like 94 even. But getting some Micron short's got to be a priority as well. Or sorry, getting more Micron short has got to be a priority as too.
Yeah, that's the thing too. When you're looking at this, you're staring at this, I feel like this is also very different for me because I don't normally get myself involved in equity positions this early. And when they're moving around like this, I'm just like, man, this is a lot of noise. There's a lot of noise this early in the morning. So if you've got a certain idea in your head and everything's kind of lined up for it, you kind of have to just kind of sit through the noise here a little bit as this market just goes back and forth and figures itself out. Obviously, Apple coming back in, futures coming back into that 38 mark, so we're kind of roughly flat. We're half a point up. It's going to take some time, so I'm okay with it. This is an opportunity to find other names, and I hear Sharif saying, Baba, Baba.
100 break.
And I'm like, okay, what's Baba doing? And there goes 100 to the downside, so a big round number broke into the downside. That should open up maybe $1. $1.99 before we hit some support. But this is, man, we were looking at that chart. We're like, okay, well, it's, that 104 to 105. We've been here before. It's just one of those things where I'm not comfortable doing that. But, Neil, you've mentioned it before where you're just like, you know what? If it's in the zone, you just take your shot on the short side and you just let it see if it can actually break. And at times, this ends up happening. It's a $3 move or $2.50 move to the downside on BABA, and it's broken 100, so you're even kind of sitting safe with this short if you are in this short, because, man. But keep in mind, it has got some support. If it keeps going another maybe $1 or so to the downside, it's got some support that we can deal with here to the downside. I'm still in the way I'm looking at this market is I'm using this dip to potentially find longs. Let's see if I find some longs apart from what I've got. I've still got Apple, I've still got Disney, and I've still got the futures. Let's see if I can find some more that I can work with.
Yeah, I mean, I've now only got AMD because that BABA 100 break. I still think there's, like, 98's the other one underneath. I said I'd give it 2 shots, but the first shot's at 100, and if it does carry to 98, I think that's the other spot I want to be able to go to. But Moderna is getting down. Well, I mean, the market's coming back in, but Moderna is getting down toward that 151. Now, I won't take an auto break of that level, but if it starts consolidating beneath 151, I do want the short before 150, kind of into that level. So I'll take my shot if I can get it, not on the break of Moderna, but kind of trading underneath it. It has to be under that price. I'm still trying to get some more shares of Micron here. Every time it pops up, yeah, you can pretty much forget about it. We're not going to get those. It's down around that 63. I'm going to get some out here. But now all of a sudden, AMD's at that 94 level, and that's what we want to be able to give it to. If it doesn't bounce off 94, then that other long is going to be kaputs as well. Just not enough shorts when it comes to that Micron. We wanted that one off the top. We didn't get it. We wanted Coinbase off the top if it got to 70. That never got to 70. So pretty easy to get trapped in some longs here. Just kind of difficult to get some of the shorts on the stocks that we really wanted them in as the market's starting to come back down here.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, reliable Rudy. Look, you know what? You're probably right. Like BABA, I said this morning, my first comment was, BABA usually always dips. And instead of like looking for longs, I looked for longs on the dip, just waiting for it, not averaging all the way in. I could have just shorted it. You're 100% right. Like I feel like that should have been the play. I just liked a lot of other shorts better, and you got to own up to it. It always does this, and a lot of times you get caught looking for the dip buy instead of looking for the rollover short. I do think it still has the opportunity to bounce and reclaim this level. I like 98s, but if it reclaims 100, I don't mind going long there again and taking a couple of swings at it. But yeah, you're right, man. I should have been short originally if I thought it was going to dip first. Brendo?
TGTX multi-day runner here. We had 1, 2, 3 positive notes here from analysts, including a price target increase this morning from B. Riley analyst for this one. TGTX big mover, 16% now.
Don't apologize, reliable Rudy. You're 100% right. We got to be accountable, man. Like I looked at it. I even turned to Arun and I was like, why the heck weren't we just short that stupid thing? To be honest with you, that's just how it's got to be sometimes. Moderna, by the way, it literally plowed through 151. Do not stop, go. Do not collect $200. That was a pretty violent move. It's now breaking 150. So to get into this short position is going to be a little bit tricky here because I want overfills. Like I want fills above 150 if it's even possible to get them. Let's see what we can get. I might just end up with like 150s and not get any fills over. But that was a pretty violent move on Moderna. That's why I didn't necessarily want to wait for a 150 break. I wanted to already be in this play, but big mover here, Moderna, already down 6%.
Oh yeah, I mean, I'm okay with Moderna doing what it's doing. Yeah. This gives me a little bit more confidence to play the short on Moderna. It is a messy situation with Moderna, but we would definitely like to get involved here. Please don't make me pay for shorts. Please don't make.
No, it's free. It's free.
Oh, okay. So let's go ahead and wait. How far past 50 do we go? Because if we barely tick below 50, how many cents? 40 cents below 50. Okay, let's see what that 5 looks like. Ticking aggressively, huh? This is the concerning part. Is 50 stop run and then snapback.
It's testing 51 right now.
Yeah, it's testing 51 right now. Okay, so if it ends up below 50 again, knowing that 49.60 is a low, I think at this point, if they can withstand this little buyback, then the shorts are legit on, and it's not just a run on stops here. That's the only problem with these round numbers is that you got to worry about these run on stops. because everyone puts them there, right? So let's just see if this is legit. I'm going to reset the alert on Moderna. If we can get back below 50 to the downside, then with this buy side move, it helps because that means they try to buy it up after taking 50. They failed. They're coming back down. Let's see if we can short it the second time around. But we're still, Apple's still long, Future's still long, Disney's still long. We're riding that one out, and we'll see if we can't play it up and maybe pick up some more. Maybe. I've got a few alerts out. Deer is an option, but I think Deer's trade is gone. Damn it. Yeah, Deer's trade is gone because Deer's just like, nope, see ya. 378 opened, 384. The alert went off at 380, and I was a little preoccupied with other things. So what does it do now? And here's the thing with Deer as well. You put this chart on a much larger time frame. What do you end up with? No resistance. Like this has a clear run to 400 if it really wanted to go today. And man, should I got to think about this, whether I actually want to put a bid $4 below the current price to catch on a dip if we get a dip.
It's set up, if you haven't known.
It's set up. It's just Deer's. Let me quickly take a look at the
I just
level
always
two.
think you take any trade if it sets up and there's liquidity. Like, if there isn't a real reason not to do
spread.
it, I just think you put it on. By the way, a couple of things. I just missed a reload on AMD by a couple of cents in front of 94. I'll see if I can still get it. And Lucy, by the way, it's back above that $4 level. We actually don't have any locates on it, so probably a good thing. It's still churning to the upside, and holding that 4 is probably a big thing for this. But we actually couldn't go short. Even if I wanted to, I couldn't short this name. Maybe that's going to be a good thing today. Definitely a strong mover so far. And where did Baba just get to? Come on, Baba. Yeah, it just came right back. It ended up not getting to 100, so we take the 100 long. It stopped out underneath, but I don't mind taking a second shot this long. I think this is where it should have bounced. I kind of felt 98 was going to be a better level, but it just bounced hard off 99. Any kind of sideways, whether it's 100 long and then adding in the mid-90s, I think that can be a play. I do want some more AMD, but Lucy, man, I wanted to be involved in this. 100% I wanted to be involved in this one. If it fails $4 again, I might double check to see if we have those locates, because now all of a sudden you'd have a lower high failing that 4 a second time, and that's the big level on the daily chart. But if we can't do the shorts, I don't want to be forcing a long trade. A lot of times you can look at something doing volume and doing movement, and if you can't go short, you're like, oh, I should just force the long. Nah, I do not want to be forcing the long on Lucy. But if it's under $4, which it's about to do right now, I'm going to try and get some locates on this again.
Neil, your favorite name that you were talking about yesterday, CarMax, taking out the highs there.
How is that my favorite name?
Well, you mentioned towards the end, so it just came up a lot.
Well, they had earnings.
Yeah. Brendan, let's go to you.
They had U.S. Treasury Secretary Yellen on the calendar for 11:30 this morning, but just seeing some comments coming through now from her. So just be aware, Yellen speaking right now, guys.
Whoa, I thought she was on at 11:30.
Screw up the schedules, man.
Come on,
all
Janet.
Right. We can't. I can't. I'm hands off. I'll
That
carry
is
what
absurd.
I'll carry what I'll carry, but I can't get any more knowing this is happening. I thought I had some time before this nonsense.
Now I'm like, do I want to? I don't.
Yeah, no.
I'm already on the bid to try
That's
to
it.
add to AMD.
I'm
Like,
putting everything down.
It was
I'm
the only.
just gonna wait.
AMD was like my only long. So I had a scalp trade. I'm trying to get some more at 94 here. How much do I really like this in the face of Yellen talking? I don't know. I probably still like this because it's like, as long as we're holding here from yesterday, it's probably okay. But I don't like fighting around when you have the pressure of like one comment here or there can be a bit of a problem. I see a lot of people talking about Bed Bath & Beyond in the chat. And AI's, whoa, yeah, okay. Okay, Bed Bath & Beyond's ripping too. 335, no, 39. 39 was the price. I want to say it was 39. Was it? Yeah, 39. That's the big level for me on Bed Bath & Beyond. Maybe we got locates of that thing. But 35, pretty decent as well. I don't know why it's moving. I just know that it is. I'm double checking Cal because they're going under as well. That's right back at the $2 level. Hasn't really done anything since. Yeah, this could be interesting. Coin's getting pretty darn close as well. Oh, here we go. 70 on Coin is incoming. Coinbase 70 is going to be here in just a few seconds. And I think my first short in Coin in a while, because I only like this level. But it could be a squeeze. You know, if it breaks like 70.50, you got to get out. Brendo?
As we were saying this morning, all these highly shorted names to the upside. Here's Carvana, guys, just making a day high as well. 12.5% on heavy volume for CVNA.
So it's like they're just all going at once?
That's how it happens.
Okay. 22% short interest for coin. Like, that is a squeeze name. I know people trade it for different reasons, but it's in a squeeze. It's a squeeze name for my books. I see people talking about C3AI, but I'm about to probably get Coinbase here. I don't think I want to muddle around with C3AI at the same time if it's also squeezing. So I just want to focus on coin here. If it doesn't get to 70, I'll be a little bit peeved. Okay, it's not there. You know, it's kind of turning, so I might not get that fill in the exact moment. Where is C3AI? C3AI at 25, 27 is, I wouldn't be shorting this till 27 anyways. C3AI is a much more powerful squeeze name for sure. Michelle A. Bears, GME, do I get my GameStop breakout? I don't know if they're all going, maybe that's gonna go too. I have no idea. I have not looked at it. It's not going to be on my list. I got enough here. I just got a reload on Micron as well. So I want to keep things in two pockets. The names that I know I like, that 64 level on Micron, still going to be in play for me on the short side. Still trying to pick up, I just got some 94s there. Didn't get everything on, it did not get everything on AMD. There we go. Just got everything on AMD. So if it can't hold this area now, AMD is going to be in trouble. Last dip buy on Advanced Micro Devices should have been coinciding that flush with a flush in Micron. Worth noting, I'm getting more AMD, but Micron holding 63.50. So a little bit of relative strength again in Micron. Probably same thing with Intel.
You know, there's a super chat for you from Michelle Hebert.
I saw that, but
Do I get my GME breakout finally?
I know. I was just sort of saying that, like, maybe you do because everything else is going. It's up 3%, but I mean that's not that big of a move for GameStop. Like, we're talking about 25. I know you're talking about here breaking, and it just hasn't happened yet. It could today because you are getting squeeze names going in a market that's not really moving, but it's like $2 away from anything terribly exciting over there in GameStop. So I hear you, buddy, but just I don't know. Coinbase is at 70, man. That's what matters right now. So Coinbase is at that 70 mark. It's not a line in the sand because I don't believe in a 70 even stop. But if we clear out like 70 and a quarter, then I got to give this one up. It's been a minute since we got here. Last couple of weeks, this has been a resistance, but it's here right now. Above 70.50, it's pure squeeze central. It's got like at least $5 worth of upside. So be careful at this level. Brendo?
Not a huge mover yet, but Apple downside here with the overall NASDAQ as well. About the same, actually. 0.5% here for Apple coming into some levels from yesterday. France apparently eyeing some more antitrust measures against Apple. Speaking of France, I just saw the CAC 40, guys, in France. All-time highs right now. The index itself just hit all-time highs.
What, really?
Wow, CAC 40. That's
that's
quite the
impressive.
move in the CAC. I wonder how the CAC. Let me pull up the actual economic. Anyways, I'll look at those indexes later. Another super chat there from Hayden Griffith there. A read on Lucid. And I'm looking at when you look at a name like this, especially at these price points and the fact that it's, had quite the move here long-term wise. In terms of the daily chart, yeah, the 840 break, and this is where you kind of zoom in a little bit. The 840 break kind of opens a door, but depends on your time horizon, because if you're looking at this from an investment piece, I would at least wait until 10. The reason I say that is because there's a gap right here. There's a gap on, 22nd going into the 23rd, 22nd going into the 23rd of February here. And this gap, given that it's fairly recent, if we were to get into that, I want to know what's there. Is there going to be more sell-side action, or are we actually going to break out? If we get on the other side of the 10, then we really have a chance. Think about the trend on Lucid in the last little bit, right? It's pretty negative. I'd say it's to the downside. So a trend break. This was a nice little squeeze of some stops there. What day was that? This was the 27th of January there. That squeezed some stops. Then we continued the trend. I think a second move up would kind of open the door for, hey, you know what? Maybe there is a long down here. But the 840 break isn't as big of a deal as the 10 break. Now, if you're playing on the short time frame, then I think you have some space here from 840 to 9 even. But if you're playing for a much longer time frame, then I think you'd wait for the bigger prices to break. And I think that 10 gap is going to have to be the marker that has to get crossed for us to be like, you know what? There's a chance at 13. There's a chance at 15. It opens a bunch of possibilities up to get through 10. Until we get through there, what's your risk? If you take the 840 or the 850, are you going to put it down to 7? It's $1 for dollar or 1 for $1, $1.40 for $1.40. It's a game you can play, but against the gap that's there, I would just kind of hesitate a little bit against that. But 10 definitely should be a marker to pay attention to on Lucid.
Yes, sir. And Coin just did the over-under on me. I actually got an overfill on my cover. So my cover of the short, I got overfilled into a long that I didn't really want. It's not a full position on, but it's kind of annoying because if you don't, a lot of times if you kind of mess up your stop order, you can end up with a flatten that's kind of more shares than you had there. I do like the long above 70. It's just this is a flatten of my short to have gotten 48, waiting for it to get above like 35s. So I don't really want to be adding to this unless it's at that 70 level. Just to give you an idea, like it's now cleared out of this gap. So I think there's $5 worth of room, but I need to see it hold. I need to see it hold 70. And once it holds the 70 level, I think adding to it makes some more sense. Okay, now it's doing it. Now that it's doing it, it's like, how am I even going to get more shares here that aren't above 50? If I have to get above 50 for more, that just might be it. But I didn't really intend on reversing at that particular price. I wanted to see it hold that 70 level. We do lose on the short. We said we'd take the short. We took it, but I'm going to wait for that long to add to it. I think there's $4 or $5 worth of upside if it wants to continue to squeeze. We'll see if that's going to be the case. Just to give you an idea, Micron here, I did eventually get some reloads. All I've done is one-time short 75s and then out at 20s. I just reloaded it now in front of that 64 level. So the market, the market's not really moving a ton. Most of the action is in the squeeze names and then a couple of chips. Brendo?
Just seeing a note being passed around here on Twitter on Micron, guys. Insightia, I don't know that site, but Insightia apparently reporting that a activist investor building a quote-unquote serious stake in MU.
Well, I don't love that.
That's the thing with these sites. Like, what's the credibility on these sites? Like,
man.
can it just be a random site says, you know what, I'm just going to create a site and say that this guy's doing this on this stock? Like, is that enough? Like, if you guys know of this site, I would love to know whether this is somewhat valid and they have analysts and they actually have some influence, or if it's just some random blog that's posting this. But yeah, all right, cool. That's information that's out there.
It's at a good level. Like,
yeah, play with it.
no, this is the thing. It's at a great level for trade, and it's like if it breaks out on the daily, like this is when you're going to say you're building an activist stake right when it's on the verge of breaking out, and this has been like a God mode short trade for anybody on a short-term level. Shorting at 64 has been just straight money. So of course there's a lot of people short this right now when you drop that nugget. I'm in it right now at 75 short, and do I just want to just automatically go long if this sucker breaks?
Damn coin, you got that nice coin break, eh? Damn.
No, I'm not happy with, because I'll tell you exactly what happened with coin. So I did, like I actually reversed into a long accidentally on my stop break at 70. And so I never ended up in a full position. That wasn't it. Then I tried to catch the dip when it was back at 70, missed it, and then tried to add at 70.40 again and missed that. So it's like I don't have the position that I want to have in coin, is now it's going to the upside. I think it's worthy of a chase. Like, I do want more shares the next time it dips in, but I'm not sitting here, congratulations. If you just straight took the 70 break and held on to it, but I end up not having the position I want, and I'll try the dip buy if I can get it. I might get out if it gets to 72 and then work back into it at some point, but that's kind of crazy. Like, I should have more shares of Coinbase, there's no question about it. Micron, I've at least not added to it. 64.5 is the level, and now that it's trying to clear out the top, I've scalped some. There's no point adding to this unless it gets a little tighter to that 64.5. That's what I'll work from. We'll just go back to basics. Something comes out of left field like that activist report or whatever, go back to basics. My level is 64.5. Do nothing until it gets there. Wait very patiently. When it gets to that price, then I can engage to be sure. AMD is weird. I think I bungled my stop order on AMD. Because I got wicked out here, and I thought I had my stop I always put it 10 to 15 cents below, but that stopped out when it broke 94, which is that's kind of annoying. I had no intention of stopping out at 94. I hate even dollar stops because this is exactly the reason I hate even dollar stops. I hate them because they get basically barely run and then go to the upside like this. So a little bit frustrating for me on that one. And I'm not shorting Amazon at 100. That wasn't a level that I liked. So I'm not going to be involved in that. I have my MR Moderna trade on just there. But what I love about all of this is you get all these opportunities. It's crazy. That bad stop, we were talking about different stop orders just earlier today, Arun.
Moderna,
and
right?
how they have, There's multiple stop orders that we can use. There's one that will automatically adjust the amount of share size I have, which would have saved me over in that Coinbase trade. And that's actually pretty cool because, quite frankly, they're doing something at Day Trade the World here. And it's a new thing. If you're in Canada, this probably only applies to you. So if you guys are viewers in Canada, there's a new program being offered. It's essentially a campus program. Individuals, you're going to get the opportunity to learn from and about how professional traders trade and interact with the market. It's going to be completely free. They're going to use Day Trade the World's trading platform and resources like the stop orders I was just talking about, so you can learn about the markets but have an opportunity also eventually to become a funded trader by Day Trade the World. So it's kind of designed to be flexible so you can do it while you're in school. That's something that Sean and I did. We had a campus office as well. So check out the code below. Scan the QR code below. You do have to be in Canada to take advantage of this. But as I'm talking about different stops, I mean, there's an opportunity right there to learn about our different stop orders. Let's go to Brendan right now because it's 10 o'clock. What's happening now, brother?
Hey guys, yeah, just like that, 10 o'clock. Let's show you how things are shaping up right now. We're back to green almost right across the entire board, so that's good. But the S&P struggling a little bit, 0.03 left to get back to positive territory. The Dow, the Russell, all in positive territory, led by 2 days in a row here. The Russell 2000. Strength in some of those regional banks coming back into play. 0.25% for the composite, 0.4 there for the NASDAQ 100. So tech showing a little relative weakness. If you're with us pre-market this morning, we talked all about crypto and related stocks as, yeah, BTC breaks back above 30K for the first time in 10 months. WW, meanwhile, Goldman upgrade, 15% short interest still on Weight Watchers. BABA back on watch as well with that ChatGPT alternative rollout today. But wow, what a flush that was for Alibaba, guys. Back over to you.
Yeah, so I just adjusted my stop on AMD because I can put it out before I get the long back in. I do want to get that long back in. I'm going to cancel my 98 in Alibaba. It's now holding above that 100. So I might have, and we talked about this, and I forget who was in the chat. I already forget because so much is happening. But you know, I 100% misplayed Alibaba. Like, I like the buy zone at 100, but that is, when you catch a falling knife, you get stopped out. And you might only lose like 40 cents, and it's not like a day ender. But it's not about how much you lost on the trade, because even if it's a small loss, which quite frankly it wasn't that bad, the opportunity cost is missing out on the long that you really liked. That's the real downside to being early on the trade and losing on it. So if you take a paper cut on it, it still bloody well sucks because I could be long underneath 100 here. Like, I could have allowed it to break, maybe taken some at like the underfills at 99.80 that I like a lot of times, and then add to it at 100 like I'm trying to do. Then you're long at like 99.90 and it's absolutely screaming. Okay, all that was said, you know, I got to move on to what's happening. I will try to pick this one back up if I can get it. But those overfills on Micron, look at how it rejected above 64. I can't zoom back my 3-minute far enough, guys, but that rejection was redonkulous just now. So I might not be able to get more fills over. I'm just going to hold on to this short. That one is working. You guys saw live as I was talking, I had my offer at 72 on coin, and it just rejected it, but I still believe in this long in Coinbase. You know, if it wants to fill in this gap, I'm here to buy into that 70 level. So I have a bid now at about 42 because I love that number. I might stick a few shares above the 50 level as well. I'm not sure this one is done. I never got a full position on, so quite frankly, I didn't have that much anyways, but I still think this has a lot of room to run. I don't think I want to get out till 72. I want to be reloading underneath 71 into that 70 level on Coinbase. So congratulations. You still got the long. I don't think this one is over by a long shot.
Yeah, I'm actually seeing this. Like, it's obviously a move to the downside, but in the bigger picture of how this market's setting up, as long as Yellen doesn't say anything ridiculous that drops this market, I'm seeing this move down as a potential buying opportunity. Obviously, Apple's the one thing that bugs me here is that Apple's been selling off before this market even decided that it wanted to come down. While the market was going sideways, Apple was still just sliding down, and that has to do with its own news out in Paris. But if Apple can stabilize a bit more, I think that can help the market here. So I'm using this opportunity in the market as a whole. Remember, we are long in the 37, just over 37s. I'm going to look for some more entries there. I'm going to try to average this price down it's a planned average, so it's not like I'm doing it because it's getting cheaper. It's like I expected to get the price a little bit lower if we can get down to the 30s. But we are looking to pick up some more. It sucks, but this is part of the game. And you're not always going to be in a winner as soon as you get in. It takes some time at times. And right now, Disney taking its time. It was a great 80-cent winner at one point. Now it's only worth 8 cents. That's fine. Remember, the picture is a much bigger picture we're looking at here. So this is all part of the game that's being played in this market as it takes time to develop. So for now, this down move, I'm looking at as an opportunity. Do I have a chance in BABA? No, but I do like the idea of coin. The problem with coin, though, I need it close to 70 to control the risk on this, and I don't think I'm going to get coin at 70, because I thought when it dipped down to 70, 60 just now, I was like, oh, that's my chance to get filled on a dip buy. Nope. Catches a bid and right back to 71.40 as we run up to the upside. So Coinbase may take some more time. I'll leave it for a little bit more, but if it keeps going up like 72, 72.5, I'm going to have to cancel the order. At that point, that trade might be over, but we'll leave that one alone. I'll still leave the bid for now and see if we can't pick up other names. This is an opportunity that I'm going to find as a potential buying opportunity. So let's see if I can grab some more. Brennan.
Another one we haven't heard from in quite some time, Silvergate. Guys trying to go here. Not a huge move yet, but 40 or 140 up to 190. SI trying to get back from the dead.
Oh my goodness, of course. I see a lot of people talking about C3AI. Don't get me wrong. It's just, coins in the pocket. I'm trying to get more of it. I'm probably going to get out before I get more long of that stock because it's headed right back 270. I'm just looking at Coinbase's level 2 because someone's offering 10,000 shares on the offer, and I'm on the other side of that offer. It's stupid. I'm above that price. I'm going to get an offer in front of that price so I can get out and try and go dip buy hunting. C3AI is at 25. I think I said I like 27 for a short level. Look, I just feel with the accounting issues that they mentioned, yes, it can squeeze to the upside, but I'd rather be playing the fade. That's usually a pretty big red flag on a high flyer, and that stock was just bonkers when it rejected the other day. So I kind of want to look at that 97 and say, gets to that price, I think it's going to be a bit of a short. Oh, I just got Alibaba on the way back in, so we'll see if that one wants to hold up. That's Alibaba there. It still has a pretty tight range on the daily chart. All that said, it just rejected 101 and then gave fills right back into the 100. I'll be a little bit more patient in terms of where I want to get that one out. So give it a little bit of room. I just picked up. I didn't get any more coin. That's starting to come back in. AMD just came back, so I was able to get back in after wicking out with a bad stop. That's on me. Put a bad stop in. You make a mistake there. It'll haunt you, but sometimes it gives you an opportunity to get back. I'll definitely take some out at VWAP, just noticing the pattern. You can see 94 hold. We had a scalp trade early. Probably didn't need to be adding it in the middle of the range there. That always sucks when you do that. But then waited for it to make a bottom before I got in. Just did not hold it enough through that bottom. But I'm back in essentially at the same price. We'll get some out if it goes to VWAP first. I was just looking at Tesla. Nothing burger on Tesla. Absolutely nothing happening there. I've seen a couple of people put Tesla in the chat. It is setting up for maybe a break to the downside. That's what I see, but it's nowhere near that 190 level that I like, and it's not really breaking that downside just yet. So it is setting up that it could break down. Maybe a 185 break could be in play for Tesla, but right now, it's pretty quiet on that front.
Yeah, I just saw an interesting move here in Moderna. This is hilarious, but I think this could be the trade that you want to work with here. So we were obviously had the alerts off at 150, right? And then 162 half to the upside. But after that little trap move south of 150, I was wondering, okay, is there going to be a secondary sell? If there's a secondary sell, I'd like to short. Flip side of that is, let's see what happens if it gets north of 53. If we get back above 53, dare I say long. Because why? Well, trap move down below opens up the door to the upside. 155 would be a target. And I'm starting to think now that we're above 153, there could be a decent long here in Moderna. We were initially thinking breakdown short. Sometimes the flip side of that trade, and not sometimes, a lot of times when you have a failed move, those trades tend to be better than the actual breakdowns themselves. So, because it gets people thinking in one way, and a lot of people get caught off guard. Now, we were thinking 150 break, maybe could be a decent short, right? Clear trap move, and that's why I kind of wait a little bit on these even dollar breaks, is I want to see how it trades, because there could be situations like this where round number break, trap move, stops go off, and then we spin around and do something like this. This opens the door for the long, and I'm definitely looking at the idea of the long against the 149s on Moderna. It's just a matter of knowing that 155 is going to be a problem right there, Am I going to pay 153? Absolutely not. It's going to cost me $4 in risk to make about $2 before I hit first resistance. So we're going to have to price this in a little bit better here. I think closer to 152 makes sense. A 153 break that stays solid with a 152 entry and a 149 stop with 155 targets. I think that's a 1-for-1, right? You're risking $3. You make at least 3 before you hit your first resistance level. Makes sense to me. So I think for me right now, I'm going to send in the bid closer to 152 on Moderna. See if we can't play that failed move to the downside.
So I'm now out. But congrats if you're still in it. I didn't think coin was done. We eventually, it goes to 72 anyways, but like I said, there was a 71.70 big offer in front of the high of the day at that time. So I did take it out in front. Anytime you see a size like that, if I'm getting out anyways in front of 72 and I just see a big seller there, I'll usually just join like right in front. It's called like shave them, price shaving. When you get in front of a big order. So I'm out of coin. I'm looking for the dip buy. If it's above 70, I think the long can still be on. It's just, and again, I know some people in the chat were talking about short Coinbase here, but it's well enough above that 70 that I'm thinking gap fill, shorts at 75 to 76. I could be wrong about that, but the long has carried through at this particular point. So I'm looking for the dip buy. It's just, that's my preference right now. If I'm wrong about it, then I'm willing to kind of, it's not dying on that sword, but that's the read. That's what Square did, and it worked out for Square. Coinbase is definitely more heavily shorted and gives you a little bit more juice to the upside. Plus, it's got Bitcoin running as well. I just got a little bit out there on the way to halfway to VWAP on AMD. I'll reload what I just took out at 94 if it wants to rinse and repeat. If it gets up to 94.70, I want to be at least half out, if not a little bit more than that. So AMD trying to bounce. Micron back up to the top. I just added at 90s. Have not taken, since the open, I have not taken any shares out of my Micron short. I want to be very, very patient with this level on the daily chart. Above 64, I think you have to carry it to 64.5. If you're not risking to 64.5, then you're not really trading the level. So I don't have a full position on, but I'm not short at 64 even either. I was just checking to see if Tesla was going to make a bit of a move there. Not really, still not a heck of a lot. It's bouncing back into the upside. The move I was looking for would be it breaking the wedge to the downside with the NASDAQ about to fail here, but Tesla actually bouncing. I am looking for some short opportunities that aren't Micron at this particular moment.
All right, coin, still at 71.5. Can't do anything with that.
No.
Apple, it is just gonna, after yesterday's move, obviously was relatively weak yesterday, even with the market, and then we got above that 162 in the pre. That looked good, and now Apple's just trending to the downside. It's just kind of leaking out a little. It's bleeding out, essentially, what's happening on Apple. We're going to leave it. 160 is going to be the target for Apple. Well, the exit point for Apple. Let's see if we can catch a bid, because we did catch a bid on Apple yesterday at this price point, right? We thought we got close enough for a breakdown yesterday, and then they caught a bid somewhere south of 50, 160 half. So now we're kind of above 162 and coming back into that 161 area. Let's see if they catch a bid again. If they do, great. If they don't, this may have to be a loser here, and we'll just take the hit and move on. Disney is back up now, 40 cents in the money. That one's going to take some time. I'm not rushing the exit there. And futures also, it's just all over the place here. And Lone was saying, it's hard to trade when it's this choppy. Absolutely.
Super choppy.
It's super choppy. But also, it depends on the time frame you're trading as well. Sometimes if you're trading on a much larger time frame, this might actually be beneficial to get entries. But overall, intraday-wise, it is a choppy mess, and we're not going to get that much activity. We have a lot of expectations for tomorrow here in terms of volatility, right? We're expecting CPI data. Mm-hmm. We're expecting Fed minutes. We're expecting something else. The 10-year notes at 1 o'clock as well. So there's a lot of activity throughout the day that would provide the opportunity for movement. So this market might be just taking a nice little breather here until we get into that. We've seen how this market has been, though. Even yesterday, quiet, and then it was just a steady rally in the afternoon once it got going. So if you can see the direction that it's positioning up for, this might be the time to do it when it's still quiet. But again, it's not exactly the easiest of approaches or easiest of markets to deal with when it's this quiet. Everybody wants volatility. Everybody wants directional movement, but you're not always going to get that. So when you know when to stay out, stay out. Otherwise, if you see the opportunities there, you got to step in and make your move. Today may not be the easiest one to do that, though.
Yeah, and so AMD just came out. I said I would give it not to that even dollar stop, but kind of underneath that support. And now that it broke, it might hold up one more time, but if it needs to start showing me some actual buy action. Like I was able there just to get a piece out when it got to 94.40, and then it kind of resumed going into the downside. And if it doesn't hold up here, there's nothing left if it takes this out until it gets to 93 even. So either it reestablishes 94 and I give it one last crack. Otherwise, you take a couple of swings at it. You have to adhere to your stops. You got to be there for adhering to your stops. I never want to have like one stock, one thing ruin your entire day. BOVESPA, like it's still bouncing off 100. I'm keeping my 15-minute up because I want to keep that perspective. It's like you were saying, when it's a really choppy day, I think the more you mess with your 3-minute and 5-minute charts, at least the more, I should say myself, the more I mess with a 3-minute and a 5-minute chart, the 3 minutes what I currently use, I think you'll overtrade. I think you're not going to be seeing the bigger picture, which is what you want on a chop fest kind of a day. So BOVESPA, keep that bigger picture in mind. I have not added to it. I haven't seen a reason to. I haven't taken anything out. If I do so, it's got to be above 150 and in closer to that 101. Micron's still underneath 64, so that one's definitely setting up. But now that coin has run its course, I'm just looking back up there. Where is coin right now? Coin's still at 71, so that's not even dipping far enough for me to get in. Like, how crazy is that? We get out 72s on coin, and it can't even give me the dip. Bed Bath & Beyond got to 35, not 39. I think it is probably a short at 35. I said 39 was the level I like better. I don't know if I want to pay for locates to shorten up suboptimal level, so I might not do that. I'm still in that Cal, by the way, the reload. First flush was pre-market. It got back up, and I shorted 2s again, got 195s. I've gotten a couple legs out back at 180. This has been the free money trade. This could end up like yesterday in Tupperware. I was like, Arun, man, you could have literally just only traded Tupperware, and that would have been perfectly fine. I feel like this one, getting its delisting notice, if you only wanted to short one name today, this at $2 has been kind of free money, and here I am all over the place.
Yeah, I'm all over the place too. My mic just fell out.
How does your mic fall out? Come on, Arun. So here comes Micron again. So we're right back up to those tops. This is 64.5. To me, it's valid till 64.5. It's the big level. That's what I want to work with. CVNA making a big flush, but if it's already happening, then you want a sympathy play if that's already going to the downside, guys. I don't know, like maybe check in on what like AMC is doing. That rejected 550. So if this is back underneath VWAP and coming back in, that's not a monster flush for CVNA. Still up that 9%, still holding above $10. So that's not terrible. But where's AMC? Yeah, AMC's not doing a heck of a lot either. So I wouldn't call that a huge flush on CVNA, guys. I know, look, if you're in it at like 1070, that's a pretty big move. I wouldn't call it a monster flush just yet. $10 still holding on that one.
All right, a couple orders that I've got pending here. I'm still waiting for fills on. Am I going to get them? That remains to be seen. Coin hasn't really taken off any further from the last time I looked. That 72 would be the kind of cancellation point for me, but we haven't done that. So the order's still sitting there. Maybe I get the 70 fill, maybe I don't. We'll see what happens with coin, if it keeps on going or not. And then the other one I'm also looking at is Crowd, CRWD, 130 break to the upside. Okay, we're obviously well past that 131.5, but I like the idea of CrowdStrike here because of what it's been doing. When you can get multi-day breakouts or multi-day consolidation breaks, eventually, like something like this on Crowd, 129 would have been the break, but 130 would have been the easy play. And that's what I'm looking for here as it comes on down. There is a slide to the downside here. I think everyone's looking at that and wondering what's going on, but I'm okay with that. I'll take it. Crowd, come on down. See if we can get that fill, because I am picking up longs as this market continues its move to the downside.
Come on down to the Price is Right. You don't remember this, Arun, because you used to sit in the separate room at our campus office. We used to watch the Price is Right when the market would slow down. Maybe that's not what you shoot. It came on at 11 o'clock, and the market would slow down after the European close, and so we throw the Price is Right on there. So come on down. Absolute legends, that show. The market just made a fresh low. I took that opportunity to add to Micron. Somehow Alibaba just went in the money despite the market coming downside. Thank you, Baba. Get above VWAP. So it does hold. I'm not even on the offer yet. I will probably put something out, just a little bit of caution with that little move that we just saw in the market there to the downside. So if it cracks VWAP, I'll probably take something out just to get some profit in front of 101. Still like the longs off of that area. Everything else is just going to the downside. Like, I liked Apple. Sometimes you just reverse, man. Like, I like that 62, so it held the pre-market lows. Okay, that's set up, and then we take the 62 long. When it holds, it breaks down, and I'm asking myself, okay, why didn't I like the short there? That should be a short. That should be a reversal trade. The same way coin was a reversal to the long side, that should be reversed. Now, a lot of times when it gets to like 10, like past 10 o'clock, the way I want to see it is all the trades that you kind of set up for, you should either be kind of out of them because they didn't work, or like what's setting up or what's still in play, put something on that's still setting up from the levels you liked, or you should just be sitting in something that's working from the levels you like. So I'm in the BOVESPA 100 long after failing on it the first time. I'm back into Cal, and I'm short Micron. It's almost like I'm back to square one with the things that made a heck of a lot of sense. But before we get to the small cap recap, the other one was Coinbase. It's above 70, and I'm not, like, every time I put a dip buy in there, it just misses by 10 or 15 cents. I'm sitting there at 62, and it bounces off 67. It's impossible to get back into this. I'm going to wait for it to drop the next time, and then I'm just going to hit the offer if I want a long. Brendo and the small cap recap.
Hey guys, yeah, a little bit more quiet today for small cap stocks. Still a few of them moving around though. Let's jump into the first that we discussed here with us in the pre-market here. Lucy, innovative eyewear, up huge, 164%. But you can see the 5-minute chart, not really doing much, just kind of consolidating here into a very tight wedge, just below $4 there for Lucy. But you can see why if you go to the daily chart here. Last couple of highs were in this area, so struggling. Right now, we need to find some volume. Anyways, that was the headline. If you missed it, they launched this eyewear product with ChatGPT enabled in their actual eyewear product for Lucy. Let's go to this one, Zero Fox Holdings, ZFOX. Pretty cool name. Back to 260, 250, 260. Bit of a sticking point though, up 52% on this. Partnership with Google Cloud announced this morning for ZFOX, and I just noticed these are starting to go again. BBAI seems to be the strongest right now. GFAI back to the upside as well. Tagged 18 up there a couple days ago was resistance for GFAI. Guys, back to you.
Yo, Meta just went ham to the upside. So Meta just went, look at the break on Meta. Like Meta just came back. Meta came down, bounced off 214 in a single candle in the 3 minute, which is deceiving because it was faster than that. It just got up to that 15. That kind of buying off a low when the market might have just wicked the bottom. And so the ES held the lows. I mean, it ruins the futures, guys, but the ES just held the lows. The NASDAQ just wicked the bottom, never got to 13,000. It bounces up. Meta did this yesterday. Like it was just flush city and then ran all the way back, not even anywhere close to the same kind of sell action on Meta, and you're getting a bit of a bounce. I'm going to look for the longs here. It's just a matter of where. I know I'm going to like it in front of 214. The real question becomes, do I like the 215 long? I'm not there yet. I think I need to be convinced of the 215 long, but that is a pretty strong move into the upside on something like a Meta. Yeah, I haven't looked at the Chinese EV. I know NIO and XPeng were up this morning. And I see a lot of people talking about NIO and XPeng right now. 5% on NIO. What's XPeng doing? Just checks notes. That's still a NASDAQ stock. I wish they were just all on the same exchange. It would make it a heck of a lot easier for me. No, it is on the New York. I just hit it too fast. XPeng coming back in. So it looks like the strength that was there might be going away. XPeng, $12 is the big level on XPeng. The 50 period's at 960. So this could be, this is actually not bad even on a dip. So breaking out at 1040 on XPeng on the daily, this could still be valid even on a dip buy. So it looked like it tried to break. It could pull back. As long as it holds this area here, you could still be going to the upside on an XPeng. But I'd like to see it come back in. I'm more intrigued by that Meta strength than NIO or XPeng. Just a quick look on them because I know we're not covering absolutely everything because we've got to focus on the stocks that we're in and the names that we think are valid. Meta's still holding 215. I feel like I heard Sharif say he's long 215, but did you say yes? 15. Yeah, he's long at 15. I'm not there just yet. I think 14 is obviously a buy level, but I can be inclined if it gets underneath that 15 and I start seeing buyers under there, start taking some of the underfills and not have to worry about that obvious level.
All right, we talked about crowd earlier, right? That 130 break. It came in. I mean, there was a downward move, and I got my fill. So we are now sitting in Apple, Crowd, Disney, and Moderna, all of them on the long side. And then on top of that, I've also got a futures position, which is still right here. You can leave that one, you can ignore that part. That one was in and out to make sure that the system was working here, well, to show the indicator or the entries. And then this one here is going to be the entry right around that 37.5 mark. So we are still looking, if this were to come down to 30 even, I'm looking to get some more there. That's just how I'm kind of working the pricing here. But for now, I've got what I need at this price. If we step down to the next level, I'll pick up some more closer to 30. But I still like the idea of the long. As you can see, I've decided that I'm going to go long, and I'm willing to put my money where my mouth is here. So we are into 5 different longs, and it has been pretty, obviously. We've got Apple still trending to the downside, catching a small bid right now. Moderna, that failed break of 150, that was supposed to be a long at 153. Yeah, it's actually catching another sell move towards 150. So this one is still now trying to bounce off these 150 halves for the 3rd or 4th time. Let's see if we get that bid or not. But for now, we're going to stick with these longs. I think the ones that might be in trouble is going to be Moderna. I didn't like this. This was not supposed to happen. But given where the pricing is, I can't really get out because 150 is supposed to break for the trade to be voided. Also, if it comes back into 152, it kind of reconfirms the trade, so I can't step into that either. So we're kind of stuck with this one. We're in no man's land with Moderna's entry, so we'll leave that alone. And then the other one was, what was the, Apple. Apple, the amount of faith that I have in Apple actually coming back to 162 and turning is very, very low. Just because it's been trending down, like aggressively to the downside too, when the market has been just kind of trickling down. So that's a problem when you have an index name trickling down and the market itself hasn't been active to the downside like that in any fashion. So Apple, how much faith do I have in that one? Once I get into a trade, I'll let it play out. But at the same time, I kind of see how things are playing out here for Apple. If there's at some point they find relative strength and they can get going, great. But I'm not going to put too much weight into Apple's move right now. So we are up about 70 cents on Crowd and Disney each. And then we're down about $1 or so each on Apple and Moderna, and then the futures is flat, right? So we're just essentially we're just waiting this one out, slightly negative because of the Apple and Moderna shorts being a little bit bigger, or longs being a little bit more negative than the other 2 winners. But for now, it's all going to be all about the futures. If the futures can catch a secondary bid here, we've tried this many times. I think at this point we got to cross maybe 40. It seems like 42, 43 seems to be the sticking point. Let's see. For me, I know 45 was the marker where if we got above, I'd start considering the idea of shorts as well. But for now, the market's trying. It's chugging along, trying to get back up. Let's see if they can carry forward and keep it going. Or is this going to be another attempted move that gets failed and we end up coming back down?
Look at Coinbase. It just cleared out 72. Forget about that 70.5 dip buy, missing by a few cents. Like, give me a break. The next time I try to get this, I'm just going to be a little bit more aggressive. It is still going to the upside. Congrats if you got this one. Meta's now getting under that 215. So like that, I want to be patient waiting for the dip there, and being patient on Coinbase sucks, but I think it's still valid on Meta. I did just get some out on Alibaba. It felt like I had to ring the register above VWAP there. I don't want to look any gift horses in the mouth. Like, I got this long on the dip in front of 100, and I got 18s as a price. I want a better price if I can, but taking nothing when it just rejected VWAP now twice wouldn't make a heck of a lot of sense. So first time I've done that. But Coinbase, this one is absolutely gonzo. And I still think 75 is a reasonable target. This stock could easily get to 75. But I got to pick it up long again at some point. I don't think we're getting 70.5. Maybe we can get some 71s on the next dip. Brendo.
Yeah, Bitcoin back to basically day highs as well. So nice look for crypto stocks. Here's another one. Blink Charging having a pretty good day. BLNK up on this. They're going to deploy their EV chargers in Belgium now. So a good deal for them. Up about 4.5% here for BLNK.
All right, somebody in the chat, I was wondering this too. Somebody in the chat was like, well, what's pushing SPY up? And well, obviously, Yellen's, I think, making comments or something. Regardless of what she's saying or not saying, I'm just quickly looking at the individual index names. I'm like, okay, where could we be getting this strength from? Because we're not getting it from tech, right? Microsoft's down 2%, 2.2. Apple's down 0.6. Amazon's down 2.5. Those are the top index names. And then you've got Tesla up 1 point and change. So you're not getting a lot of strength. But then I look over the S&P side of things, and if you look at non-tech S&P weights, large weights, everything's positive except for JPM, which is down 0.02. So clearly the strength is there outside of the tech market, and obviously with NASDAQ down 0.4 and the S&P relatively flat, there you go. There's your relative strength there. It's not from tech, and that's why a lot of these tech names are probably having a rough go of it, right? The only tech names that I'm seeing that are positive, that have weight, Tesla, Meta, Costco. That's it. In terms of having weight, I'm sure there's tons of names that are positive in the tech space, but in terms of having weight in the NASDAQ 100, those are the names that actually have the weight that are only positive. Everything else is negative on the tech side. Futures market, spiders, taking a run, again, until we get to 45 or at least 43. There's nothing to do. We are long down here. We got in around 37.5. So this means absolutely nothing for me. We've been here before. We've seen this. We've seen this sold off as well. Let's see if we can go another 4 or 5 points, and then we may have something to do. But for now, okay, Apple coming back in, Moderna coming back in, meaning they're less negative than they were before. That's good. I'll take that. We do need that. And Disney, I think, has the best chance here at a 102 break to the upside. That could open up the door for me to move the stop on this. Keep in mind, all these entries, I have not moved the stop on. Regardless of what we were up or down, I have not touched the stop. Now, when I get to a decision point here, like a possible double top fail or breakout fail, I can start moving stops, right? So for me, Disney's got me thinking that I might be able to actually move the stop up on this and protect some of these gains. And that's about it. I mean, the other two are, the other one that's winning is doing nothing right now. But it's going to be all about the futures at this point as it hits 41.40.
Absolutely. I didn't want to interrupt there, but like Meta, look, I really wanted that dip buy. It never really happened because it didn't hold underneath that 215 to give anything. What it ends up doing is making the break of the consolidation. So when it broke out, I did scalp into the lower high, and I'll look to reload in front of VWAP. I just want to join the train. At this particular point, it would have been nicer if it had been underneath and then broken higher, but it just broke out kind of clean. So Meta, that was a huge kind of buy candle that kind of signaled maybe this was going to be one of the names we liked into that long side. Still, like Micron, this is the annoying thing about Micron is it's holding. It won't test high enough to go all in. It won't drop down to VWAP on every single market flush. So it's like piss or get off the pot here. Like it'll go 5 to 15 cents out of the money, and then it'll come at the money. Outside of that first move to the downside, we've just kind of been sitting in this one, and I want to be patient with it. And yes, I see Silvergate is making a move. Okay, Silvergate is almost, like it's up 31%, but the last time I traded Silvergate on a squeeze, I don't know why that chart flipped. My daily, here we go. The last time I traded it on a squeeze play, like it was nasty. I know it seems like it doesn't really move a heck of a lot, but you've got to give it some room. It's been like a sleeping giant. It just went to that $2 level or almost to that $2 level. But the last time it went up, right? Like it was a god mode, but like once it broke 2 even, it got to 225. So I was looking for it to break 2 even and kind of short it in this area here. It never got to $2. So patience is a virtue when it comes to shorting Silvergate. It's like 70-something% short float. That is a different ball game when it starts going to the upside. So I'm not there yet. I don't want the long in the stock. I just don't. And I understand it can squeeze like everything else, but fundamentally to me, it's not going to exist at some point, and I'd rather not be taking the risk on the long. At least if I short it off a level, I can set a stop and feel good about it whether I win or lose. If I go long the stock and it halts down and then is delisted, I'm just going to hate myself for the rest of the day. So I'm not really looking to chase Silvergate. I think it's a fade at some point, and if it does happen, I will fade it. So maybe we're going to get some refills in Meta here. It's coming back into VWAP. Oh, now Micron wants to go to the downside? Okay, fair enough. As Meta starts coming back into VWAP, Micron wants to work. I'm still not taking anything out till it gets at least to 63.50. That area is where I want my first out there.
You are short Micron. Okay.
I've been short Micron literally all morning, and it's not really moving much.
It's not moving much. I was looking at it earlier. I'm like,
annoying.
it's a nice level to work the shorts. This is a multi-month high. So if you're going to go for the short, it makes like risk reward is like amazing here. The problem is when the stock does nothing. So it's like if you take the short, here's the thing though, Neil. If you take the short, you got to be like committed for the daily trade, like the entire day, because
I have one bid above 63.50.
That's one bid.
And I'm short at 63.90.
For all you know, the move that you're looking for, the sell move in this zone comes in at like 3:45 in the afternoon, and you don't have to wait all day just to get that one move.
That happened to me on an Intel trade once, and it was just worth it. So you did it because you had to. Because you know what? if it's never not valid, like if it never breaks 64.50, then okay, well then you just sit in it all day. And if you got to sit in it tomorrow too, and eventually it goes to 61 or 62, that's great. That's what I'm looking for. But it's got to happen eventually, or it just sits there all day and you might have wasted your time. But if you like the level, go for it. So this just happened on Alibaba. Let me go to something I'm actually in right now. Alibaba just did this. It wicked beneath 100, got to 99.60, kind of held that, and then right back up to 100, which a lot of times wick top, wick bottom, wick top, whatever, I'm going to get into position. So it just did that wick. I just jumped back into some shares. I have 11s, but it looks like it is rejecting VWAP here. So a little more patience in terms of where I got out and how I get back in, but it could be trending back into the downside. Cal is absolutely fine. Just to demonstrate what I was talking about in Micron, like I don't even have any other bids. I have one bid underneath VWAP right now, which it won't fill. And then if it breaks that, I'll look for somewhere underneath the low of the day, and then I'll cover probably half in front of 63 even, which is about $1 move, and then the rest I want on a break to the downside. So I'm trying to be patient with this and let it work, man. This is the short I knew I liked. It's just a matter of it actually falling through. Now you're right back into that 215 level for Meta. So I added once in front of VWAP. Can it hold up that 215? It was a good breakout trade, but you could have scalped it all out instead of waiting for it to come back in. And by the way, Coinbase, still no dip buy in Coinbase. Nothing. Coinbase is still at the high end of the range here. This is the one. Like, this is the one I should, it's not that I should still be in it, it's just that I should have been back into it when it dipped down and I missed it at that 70-50 level. I mean, it's a squeeze central. Now that it's made another push and failed 72, do I like the dip buy into here? Not as much. I might allow it to come back into 70, which is also now VWAP. So might have missed that chance for the aggressive reloads. Now need to be a little bit more patient with Coinbase here, because you're chasing a little bit with this market right back at the bottom. Whipsaw action, man. Rubber band, back and forth. Either you get your fill at the price you want or do nothing, man. You got to be patient.
Yeah, this is not one where you can chase. I think a lot of people are used to the idea of chasing after names because, like, it's moving, we gotta go, and then the market gets into a situation where it just starts doing this, and this is where you get caught when you start chasing. So be patient with it. Like Neil said, you are playing ping pong here, rubber band action, so you just gotta be patient until you get the prices that you want. And while we're waiting for that, let's go to Brendan with the crypto update.
All right, positive as we've seen so far, guys, for crypto markets at this point today. I'll show you the charts in a second here. A lot of people talking about this Shanghai upgrade that's going to come through for Ethereum throughout the week this week. Most people saying it's going to be maybe a non-event, but 30 plus million in additional coins going to be made available here for Ethereum and investors to potentially take part in coming up this week. Here's the chart. That was the note that we were discussing a little bit early on with Jeff Mendel, if you were with us in the pre-market. There's BTC, though, 30,122 up to 250 there, depending on when you look at it. But really nice look, break of the highs through that 29,000 that we've been dealing with over the past couple of weeks for Bitcoin overnight. Ethereum not really playing along here. It did take out that high from a couple days ago, but ETH still positive on the day. That's the way the board looks. 6.3% right now, 30,100, we'll call it 1908. Meanwhile, for ETH, so everything else pretty positive top to bottom. ADA, Cardano as well included in that 5%, 13% for Solana at the bottom there, up nicely today, guys. Back to you.
Just monster moves in some of those names. And that's what happens. Like, you get the floodgates opening up. It works in both directions. I think we all understand that. Like, it goes, what goes up must come down, but not me, clown. And that's the reality. But it's a pretty impressive bounce. I keep looking over at Coinbase. I'm just dumbfounded at the move. I've got my stop back in. And I think it was Reliable Rudy was like, God, make sure you adhere to your stop. Well, I adhered to my stop on BABA the first time. And I'm going to do it a second time here. I don't want to give it back to 99. I slap my stop. When I do the over-under, like it does the wick down, and if I take that fill, I stop it beneath the low of the day. Like, that's a setup I would take if I was shorted. That's a setup I'll take if I'm long it. So that's the one that sucks. The one that might not suck, I don't know. We'll see what happens with Meta here. I got to zoom back in so you can see Meta. Meta just held the bottom, just got back in front of 15s. Let's see if it can get back above VWAP. A little bit of a stronger name, at least in the last little bit. It just turned green on the day and is trying to hold that. I think Sharif was yelling about it there. And finally, the Rock has, no, not the Rock. Finally, Micron broke VWAP there. So my first fill on Micron since 9:39 that was not shorting it just got filled. I still have like 80% of the position. If it goes back up to the top, I will take more to the upside. And Silvergate, did I get? Yeah, okay, never mind. It's not really pressing into that $2 again. I might have missed my opportunity to short the pop on Silvergate. We'll see if that ends up being true. But SI now back beneath VWAP. I wanted it above 2. Shorting above 2 in a 225. I might not get that one at all. A lot of people have asked about Zim. I have not looked at a penny stock other than Cal, although Cal's over $1. It's not going to be for very long, I don't think. Zim's not a penny stock. Wait a minute. I'm mixing this one up. Never mind. I'm mixing this one up with another stock. I remember Zim now. Invader Zim was a fantastic show, and I have no reference for it, but I'll think of a pun for Invader Zim by the end of the day. So this stock, that's spicy at $20, by the way. So holding 16, I don't know the news here because I haven't really checked it, but $20 is a pretty monstrous level. This could still be a good breakthrough 20, though it feels like a pretty large trap. Kind of like Coinbase, like if it doesn't hold above 20, like if Coinbase doesn't hold above 70, it's an obvious failed breakout. If this breaks 20 and doesn't show you any buyers above that, I would run away just because that's a huge risk, at least $1 worth of risk if you're taking a 20 break. So I wouldn't chase this move at all. It needs to hold above and maybe be looking for longs well above, but that seems eerily similar to that Coinbase 70 level if you guys are keeping a check on that one. Micron now back at that one looking pretty good. I don't know. There's no new news on Zim? Seriously? Okay. If you guys are right about that, then I'm not sure why it's up 12% if it's not just a squeeze play. It could just be a squeeze. We've seen a lot of those names move to the upside. I'm just going to focus on what we got here. Meta creeping back above VWAP. I have offers at 50. I should get some offers in the 30s as well. So if this one starts to climb back up, I want some outs in front of 216, but I want to keep half for the potential breakout. This seems to be bucking the trend of what the rest of tech is doing. So let's see if it can rise to the upside and rise to the occasion and give us some kind of a long home run, because the longs have been frustrating, man. Yeah. Very frustrating. Every single long I've taken has been a headache. Well, with the exception of Coinbase, that was free money. And then the shorts, I mean, look, Micron's printing now, but I'm going to celebrate Micron next when it gets to the quarters, because that's where it should be as far as I'm concerned. You know what? The only reason it didn't run further was that activist investor announcement. That's what's held it up this far, because it should be flushing off this level the way the market's going.
It's like this is a comment that someone in the chat said yesterday, and it kind of stuck with me. It's like you poke at the market with the stick, and it's like, do something, do something. And that's essentially where I'm at right now. I'm just like, I've got the positions I want. It's long. Tell me I'm wrong or tell me I'm right, but do something. Is just waiting. This market is just kind of like, yeah, you don't know, maybe I'm going to go up a few points here, and now I'm going to come down a few points here, and we're just kind of doing a whole lot of nothing, just kind of trickling action here. Obviously, Apple has been the one that's kind of been trendy to the downside that we are long, but everything else has been sideways, if not slightly positive. I mean,
I got a question for you.
What's up?
So for Apple, is there a point where you're like, oh my goodness, like the long's more valid? Because like 160 is obviously a level, right?
Yeah.
So if it bounces off 160, the market triple bottoms, it's now almost 11 o'clock. Would you want to add to that? Because the 160 level has shown you enough strength.
So here's the thing with me and the way I add or price entries. So I will take one primary entry, right? I will take everything I want at the primary entry. So if my stop is 160, based on what I'm willing to risk, I'm going to take everything I can at 162 in my case, right? So I'll price for 162, $2 risk, but I won't start adding more risk just because it starts looking a little bit better. I'm not adding more risk to the same trade. Now, if we were expanding to the upside and that 162 long was terrific and we were at like 164 and I start to see reasons for a continuation, I can see myself adding more there. But to add more risk to the same trade, because it's cheaper or looks better, not necessarily the way I would do. Flip side of that is, though, there is a caveat in there where if I planned on getting my trade to a specific average price, but I don't think I can get it there, then I'll partially start taking fills at a specific price with the intention of averaging it down so I can get it down to the price that I want. That's what I wanted to do on the futures here. I didn't think I could get the price that I want, so I took what I could there, knowing that if it were to continue down, I would get the average price to where I needed it to go for the size that I wanted for it. If it continued without me, at least I have something.
I wanted to ask that question because if you guys watch the show on a daily basis, you'll probably see that to a greater extent, Sean, but definitely myself as well, I don't always get all in front of a level. Like on Micron, I no point did I get all in because I didn't really get the fills I wanted above 64, but I did want to be in position short on this pretty much all day long as it didn't break. And it's just a little bit of a difference. Like I would probably only be in, if I liked the 160 out, I'd probably only be in half at best, or a quarter as it's at 61s. And then I'd be looking for that 160 to load up. And it's all dependent on your style, what you've worked for risk to reward. So a couple of things here. I don't want to blab too long about that. It's not going to be a home run, but I got to ring Reggie on Meta. It got above VWAP again. So holds, I got some out 35s. I got some out 55s. And then we're right back in testing the bottom. I don't know if I want to carry this through 214.80. It's just not strong enough. It was a decent break. If it was going to go, I kind of believed in that long, but the market is just flushing once again. And I find the longs tricky, the shorts easier, and that's what it's all about there. And Roland Joe, was BOBA entry the first one, full size? No. That's another thing. If it's a pre-market fill, or if it's right at 930, never all in. Never all in on any initial fill at 930. Never all in the pre-market. I think that's suicide personally. Brendan, and I think it's going to be sector watch.
Guys, yeah, back to basically flat here for the S&P 500. I'll show you how things are looking as far as the individual groups within the S&P 500 are shaping up so far. A couple of standouts here. Moderna there, and then CarMax. KMX we talked about 7.5% today off earnings. It was more about, earnings weren't actually that great. It was more about the cost cutting and controlling the capital language that they were using that lifted that stock today, it would appear anyways. Amazon, notably weak there, 2.25 downside for Amazon. Consumer discretionary names overall, though, still positive on the day. Moderna, we talked about with that flu vaccine, mRNA vaccine that in a trial came up a little bit below expectations. Healthcare stocks, though, still positive. Industrials, financials as well. It's tech that's kind of dragging down everything right now. Software names notably weak here. Microsoft down 2.25. CRM, Salesforce 1.8 into it here. Adobe as well in the red so far today. There's AMD 1.5%. Intel positive on the day though. I want to mention these. Paramount up on a positive note today. They're going to combine some of their services into one more higher tiered streaming service. So 4% for Paramount today. WBD in that group as well. Netflix 1.1% higher, but a lot of green on this board, even though we are actually red on the day overall. 0.13, I should say, guys, for the S&P.
So the third time, not a charm over here on Meta. Long twice. Both times we're able to get a decent bounce off of, but lower highs. Reload it, and it's like it's instantly breaking down. So we'll get out of Meta, and once again, it's like back in only in 2 short trades. I just want to go back over to Coinbase for a quick second here because it's pretty much at that 70 mark. And we had the short in front. I shorted 69.80. I stopped out above that 70 level. I reversed into a long, scalped a little bit aggressively. It's weird. The crazy thing about it is stop actually better fill on the long. Sometimes it'll happen to you, fire 2 orders. I could have reversed on 1 order if I was a little bit more clean with it, and just too aggressive getting out initially, then holding to 72. But if this does not hold 70 even, this could easily fill a huge gap back into the downside. Bounces off 70, I'll take another shot going into the long trade, but only if it shows me that strength off the off of the Coinbase level. BOBA on the mind because reload, it holds the bottom, but now can't get into VWAP. And the crazy thing about BOBA is if you look at off the higher time frame, which is essentially how I was looking at this trade, it's not really respecting, when it's bouncing off what I thought could be a good buy support level, it kind of held that on a wick in the morning, give it some room. It won't go up the dollar. So it's not giving you any of those bounces just yet. It's showing a lot of weakness here. And the first time we got in, probably a little bit too early, we acknowledged that. But now things have settled down, but it's not really showing any of those buy programs, that Alibaba strength off the bottom that we normally see. For now, it's still valid because it's above 99.5 and I'm long at 100. but I don't think it holds up forever. And I said it to our trading floor manager now, I just messaged the guy. It's like, if you only traded, like the three things I like the most, Coin 70, Cal, which is the first trade I was in, short off 2, and then as long as Micron doesn't break 64.5, just be in the short. If I only did those 3 things, like you couldn't lose, but maybe over trading a little bit here today. So I'll acknowledge that one. Cal, I will not reload this if it gets back to $2. 2 times is enough. If it goes back a 3rd time, it's probably just breaking out at that point and catching a dead cat bounce. So I will not fight this one. It has been a home run, but if it goes a 3rd time, maybe you take it for a single or a double. I will probably just leave it alone if it goes a 3rd time to the upside. It likely breaks out and could fill in like a 50-cent gap. I want no part of that. To me, the win was already there. Micron's underneath 63.5, so now we want that low of the day. Get down, Micron. I want you in the gates of hell. Figuratively is a speech. I have nothing against the actual company.
All right, we broke 41.30 for a split second there on the futures. Like I said the entire time, I was waiting to get this average price down there, pick up some more so I get this average price to where I wanted it to go. So we did. Our entry is there on that before it broke down actually. So I'm sitting just in front of 30 there, getting the fill. So we're long here at 37.5 and just right there as well in front of 30. Average price is now sitting at about 35, just over 35.5, and we are working our way up. I mean, I'm still playing for the long. Like I said, I'm looking at a bigger picture here. I think this is an opportunity to do some buying. It doesn't look pretty. It never feels good when you're starting to take some shots here and you're going against the current trend. But I am taking the shot. I mean, as a trader, if you feel a certain way or if you have a read in mind and you have an approach to doing it, I say take it. And now, because of the way I've averaged thing, I'm out 1.5 on this entire position. So we're not done with this one just yet, but there's still some, action there. They're showing you some strength here. I'm willing to play the game here. But at the same time, we're in 4 equity longs and only one of them is in the money. The other 3, the equity side is not helping me out at all. It's going to be all on the future side for me anyways. But for now, Moderna has gone quiet in front of 180, 150. Apple, interestingly enough, had decided to pick up some buy strength. Where is this buy strength coming from? Because the market was breaking down when they caught the bid. So Apple, I don't know what you're doing. I like it though. But if you're going to go up, because I am long at 162 and change.
You want more buy strength?
Buy strength. Show me buy strength.
I'll show you how to get more buy strength. Did you hit the like button yet?
Of course I did.
You're lying to me. See, this is why the long's not working for you.
All right, hold on. I'll do it right in front of
because
you guys.
Because you're jinxing yourself right now. And I know you're trying to do it just to egg me on and prove a point, but I'm just going to fire right back at you because as far as I'm concerned, it's ridiculous. And I didn't mean to interject because Tesla, I thought Tesla was pretty boring today, but there's a hidden lining for Tesla and what it's doing. Look at the huge action yesterday on the flush and the strength of the upside. What is Tesla not doing with these dumps? Market making lower lows as it keeps bouncing. Tesla is holding higher lows right now. Tesla is it's up 1.5%. It's holding the bottom and it's holding higher lows. This one can be a breakout. So I got away from Meta, and Meta's actually back above 215. I might go back into that one. But what does Tesla look like on the 15-minute? That looks like a breakout at 188.25, let's say. The other thing it looks like is just buy it in front of 186 and go for the long. I'm good. I don't need a coffee. Thanks a lot there, Rob, but I'm definitely good. I like this long on Tesla. If next time it dips into 186, I'm going long, or I'm just taking the break out of this range. If the market is made any kind of a bottom here, Tesla is gonzo, and we should see 190. Now time for Money Talks. Let's go to Brendan at the big desk.
Hey guys, overall pretty quiet as far as currencies are concerned. A lot of green on this board, however, with the dollar back to the downside. We were actually red, but you'll see. Positive, once again, just went green, 0.02 to the upside. Everyone waiting for tomorrow, really, with this inflation data. PPI as well on Thursday, so 2 days in a row. We'll get some better clarity maybe on the inflation situation in the U.S. 0.5% there, highlighting the euro having a pretty good day, back to the upside. Canadian dollar 0.2, about 0.4 there for the pound, 124 and change. 0.5% for the Swiss franc, 0.2 for Australia. New Zealand was actually higher early, but has since gone red. BTC 30,066. Desperately trying to hold on to 30K here for Bitcoin, guys.
Here, because I'm going to do it in front of you guys here. There you go. See? I hit the like right there. Boom. Colorful thumbs up.
How hard was that?
If I can do it, you guys can do it too. Got it done finally. But 6,450 people watching, 1,400 likes. I mean, throw up a like there. Go ahead. See, it's also me. I'm logged in. See? Now I can... you know what's funny? I actually hit the like, and then because I had to do it on camera, I unliked it, so I can do it on camera.
You're
so
that
now
guy?
I liked it again. I need the credit for that, man. Like, you were on my case. I'm not lying, Fahad. It's the truth, man. I hit the like, I unliked it, so I can do it on camera to show you guys that I did it. And now the like is there. And look at that, we're already at 1.6K on the likes.
I can't even repeat what Fahad
1.7.
said in our ear.
He said I'm a liar. What am I lying about, Fahad?
Well,
Hitting
that's
the
not
like?
how he said it.
Well, yeah. Well, Fahad's a little colorful with his language, and that's okay. It's who he is, but he gets to say he gets to say what he says in our ear because we can't say anything back the same way on camera.
Exactly.
But once we're off camera, Fahad will hear it from us.
Yes.
It's a different game. We just we don't want to get censored out or
You know what we
bleeped out.
need?
What's up?
We almost need like a caption at the bottom, like where it goes like Fahad says this in their ears, like Fahad talking trash in Arun and Neil's ear right now, because that's exactly what he did, and he did use colorful language. You guys use your imagination when Fahad was basically calling him out, saying you didn't actually like it and unlike it. There, he was calling it fugazi. I'm not going to repeat what he said because my mother told me not to go. I'm just kidding. On the off chance that my daughter was ever watching, I would never say that on air.
They're probably right.
Are you really not a subscriber
Listen,
either?
man, it's my.
For the love of... Where's the slipper? Someone should be throwing a slipper at you right now.
I dare someone to try
you
and throw
doing?
a slipper at
Oh
me.
my goodness,
They're getting
what
a
is
boot.
going on here?
Hold on. Bring it back to my camera so I can actually subscribe too now.
Come on, son.
Everyone's just like, this is why you should never do anything on camera apparently, because everyone's on my case about this. Okay, where is it now? Where do I subscribe? Oh, right there. There, subscribe. See? I'm subscribed now. What else you guys want me to do? You want me to share something? Maybe clip it? Maybe I can report. No, I don't want to report it. But, it's done. It's done, guys. Let it go now. We're good. It's like the only thing I'm subscribed to.
If you don't like the video right now and subscribe to the channel, I might dunk on you.
Yeah, that's what scared me actually. That's why I'm just like, oh no, I don't
That's
want Fahad.
exactly
I don't
why.
want Fahad on my case now. So we had to subscribe. There, it's done. It's done, guys. Let it go. It's all good. It's all good. What's the meme? I might be using this wrong, but what is it? Daddy chill, chill. Just let it go. Let it go. We can move on. There's a Jays game. Futures market coming back up.
Daddy chill is right.
It's all good right now.
Why is he zooming in on your face right now?
Because I don't know. Maybe you should have done it yesterday. Yeah. Fahad's just jealous because he can't do this right here.
Whoa.
He tried, but he can't do
a little
it. It's all good,
puff,
Fahad.
puff,
I understand the jealousy. It's all good, man.
Oh, Momo. Okay, we have 3 minutes to go. So two things: coin off 70 could be a little bit of a bounce, but I promised you in the afternoon I was gonna that I would tell you guys the story about that small cap scam or the penny stock scam. So I can do it now, or I can say it in the afternoon.
No, do it now.
It's up to you. I'll just do it right now because it's kind of a cool story. What I was getting at, it was the reason why on penny stocks and like what's the first penny stock that comes to mind? Oh, I'm sorry, I'm just going to do it on Zila. Zila was the first thing that came to mind. So essentially what I was getting at is why they don't pay a rebate for adding liquidity, so there's not as many bids and offers on penny stocks. So essentially what happened was way back in the day, E-Trade and Ameritrade came to the markets, and what they would guarantee is $15, at the time I think it was $15 per trade. And you would only pay that fee, nothing else, regardless of how many shares you traded and regardless of any gateway fees. So at the time, if you bought 10,000 shares passively of a stock, you'd get paid $20 on either end of this. You buy 10,000 shares and sell it at the same price, you could make $40 on that trade. So think about that for a second. On E-Trade, if you bought 100,000 shares, you're making, obviously, instead of like the $20, you're making $200. And if you sell, you'd make $400 in or out. So what people realize is if they're not passing forward that fee, all they would do is find a stock that doesn't trade, has a tight range, and also there's no Reg NMS. So you could lock and cross the market. They'd pick two gateways, and in one account, their prop account, they would bid, let's just say they bid 5 cents here. So someone's bidding 5 cents on ARCA, and if they get filled, they're going to make, for every 10,000 shares, 20 bucks. And then they're going to offer, not 5 cents, they're going to offer 4.47 cents. So they're going to lose 0.3 of a cent if they get both fills. So they're going to lose essentially 30 bucks. But you know what? They just made 40 bucks in rebates. So they've profited on that side of the trade if they get filled. On the other end of that trade, if somebody was using eTrade or Ameritrade, they will fill both ends of that. So they're going to be able to sell the bidder at 5 cents and buy to the offer at 4.7 and make 0.3 gross. And if they do that for 10,000 shares, then make 30 bucks worth of gross and pay a $15 flat fee disregarding the ECN fees. So what happens is the prop trader is losing gross and making rebates. The retail trader on the end of that is only paying a flat fee, not incurring the rebate cost and making straight gross. They both make money on the same transaction. So what people were doing is a single person or a person and a buddy would have one account, find one stock, and they would just sit there and then make that bid at 5 cents, 10 million shares. And that offer at 4.7 on a different gateway, another 10 million. And then the other guy would just sit there hitting it back and forth for the entire day. And that's how some random penny stock for 5 days in a row was the leading volume maker. More than Microsoft, more than Cisco. It was a leading volume name for every single day, and it never moved the entire time. And I would sit there just watching it like, this is utter nonsense, but it's because someone found an inefficiency, and the way that they closed that loophole was to not pay out a rebate and then say, Reg NMS, you cannot lock across the market. If the best bid is 431, you can only offer 432. It used to be you could bid here on NASDAQ 431, and somebody could be offering, say on BATS or whatever, 2 cents below that if they wanted to until they got filled. So it was a great scam while it lasted. Nobody I know did it. Nobody did it at our firm, but we got to see it happen. It was absolute genius. It was 100% illegal because you cannot trade your prop account against your retail account. 100% wash trading, 100% illegal, but somebody made a bunch of money doing it. Whether they got caught or not, I have no idea. I promised you guys that story. I don't remember the year that it happened, but it was at least a decade, more than a decade ago. Like, just look back to when they got rid of the rebate on NASDAQ stocks, and it was that month.
I will say this, though. If you're ever wondering why there's regulations in place and how regulations end up being created, like, who thought of this? Because someone tested the system, broke the system, made a ton of money, and they had to close the loophole on that.
Yes.
So that's how everything has come to be in terms of like wash trading rules. Why are they so very specific now? Because someone tested the system. And if you're ever wondering how, if you find a loophole and you can make money off of it, enjoy it while you can. Make as much money as you can.
If it's legal.
If it's legal, and then they'll close it out at some point.
There's like loopholes and gray areas, and that can be legal. Like, go read the book, The Hacker's Mind. Like, a lot of times, like, you'll find something that's a quirk in the system, and you can make money off of it as long as it's legal, but you don't want to be breaking the rules. What I described to you, 100% was illegal because they were it was a wash trade. Like, there was no economic reason for making the trade. They were just exchanging hands back and forth, and it was essentially the same account, whether it was that person or their buddy. And there's hard rules against that. Like, we don't log into our personal accounts. That rule exists because of nonsense that happened back in the day. So that's the story. Hope you guys had a lot of fun. Micron, go to the gates of hell. And Midday Boys, we're over time, but we got Sharif the Professor. We got Obi-Wan Kenobi in the house. And go Blue Jays. Go get them.
What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to the Midday Show. That's Obi. I'm Sharif. Let's get it started. First and foremost, Boeing coming out with deliveries. 1Q deliveries exceed Airbus for the first time since the second quarter of 2018. Here it is. Boeing announces first quarter deliveries, and then you have that broken down by the category, 737, 747, et cetera, with a total being 130 for the first quarter of 2013. And then there's some defense stuff as well with the Apache, the AH-64. There's a whole bunch of stuff. They even made 2 F-15s. Wow, didn't know they were still making those. And 7 FA-18 models, the type of fighters that Canada has. So Shout out to Boeing. With respect to price action, let's have a look at Boeing real quick. Yeah, not really doing much. We got a spike, you got to assume, here at 58.57 on the news, bouncing off 212.20, coming about almost 214, then retracing. Let's see what kind of trend we get here, because it's a little zigzaggy. I mean, I don't know. So we'll keep an eye on that. We had a trade as well on HKD, because we live dangerously over here, OB. I know, sized into this accordingly. Took a 10, 15 penny winner. Not much to report. I'm in a TJTX long. I am long. Just tell you real quick. At 22.30, riding in the money on this one. We're 10 pennies in the money, looking for continuation through high daybreak. Not really much to talk about. In a meta long as well, working my way into that, looking for a bit of a double bottom to brew here on meta, but keeping an eye on the futures. The ES definitely outperforming the NQ at the moment. We're bouncing off yesterday's close, so we're positive on. Yeah, are we positive? No, we're just below. Sorry, we're just below yesterday's close on the ES. But we are decidedly below yesterday's close on the NQ. So still, some issues with respect to tech catching up, because, it's more reflective of NQ. But you had some stuff.
Yeah, what's up, guys? How's it going? I just switched over some of my charts to white background, so it's a little, my eyes might be burning a little bit. But let's see if I can trade on some of these white charts. All right, so coming in, I had planned to trade Amazon. Sticky note, I had the level 100 and around 101 marked. So coming in, you had kind of like selling pressure, which was apparent also on like NQ and ES. This consolidation was there. There were bidders here, but then they kind of started to slow down. So I was like, all right, let me sell to these guys. Here you go nuts. And then I was able to get into the right side of the V, and then into the 100 break was nice. The 100 break, there was definitely some liquidity there, and then there was follow through on the move down into the 99.50s, and that's where I took it. There is some continuation now, but like this 99 level is a key level from the past. So like I'll be looking for price to kind of slow down and see if we turn in these areas here. But other than that, I'm not really looking at too much else. But yeah, this is my main trade for the day. What's going on?
Yeah, no, not much. Just watching, like, now back into the money on meta, looking for a possible 5-minute double bottom here. Let's go to that on the 5-minute. I just want to show you real quick what I'm talking about. And this is what I'm talking about. Forget these wicks here. These ones are irrelevant. These are the two that I'm talking about. Here we go. Let's tracing back into 215. What's my long? I'm long 84s. So let's see. I'm ultimately looking for that 15.75 break. I'm talking about 215.75. That's where we peaked out. At that 10:30 time slot and got up to about 77. So I'll be looking for continuation through that. But I've got some profit takers hanging out here at 215.22, and then another one at 215.44. Let's see how this materializes. I got to go to TGTX. What is it? It's like a few pennies below my entry. No, like 1 penny below my entry. So we're still doing that dance. I want to see what it does with the 50 period. It's respected the 50 period the majority of the time, saving except for one time. Obviously, I'm looking for higher highs on this one and higher lows. So far, I'm getting what I want from the low side, but the higher highs I need to start printing if this is going to be the trade. Now, look, it's just up. Straight up in an elevator, not even an escalator, and then consolidate sideways. Usually these, they have a tendency of breaking the high at days, and I just want to be part of that. I think I have a decent entry near the 50 period. It's not the best. I'd like better, but such is the case at the moment, so we'll deal with what we've got. Now, what is the chat up to? Brian James saying, Neo, haven't looked at our friend Neo in a while. Actually, it's up, 6 2/3% on the day. It's been nice, man. Look at this. Okay, let's just bring in the side charts here, because we should be using the side charts, OB. We're gonna type in NIO and then duplicate floating window. Like how I talk that through every time,
it's
man.
so fast.
Yeah, it's actually a lot quicker, but it's just matter getting used to it. Yeah, we're getting a bit of a possible entry spot here if you're looking long. I mean, we're near the 50 period and at that 960 mark. A bit of a bit of action around that level. The other level I'm looking at is the high of this peak over here. That's about the 955, 950 area. So interesting possible dip buy here. I mean, I don't know what the catalyst is on this. Is it something China related? Thinking about buying. I'm not seeing anything in my blotter of note. Neil to launch ES6 and ET7 sedan at Shanghai Auto Show next week. That came in about 8:45 in the morning. This is what I'm talking about here. What happened? Neil's entire lineup will be on display at the auto show, which will commence on April 18th at the National Center for Exhibition. Okay, so there we go. Possible catalyst. Anyway, 6 2/3% is nothing to, nothing to.
That's definitely a move.
Right?
Yesterday we were talking about. Was it yesterday? We were like, oh, when will Bitcoin get to 30?
You like my message to you like at 10:30
Sharif
at
messages
night?
me like at 10:30 at night. He's like, yo, Bitcoin 30K, baby. Look at this. Like, this. Which candle? Which candle did you mess? I think it was this one right here.
I think it was that one.
Because I saw that the initial test of the 30 was a clean test, and it just rejected, came down like $200, and then consolidation for like I think like it was half an hour, and then a full break of the 30. That was
I still really haven't gotten a good reason for the move.
Yeah, I mean, well, here's the thing, man. Like like if there's no real reason, I'm just looking at technicals, right? Because there's definitely people sitting short this stuff, and like when stuff like this is running, like there's also other like stocks that are running alongside, right? Crypto tickers like Mara. Let's look at a smaller time frame. So like, let us know what you guys trading any of these names today? Because we know that BTC is definitely in people's radar. We got Mara, we got Riot. What are some good names?
Mara, Riot. You got MSTR. You got Coin.
Yeah, MSTR.
Square
right,
to an
Coin. How can I forget
extent.
Coin? Right,
Yeah,
Coin's been
GBTC.
definitely. Yeah, GBTC. I wonder how much volume GBTC is doing.
Today, it's done 487,000 shares, so not that great.
Okay.
ETH has done 1.6
at least a million to have gone through, right?
The average for GBTC, the 5-year average is 3.53, so it should. Yeah, it's underperforming.
No,
today.
even the past couple of weeks, it's had days over a million. I think it's kind of interesting to see such a low volume. Day after BTC broke 30K. Interesting. But yeah, no, Coin is definitely giving some opportunities. It's based around 70.50. That's been forming so far. A continuation from yesterday's action and the day before as well. So yeah, there's definitely people who were long this name from a couple of days ago, and this continuation is giving you some exit liquidity here for sure.
Omar Slatar saying swinging Riot. All right, brother. I wish you all the best. Riot, definitely one of the ones that was always on my radar. It's trading at 1166 at the moment. It's up 10.25%. It's done 22 million shares. That's pretty big, boy. Let's look at the chart. I didn't want to pull it up, but there we go. Quickly on Boeing, retracing again back to the downside here. So in case you're looking for that continuation on the deliveries news, it looks like it's pulling back. Anyway, Riot, it's been a riot.
It's been a riot.
Come on, you said that was a little on the nose.
It's been a riot.
Yeah, we're at day's highs, guys, on Riot. 1174, the day's highs. We're at 1168 at the moment, so it's not my entry point. With respect to a long, now what does the hourly chart show us? Let's look real quick. Nothing near these. Okay, so we're definitely gonna have to go to the daily because we have not been up here in quite some time. In fact, we have not been at these levels on our friend Riot since April 25th of last year. So almost a year. There's just so many levels to get through here. I'm gonna say the most obvious one above where we're at now, which is 11.75, is that 15. There's an obvious area of consolidation. Oh, wow, Riot pumping as I'm talking about this. Let's talk about this obvious area of consolidation here real quick. Load. Okay, we'll just wait for this to load. It's almost there, but there's a bit of price action back from January 2022 into about March of 2022, where there was a lot of There we go. That's a better view. This is what I'm talking about here, that $15 area. Look at all those bottoms forming. So if we're to come up, I expect an interesting area of resistance to start manifesting around 15, but we'll have to get there first. Anyway, it's a nice move for Riot at the moment. It's up and to the right, baby. We are now at 81 highs, so it's pumping. Good for you on that for swinging. I hope you print, but make sure to take profits, baby, because you never know. You never know with these markets, man. We got CPI tomorrow. All sorts of shenanigans can happen from that. Right, we just took another piece out here on TGTX. We take it through that 50 break. We're long, I believe, low 30s. Yes, we're long 30 exactly. And we're also printing on Meta. We're now up nicely on Meta. We're up nicely on TGTX. Here comes the $0.50 again, and here comes another out. Let's now sit at the $0.25. Might be a little aggressive, actually. Let's sit at 69 cents, because what's life without whimsy, right? So we'll sit there, and we're almost going to get printed here on Meta. We're waiting for that 25 print to come in. There's been an obvious level of resistance going back the last 15 minutes or so on Meta at this 25, but, you know, if it's going to continue, it's just a matter of time till that level gets taken. So, yes, Tesla is moving. Thank you for that, DJ Quill. It is moving quite aggressively. The NQ's curling, the ES is curling, Tesla, chief among them, baby, up 2 now and 1/3% on the day. It is now approaching that 189 level. Stressla is along today, isn't it?
Yeah, I haven't really looked at Tesla, but
have a look.
Someone was saying AI.
Oh.
Now, yeah, AI is definitely making the move. I think Nvidia is kind of pulled back, right? It's let's check out NVIDIA. Yeah, so that strength that we saw yesterday and the day before, kind of having a bit of a relief today off the 278, 280 area. Back down through the 275, right? And look at this wick off the 275 here. This is a 3-minute chart, right? Like that 275 short was pretty nice too. Definitely opportunities to be had in this market. I was actually talking to one of my buddies on like an AI topic, and he was saying. Literally yesterday morning, we were talking about how prompt engineers are going to become like a huge thing. And then Unusual Whales later in the evening tweets that like prompt engineers have a salary up to like $350K USD now. And these are just engineers who have learned how to like properly prompt ChatGPT. Stuff like that. And I was like, yo, this is, you know, you got to stay adapting in a changing environment, and like prompt engineering might be a thing, right?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
I couldn't agree more with that, man. Have you tinkered with ChatGPT?
Yeah,
You notice,
for
like,
sure.
when you get more detailed and asking different style questions, you're able to elicit different types of information.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting.
Yeah,
it's pretty cool.
right?
Like, I've asked it to help me work on some websites and some like search engine optimization type of stuff.
Okay.
One of my buddies is working on like an ebook.
Okay.
With ChatGPT,
That's so
right?
sick.
And like there's a lot you can do. There's a lot you can do with it and really make your time efficient. So it's definitely a tool worth looking into. And it's kind of you kind of see the effects, right? Like it's like Nvidia's pumping, Microsoft's pumping. Like all of these AI related names are kind of moving off on this sector move, right? Will side with AI when the Great War wins.
Oh, dude, no. Like, and the thing is, too, I don't know if you use Edge. I use Edge at home. I use Chrome at work. And Edge now has basically built in a side panel on the right with Bing, and that's connected to ChatGPT.
Oh, so they're finally implementing it.
Yes, but here's the thing. You know how, like, the actual ChatGPT is, like, the maximum database goes up to 2021 unless you want the 4, right?
Sure, yeah.
So this one actually goes out and searches the web, synthesizes the information that it's collecting, right? And then shows you exactly what search parameter it searched. So you know exactly what it queried, right? And then it digests the information for you so you know what the search parameters were. You can change them. Yeah. So I found that to be pretty cool. Like, anyway, so much is coming out. Yeah, Ron, I use Edge. I like Edge at home. I know people talk smack about Edge. It works great on my computer. I really have no problems. I know Bradley, when he saw me using Edge, he's like, what are you doing? No, get on Chrome. And that's kind of why I use it here.
There's been articles of like saying that China has been working on their AI too. I think it was,
Baba today.
Baidu, right? Baidu's
Baidu,
working
Baba
on,
introduced today.
let's
Baidu's
see,
older,
let's see how
though.
Baidu's doing, because I think they're the guys coming out with an
Baba.
AI. And Baba?
Baba came out with that
wow.
headline today, yeah.
Yeah, okay. All right, so we can check out both of those names. Let's throw these on.
bet.
Yeah, I mean, like Baidu's been having a bit of a downtrend, right? Baidu's been having a bit of a downtrend the past couple of weeks.
Yeah.
So I don't know how that news is sitting with them, but let's check Baba. Baba's not doing too bad, eh? It's holding this consolidation around 100. I think we've talked about this last week too. This 100 orbit is still in action. So like, I don't know, over under around 100 on Baba, perhaps. Yeah, that looks like it could work if you can structure that effectively around there. But yeah, what are you guys trading today? See GFAI. Oh right, GFAI was another. What's that guy been doing? Still some more consolidation in the same range. Like this. Like sometimes you expect things to break down and they don't really break down. That really perks some ears for some interest, because like if this fails to break down, if there's a failure to follow through on the breakdown, like we could have a squeeze on our hands, right? And like this is an industry that is fresh and it's still in its early stages. So. You never know. You never know where some of these tickers might be in the next 2 to 5 years, right?
Yeah, we're having a little bit of an issue here with the $0.25 on Meta. We seem to encounter the same level of selling we've been encountering for, I want to say, the past, what time is it, 11:20? We've been doing this dance with Meta since about 10:45. So well over half an hour now, we're that $0.25 level. We're above it right now, but we're getting renewed selling. Finally, I get the print, and I haven't gotten my 44 prints, and that's not really, I mean, it's not making sense with how the market's moving. I think I may as well get out of Meta. I'm going to hold a piece because Tesla's all the rave right now. Tesla is taking the elevator, not the escalator. Everything else is on the escalator right now. We're getting a curl in the NQ. We're also getting a curl in the ES. I want to say that the NQ curl a little weaker than the ES's curl. We're about to make a newer high on the ES. If we break through that 4140, in order to make a newer high here, we'd have to, on the NQ, we'd have to break that 1310. So still a little bit of an uphill battle for some of these tech names. As you know, they are the most interest rate sensitive, and you know, we've got CPI tomorrow, so it goes without saying. I don't know if I'm going to get out of this Meta long. I don't know if it's the right thing to do. It's just I don't like how it's acting up here, but it's at a critical level. So if I get out of it here and it continues, I'm going to be really peeved, right? I've seen 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, yeah, and almost 5 now green 5-minute candles in a row, right? That's not that, technically speaking, you don't get out here, right? But it's just the price action. You're so familiar with how the price action trades relative to its competitors. By competitors, I'm talking about other mega cap names, and as well with the futures. And I just don't see the movement here, to be honest with you, on Meta. But we'll see. We'll see. I'm in the money, man. I'm in the money nicely. I'm in the money almost like 50 pennies. But
nice.
It's just, you know, I don't like it. I tell you the truth.
Yeah, just
CPI tomorrow, yes, Neil. Yes, CPI is tomorrow. That's what we're talking about, and that's why these big cap names are so.
Yeah, I think there's a bit of anticipation going on.
Right.
Like everyone's kind of waiting for tomorrow,
right,
to see how the market kind of unfolds. I took a small piece short on Amazon here, just in the area where I kind of looking for bidders to show up, but it doesn't really necessarily look like they're here yet, but or they might not even come in at all. So, but yeah, no, ES and NQ, yeah, they are taking up, but I'm kind of respecting this kind of overall trend happening on Amazon for now. And if and when the trend breaks, sure, I'll get out. But again, just a little testing this area, this 99 area here with this with a small short. Got a lot of long LOL. I'm long 99.40. I mean, hey man, listen. We could both win. We could both lose. You never know. You never know. Like I said, like the intention here for this trade is just some information gathering. That's all.
Yeah, I'm at a meta. So I took the money and ran. I don't like how it's setting up. I realized that the chart it didn't give a signal to get out. I've been trading off the 5-minute chart. It's just, it's an instinctual thing. I probably will end up being wrong on this, but I just don't like how it's trading. Yeah, there we go. Now the ES just made a newer high, breaking through 41.40. Not yet on the NQ. Keeping my eye on both those, but Meta stair-stepping up, making me feel a little silly, but whatever, Gave into my emotions today when I really should have been looking at the chart. Yeah. I would have been a lot more in the money on this one. But it's all good. Yeah, Michelle Hebert saying Meta will rip. Yeah, I kind of had the same feelings, but some days you're just more emotionally inclined than others, and some other days, at least me, still going through that learning curve, baby. Anyway, what else we got on tap here? It's been big for these small cappers, man. We got SI moving. You even looked at my charts, and you were like, what is everything doing up and to the right? Yep. Let's bring them in. Because look at this, SI now bouncing off the 50 period. You had Lucy making a move earlier on. Zim still in the mix. That 1775 bottom, that 1977 top. TGTX. I'm still in this one. I'm sized up extremely heavily in this one, scalping through the current position. And look at this, HKD. We had a bit of a paper-handed trade on this one. I couldn't manage this one, Meta and TGTX. So it just took a quick scalp on HKD when we're out, but that's made a newer high, 817. Now the high on HKD. Wow. So yeah, when Max gets back, the answer will have been affirmatively decided as to whether small caps are back. I think that they've answered that question for us quite definitively, OB. We
were talking about this earlier. Like it's like a lot of the heavily floated. How do I phrase that? A lot of stocks that are heavily shorted, high short floats, just happen to be running today. It's almost like someone has like a basket on the like a basket of swing shorts or something on a bunch of these names heavily shorted, and then they just decide to cover all of them all at once. So it's like so many names running for no reason, but they're all heavily shorted, and that's the one factor that's kind of the same across the board. I don't know, a little bit of a tinfoil hat
it's pretty
thought process there, but I don't know. It just doesn't necessarily really affect my trading, but like it's fun things to think about, I guess.
I didn't actually look at AI. I know you were talking about that earlier, man. Just quickly switch here. Riot now 11.94 high. We were talking about that one earlier. Riot is knocking on the door at $12. So eye out for that. Let's bring in some of these side charts here and deal with these. So we're going to put Riot on here. And Neo, I don't know if I want Neo on there. We'll put HKD on this one. HKD just still pumping to the high side. Let's switch to the 3-minute time frame on this one so we get a better picture here. Yeah, so look at this. Retraces that entire red candle, makes a newer high. HKD is an interesting one. I should have held on to that one, but just too many memories of the $200 spread from last summer. Brings back brings back some stressful feelings. I remember I had a buddy which was like, let me just punch in 100 shares on this. I could kill it. I'm like, yeah, well, it could go the other way, bro.
In the after hours, right? Like 2,500, something like that. That was something crazy.
Yeah.
Wild. When a float gets cornered and you can and then you have like an audience where you're also shorting and then it just runs up. Yeah, it can result in some wild moves, and HKD is a prime example of some short cornering there. Sorry, float cornering there.
I like that. Oh, new terminology. Look at this guy.
I don't think it's definitely.
I like
it's not new.
I've never heard of it.
Yeah, no, I've heard some traders talk about float cornering. So
okay,
it's there.
There's something new every day, baby. All right. Back to TGTX. Now we're hovering above the $0.50, which is nice, but you eventually want that parabolic-like breakout through the $0.75 into test 23. Let's look at the daily on TGTX. What do we have to be afraid of on the daily here? Okay, let's bring this one in. All right, so the last time we were at these levels was, this looks like an earnings day if I've ever seen one over here. November 30th, 2021, we were at $23. We huadumped right through that $23 area. We have been flirting with that $23 going back to this trough over here in August 2021. So this area, this 23 area, this is interesting. The most obvious area, the one that we're already through, is at 20 bucks, and that's where these peaks, these more recent peaks, topped out at. But we've broken through that, and that's sayonara. Now we have to look to the high part here, which is 23, obvious to me. Yes, say maybe 23 to 25. It's a range. You can't just say 23 here because there's a range of price action. Like, look at this little area here. You got the top 25, you got the low 23. So, how can you have a $2 stop on a small cap crapper? I mean, I wouldn't trade that way, right?
Yeah,
That's not gonna be my move. So yeah, that's how it presents itself. If you get great timing and you're able to catch that top, but eventually I think you meet resistance here. And looks like we're meeting it now. At least we're retracing back into the 50 period, but we've been golden with the 50 period on a number of occasions, and I want to continue to trade off this. Let's see if we do find a balance. Long 30s. All right, back to Meta. Man, I got out of Meta at the right time. Something told me it was not the right move, and there it is, huadunking through 215. But you know, to be fair, it's done that dance with 215. In fact, 214.75. That's yesterday's close. Bit of a 25 penny range there, and it's had a lot of action through that price. So let's see what it does. Let's not count it out just yet, but it's more zigzaggy, it's more consolidating than it has been on other days. It may not be the breakout trade that it has been on the past day. So let's look for something else. To me, Tesla is the obvious one here. It looks like we just broke through 189, and some people are taking some profits, or we're counting resistance here, Obi.
Nice. Yeah, this short seems to be coming in. I'm looking for, again, same thing as I said before, looking for bidders. It has slowed down on top of this 99, but it hasn't slowed down significantly enough, but we'll see.
Shout out James.
But yeah, no, I am looking for those bidders here. Lucy, yeah, Lucy's one of those names that's been moving as well. I think Sharif might have talked about it. Here, you know what? I just wanna get out of this real quick.
It had a nice dip. Look at this reversal candle, Obi, on the 5 minute. Look at this. Would you consider this to be a reversal candle here? A nice
5 minutes on Lucy.
On the 5 minute on sorry, SI, my mistake.
Oh, on SI. Okay, yeah, sure. Let's take a look at that. 5 minutes on SI.
What do you think about that?
What's the question?
Reversal?
Oh, I don't know. It's.
Would you wait for a 180 break?
I don't know. Let's look left. Let's see what we can find, if there's anything to support some prices here. Okay, you know what? Like right here, we have some tops from before that could be resistance turn to support, the 165. So yeah, maybe if you can convincingly pop back above into like the higher 160s, 170s, and start to consolidate, that could provide for something. But that's just my opinion on that. But yeah, no, this green 15 could be the start of reversal potentially, but like I don't think it will necessarily confirm until it gets and consolidates above this, or like it could just rip through it also, right? I mean,
it needs to close, I would say, above that.
What's the float on this thing? Let's check.
SI? Oh, I don't remember. Good question.
Yeah, let's.
So I got company profile. I got 25.7 million.
25.7 million.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know the short float on yet. I will let you know in a second.
Short float's about 60 to 70%.
Okay, so.
Yeah. Okay.
60 to 70.
Yeah. Again, we were talking about certain tickers that are just running because they have a heavy short float, right?
Good call.
But yeah, no, definitely. If this thing can really get going, we could get some nice buying strength coming in from that shorted float. But again, like look at all the resistances we'd have to surpass before we can even start thinking about a parabolic move, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, that's my opinion on SI, I guess.
All right. Yeah, Meta back to that critical level again, which is yesterday's close, bouncing off it, 214.75. My eye keeps going back over there, but I keep saying I won't trade it anymore. But it's just it's holding up at these levels, and we're seeing consistently higher lows. And that's the thing about this one. Let me just zoom in. This is what I'm seeing here. And that's kind of the idea. Is every time we get down here, we have a higher low, but we always end up encountering resistance at that $0.25 area.
It's a bit of a range, I guess.
Tough trade, yeah. For me anyway, today it's not been as easy as it has been on other days. Today it's been a more range trade, but my mind is always programmed to look for these trends, and I'm seeing higher lows on this one with maybe a nice breakout through that $0.75 area, but waiting for it 215.75 is kind of far. Anyway, Yellen speaking says Lori B. Yeah.
Oh, is she? What time is she supposed to be speaking?
11:30, I think she was slated to speak. It's
actually right now. Yeah, 11:33.
Right?
So, yeah, we could get.
Keep an eye on these markets, baby. But I thought Brendo said she was talking earlier as well.
Okay, yeah.
Was she?
Did she
I
come
don't
in
know.
a little earlier than
I thought I
planned?
heard that. I'm not sure.
Interesting. Yeah, no, if she's speaking right now, I think if right now was a scheduled time, so also speaking right now, we could see some moves on some of these larger market caps and the futures. So I guess a little bit of reserve right now if she is on the mic.
Michael Escorza saying she sounds bullish. Okay. I don't know what she said, but you know, I have a hot news thing over here that comes in with some statements. When she starts talking, if she says anything like a hot take, it should show up on my blotter here. So I'll bring that to you guys. And then Brendo usually sends me stuff too in the group chat. So anything market moving, we'll definitely bring that.
Yeah, I mean, she'll say something, and you'll see it on the tape before anything else. You know.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, but you just like, to me, yeah, you know, a good market boy shouldn't care but the reason for the move. But
yeah, I mean,
I like to know
if the move is there, I think
okay, I got to get out of this.
Clear on the tape at most times, but yeah, no. This I guess this short was nice. The bidders never really showed up. I guess the selling kind of continues on. ES staying in this kind of like down range from the morning. And like a lot of names, like Sharif was saying, Meta and stuff, a lot of them are just ranging around, just waiting, looking like we're just churning in anticipation, right? Now I'm going to be waiting for this 99 to come in and see how it interacts. Like I said before, this is an area of interest of mine where I think that we could potentially see a turn or a flush, like no biases coming into the level, but let's see what we see in and around this level here, 99 on Amazon.
Yeah, I'm seeing if I can find a live stream of what she's talking. I think Brendo's ready for us, so he's got something at the big desk.
Hey guys, yeah, we'll wrap up the European session here for the day. For the most part, positive, coming off a holiday Monday, remember, for European markets. So they're playing a little bit of catch up today. We are ending off the highs, but for the most part, everything on this list coming in to the upside, which is good to see as always. As I mentioned earlier, that CAC 40 in France touching all-time highs today. The index itself getting to all-time highs. Spain lags a little bit, 0.82, but for the most part, you can see positive throughout the European landscape, guys.
Yeah, only
a bit
Spain
of a sell
red there,
going
right?
on NQ, right?
What's that?
It's a bit of a sell going on NQ.
Oh yeah, and the ES
new
likewise.
day lows. I mean, ES hasn't made a new day low yet, but NQ is definitely headed for that, or I think it's starting to do that now. But yeah, it was kind of coinciding with this some key levels on some of the larger caps as well.
All right, I'm going to add to this TGTX position. It held 200 quite nice. My out on this one, and let's see what my percentage is. I'm still holding more than half a position on this one. My ultimate out is the break of this low, this 2180. I like how it retraced, held 22, a key level. It also made a higher low relative to that 2180. So that's what you want to see, but obviously we want continuation. So I'm looking for that 22 as a possible hold. Doesn't have to hold exactly, but with the ultimate goal of obviously continuing with that higher high, higher low process. Now my cost basis is down to 28. It was 30, so I didn't add much here relative to my overall position. I've also got Janet Yellen on my side screen. I'm watching that on YouTube. There's closed captions, so I'll be able to kind of monitor when Obi's talking, so we'll see what is going on. Anything related to that, we'll bring that to you as well. Always market moving when any of these Fed presidents or the Treasury Secretary, anybody with fiscal or monetary policy influence seems to always have the ears of the market, and rightfully so.
Yeah, market will definitely start. I would say it overreacts most of the times. The initial reaction is not necessarily dictate the actual move that the news might entail, right? But that overreaction itself could very well provide for great opportunities, right? I think we've seen that with some of the economic numbers, where like when the number initially comes out, you have like a sort of overreaction, which provides for great opportunity, and then you can play the secondary move as well, right?
All right, she's talking about Ukraine right now, nothing really market moving, but what is market moving is this HKD move up. Wowzers. This is where we were involved here. It feels like the much distant past, this 765 that we're in. That's $1 removed from where we are at now. We're at 875, 880. Oh, baby, here comes HKD now. It's up 25 points on the day. Should we even bother looking at levels here? Yeah, of course. Let's look at levels. Let's do the due diligence. All right, the most obvious level to me, this $9, here it comes. We break through it. We're getting a little bit of a dance. Some people like in the chat like say, the dance with no pants at $9, rejecting for the moment. After $9, though, the obvious one that stands out to me is the price action that took place on March 8th, where the high was $9.76. So $9.75, another area of resistance we could encounter on our ascent up on HKD. The next obvious level for me is that 1080. That was price action going back to February 10th. That was the high, 1080 there. So multiple levels here, but we'll have to continue through 9 where we're getting a lot of resistance here at 9. Let's see what happens. We're also getting, wow, surprise, surprise, another move on Meta to the high side. Yeah, we'll have to let this one unfold. Man, it is holding that low. If Meta gets going off, it's holding yesterday's close. I do like that. That 214.75 is being held over and over and over. If we break through this 215.75, I think we could have good room on Meta. Sorry, I digress because I'm looking at HKD. But yeah, no retracing now on HKD to be expected. We got right now a 6-penny spread. We've done some volume though, I'll tell you that. We've done 3.88 million shares. We've done 872,000 in the last 5 minutes. It's not shortable on my program. Obviously, these are going to be a pay for shorts type of thing. Something tells me they may be pricey, but we'll have a look. They used to be so pricey. Remember, it was like $100 a share. What was it? Back in the 22 when it was $2,200, trading at $2,200, and try to get a per share basis. I don't know if anybody remembers what the shorts cost back then. Do you remember, Neil? It was $187 for 100 shares on a particular day, Neil said.
I do remember. I went up to the bridge and I was like, how much are HKD shorts? And they were like close to $200. I was like, well, not today. But here's the thing. So, a lot of the time, I noticed that like when short borrows are kind of expensive, like there are a lot of times that the trade is pretty decent. Right, yeah. Because the demand for the shares is definitely there. That's what's rocketed up the borrow price.
Right.
And you can there are times where you can kind of feel out.
I hear that.
Like how many people are interested in the short, and if in that case a squeeze sets up, you got something on your hands.
You got a lot on your hands.
Oh yeah.
We saw that on Kala. Remember Kala?
Yeah.
Yeah, Luca killed it on Kala. I remember that. He was holding I was like 10, 15 bucks in the money on that one for a while. He's like, I'm not selling. I remember that. All right, HKD pulling back into the 7-period moving average on the 1 minute. The reason I mention this is because I have the 7-period on here exclusively for the small cap crappers. I'm not trading big tech using the 7 EMA, but look how well the 7 EMA has been respected for the most part on the ascent up here on HKD. So dips into the 7 EMA could be profitable. I'm not going to trade this one. We'll talk about it. We'll cover it. But I've had my trade with it, and I don't feel like it today. All right. We're in TJTX. We got in a little bit above that 22 hold. I'm looking for a hold at 22. My out on this one will definitely be that 21. I want to say 80 break, but I think it's the 75. So I'm going to take it out here. How many shares do I have left on this? Okay, so let's go take this out. We'll put a stop price of 21.73 with a sell of 21.70, and we'll take out the entire size. Should it cross there? So we'll leave that one in. I got a profit taker already in, so we'll keep our eye on that. I'm still looking at Janet Yellen. She's still talking about Ukraine and the economic efforts to support that campaign there. Still talking about good governance and anti-corruption with President Zelensky and stuff. Nothing really, you know, that I would think would be like really market moving for our purposes. Maybe more macro, right, than micro on an intraday level.
Maybe some commodities might be moving around. Ron Williams, the Amazon off the 99, that was, the bidders did come in, and then at the same time while this was happening, look, ES had a bid, and NQ a little bit also. Like, remember we were talking about how it's making those new lows, and it kind of like pulled up and kind of caught a bid for a bit. So yeah, Amazon off the 99 was there, but like it's not what I really am looking for yet. But yeah, sure, that was a great scalp off the 99 hold on Amazon. But yeah, still respecting the trend over here. Like, we have broken below 100, and now we're kind of in this kind of chop between 99 and 100. So really looking for a definitive move, maybe a potential retest of the 100 or the breakdown of the 99, staying unbiased for whatever the market could potentially bring us today. But yeah, again, and in anticipation of tomorrow, right? Like,
I like it. Yeah, well, tomorrow's obviously.
Yeah, we just got to stay a little bit risk off, I guess.
Yeah, I agree there. Some interesting comments here in the chat. Daryl Finch having trouble with Meta. Man, Meta is tough. Took a piece out at 215.15, but then fast drop still 214.60 long. I will not be in it if it breaks 214.50. Yeah, that's the candle wick there at about 11.35. That was the low there, 11.50. Prior to that, it got below 11.50 at around 11, kind of broke through that 214.25. But what I like with Meta is that you've seen consistently higher lows, You're yet to see higher highs. In fact, you're seeing lower highs. So a bit of a compression pattern formulating here on our friend Meta. This is kind of what I'm talking about, guys. Yeah, that's exactly it. So, you know, make of that what you will. The fact of the matter is, it's there. Whether or not it's valid is a whole different thing, but we'll see. I'm looking for a 215.50 break to the high side, followed with good strength from the futures, but you're not seeing that right now. Especially you're not seeing that on the NASDAQ. It's not as bad on the ES, but the NQ is down and to the right with consecutively lower lows and lower highs, right? And we're well away from yesterday's close at 13.158. We're now at 13.059. We're about 100 points removed.
I mean, that seems like a pretty solid trend of that pre-market low break.
But here's the thing on the ES, Obi, is that we are essentially at break even on the ES. 41.36 is yesterday's close. We're at 41.35. So tech, I feel lately has definitely been more NQ, and as a result, you know, when the NQ is down and to the right, I don't feel comfortable wanting to punch along.
Of course,
some of these
shorts.
techs.
Yeah, look at the short on Microsoft, right? Look at the short on Microsoft.
Yeah,
beautiful.
You're right.
You come in 9 o'clock. Where's open here? Look, opening candle dumps down. You start consolidating under this 84, 284, sells off. Retraces, can't make it back up. Retraces, can't make it back up. Fails, and then after that fail, you can get. I mean, I don't know. I think this looks pretty juicy for a short off of these levels. And yeah, look, I took a similar trade here on Amazon off the same idea, but in terms of dollar per share profits, yeah, Microsoft would have given you much more on the same move, right? But yeah, some of these large caps
Yeah,
really
you got a point,
reflecting
bro.
that strength in the downtrend here.
Dan Emmons coming in with hot fire there, saying the strength is in the Dow, Sharif. It's not in the ES, not in the NQ, so I'll have a look at the indexes. Actually, I do have a futures thing for Dow. There we go. So it's a 5-minute. The Dow, the YM is up 0.26 on the day, while the Russ trade is ended. RTY, I have to change this one. RTY, because that was the old contract. I need the new one. Futures, we're going to go June. The Russ is where the strength is at, man. It's 0.6 to the high side. So the Russ having the better day of the 4, with the Dow, up a third. So the Russ looking real good here for the mid cappers, man. The RTY June contract is what I'm looking at. Obviously, as well, the Dow with a 33,879 high on the June contract, while the Russ has an 18,0120 high on that June contract. So definitely, it's in the more blue chip mid cappers today than tech or the S&P 500.
Yeah, Ian,
go for it. Go ahead.
Ian Rispetto, can you look at Nvidia? Why the dump? And can you look at Nvidia? Why the dump? Does it look like it can regain its 277 high today? All right, let's take a look at what Nvidia is doing. Let me pull up the chart, and yeah, let's start off with a 15-minute. Okay, yeah, why is it dumping? I don't know why it's dumping. I don't know if they had any news or anything.
Nvidia?
But yesterday's move was pretty crazy,
Chips
right?
in the week, too.
Yesterday's move, you open, you hold on top of like 266.50 area, and then it just catches a bid with minimal relief all day, making high of day like into the close, right? So coming out the open, like if there's lack of follow through on that type of move, yeah, definitely I think that a bit of relief can come into play, and like bigger picture. Sure, maybe you said what, 277? 277 is where it's high of day, right? I don't know about today. I don't know about like the timing for it, but this is well within range to continue this uptrend. Like, right? Like if we look at the larger time frame, like this is kind of like this is the consolidation or like the channel of the uptrend. So it's well within range to recycle all of these prices, in my opinion. So if you can structure something around that, sure. But we did have some unusual strength all day yesterday on NVIDIA. I think it was on the Micron news, right? So like a sympathy type of bid was caught on NVIDIA. So yeah, maybe a little bit of relief. Who knows?
All right, Janet Yellen now is taking questions. So now it can get a little dicey, baby. She's already saying that she has not seen evidence suggesting a contraction in credit. Although it is a possibility, she admits the U.S. economy is performing exceptionally well, and she is not performing exceptionally well, and she's not anticipating a downturn in the economy, although that remains a risk. So talk about sitting on the fence. Here she goes. She is taking questions. No, I'm behind. She's already been taking questions. I was behind there on my stream for some reason. She's been taking questions for a few minutes, it looks like. So I guess now it's kind of like the wild card a little bit. We'll see what happens there. We'll keep an eye out for these kind of declarative statements that come out, that like kind of the one that I just read to you guys right now. So we'll see what happens there. We're still long this TGTX. It's still holding the pattern, so I'm not ready to get out. Again, my out on this one is 21.74. It's a lower low. We're at 21.10. I'm long 22.28. So out of the money, 18 pennies, but still holding the trend and not ready to give up on this trend. I'm also looking at some other stuff here. Tesla, a nice rejection off 189.19. That just happens to be not yesterday's close, but not the day prior to that. Thursday, yes, I was going to say Sunday's close. That happens to be Thursday's close, 188.21, and it rejects right off that level. So interesting there. What else? Not much happening on the futures. Kind of, we formed a new bottom at 13.05.350 on the NQ. Let's see, do we hold here? The ES is pumping, but the NQ, still anemic. Not much to report. What else
Yeah, things
is
are
the chat up to here?
catching a bit of a bid here, right?
Go for it.
Things are catching a bit of a bid. Slowing down of this trend here. Amazon holding the 99. and even Microsoft kind of hovering above that 280 previous key area. Now, if this consolidation breaks in any way, shape, or form, when does she actually stop talking?
I don't know. She's talking about bank reforms
That could
right
be
now.
the trigger for like a range break, because like in anticipation of her saying something, and then she says nothing, and then the range breaks, like, that we might get some direction off of that, right?
She's talking about possible bank regulations.
Yeah.
And basically, that's pretty important for me anyway. I think that is interesting to see what, we all anticipate new regulations coming up.
Yeah, of course.
Right?
Things are changing.
Yeah,
Things are
especially with
changing.
how you offset risk, like in how you have to hedge certain long-dated positions. You can't just not mark to market stuff that's fundamentally changed in value, because you're allowed not to mark to market it, right? So that number one has to change. Number two, you've got to you've got to get some sort of insurance hedge on those, right? In addition to kind of giving them their true value. So it's going to be interesting to see what else comes with that. There's some basic stuff though that we do anticipate to come out. The regulators, yes, Diego. What was that back in the day? Yeah, regulators.
Regulator?
There you go. There you go.
Wait, the song, Regulator?
Yeah, Regulate.
Or Regulate? Warren G, yes, yeah. That's definitely a vibe. Yeah.
Warren G, yes. Darwin knows what we're
Classic.
talking about. All right, I just showed my age there. I don't even know how old you are. I haven't even asked you. Don't say anything. We'll talk about it off camera. No one needs to know. All right, guys. We're moving up, baby. We're moving up on some of these futures here, but we're still in a range, Obi.
I mean, yeah, it's pushing, but like I want to know who's the first one to break the range, right? I'm watching the top 5, top 10 names. But yeah, no, let's see who breaks the range, and if the futures actually follow through with that range break. This kind of getting a bit of a FOMO on Amazon off this 9920s. It was catching a bit of a bid there, but like we could revisit those prices. This is well within this downtrend, right? I don't want to chase along in like a potential range break where I can just be patient and kind of get a better RR if it does kind of break, consolidate, and then continues the move. I might want to get involved in that consolidation, but yeah, no, definitely watching out. She's still talking, right?
She's talking up a storm, bro.
All right. Do we have a time on like when she's potentially
She's talking
gonna
about
stop
Ukraine and Sri Lanka at the moment. She's talking about her plans maybe to go to China. She also dropped a hotline right here. U.S. Treasury Secretary Yellen says friendshoring is approach to deal with supply chain risk, but retains tremendous scope for global trade to continue. War in Ukraine showed importance of diversifying supply chains. Yeah, how about
What's friendshoring?
So bringing in the production process or to manufacture things around key allies that are not really in like major friends like Canada and America. You know what I mean? Friendshoring or onshoring, but friendshoring is like within your scope, right?
Okay.
So like NATO countries and stuff like that, or more specific to an economic alliance as opposed to maybe a military one, right? But we shall see. Friendshoring, yeah, new words every day, baby. We're gonna hit that.
Friendshoring. I like that.
There it is. Michael Lloyd wanted it. Michael Lloyd gets it. Word of the day, friendshoring. It's not mine though, but thanks, Treasury Secretary Yellen.
Yeah.
What you got?
Let's see. Word of the day. Yeah. Prad's in the
in the back.
guy.
Yeah, man. Prad's
you
there,
can see him
baby.
walking around there. But
Got
yeah,
a
let's see.
trade
What
on
are we
MU,
looking
I
at? Nvidia. Nvidia's still there, still sitting. CS called it earlier. It will go out. Okay, let's check this out. CS Credit Suisse, right? Let's see how some of the banks are doing, because you said she is talking about the banks.
She was. Now she's talking about a multi-door
Okay, yeah.
platform.
You know what? Let's check out
don't know what the hell
some
that
banking names. How about that? Because
Bacon names?
Bacon names? I don't know. Let me know if you know any bacon names on that trade.
I heard
right?
that
I'd love
wrong.
to trade those. Banking names, regional banking
I think
names.
baking,
Yes, sir.
Bacon names. I was like, I'm good. I'm down with that.
All right. Yeah. No. 40, 42. I think this was kind of in a bit of a range. Yeah, after the big news. Let's see. Let's pull up a daily on this. What's KRE been doing? Yeah, I guess a slow bleed after the initial move, and then you know what? I might just put a alert here at 45. Yeah, because I guess they're not really having a big effect. What's the other one? FRC. I think yeah, FRC was a good mover too. Let's see what this guy's
She
doing.
keeps talking about Ukraine.
Okay.
The majority of the questions she's getting are about Ukraine's financial needs. So
Okay.
there's a lot of back and forth with respect to that from what I'm seeing on the closed captioning. And she's done.
All
She's
right,
off the
let's
podium,
see.
baby.
Let's see if there's
I think she was
any
off earlier. Why do I
reaction
keep... No, she was off. She's
off
off
of
right
that.
now.
Look, ES is starting to go. Let's see. ES is starting to push some of these tops here.
And the stream is done.
What's going on?
Okay. The stream is done. So the stream's shut. She's done talking.
Oh, okay. Right.
So,
I thought you
yeah.
meant our stream. I was like,
No,
hey.
no. Our stream's good.
All right. Yeah, no. Let's see if the market does react to her stopping to talk. We're starting to get some sells here on Amazon, but ES, I'm keeping a close eye on the ES and NQ to really see this little bit of a consolidation. These are 15-minute candles, so if we start to kind of break, push, I can reassess for a potential market turn or market move off of that break.
Man, this is a slow one, I gotta say. Not really finding a whole lot to trade here. I've got my eye on SI. It just made a move, like if you could call a 3-penny move a move, but it's curling a little bit. I've also got my eye on TGTX because I'm in that trade. I added at 13s, and now we're back into 28, so I'm break even at the moment. I've already made quite a bit on this, a lot of scalping up here. My next take profit is at 69. So that's my look. I'm also looking at the ES because we're getting to an interesting level here at the ES. We're about to make a new high through that 41.41. Now, here's what we did. Last time we made that 41.40. Then we peaked up again, 41.41. Now here we're about to make that move. The obvious peak is at 41.42, and then the most obvious one after that is 41.49, right? A lot of little peaks we got to deal with here, but one peak at a time. Let's just make a newer high, and maybe the ES can start curling. But I don't know. I have my reservations about today being a real break up or break down day. I think that we hold off a little bit until tomorrow, until we get a CPI print. We get the CPI print tomorrow. We get the Fed meetings, immediately followed by the PPI print, the producer price index. Also interesting for inflation costs because it kind of foreshadows the cost of goods, the input costs, for producers. You know, even though we're not seeing as much goods inflation these days as we are service inflation and wage growth inflation, but, you know, it's always good to keep an eye on the PPI as well. So we've got a lot of economic data coming in. I'm not sure about Fed speakers. I'll have a look at my phone in a minute to see what kind of Fed speakers we got coming out later this week. But yeah, lots of economic data. And it'll be super interesting to see as well where the CPI continues to be sticky, right? Like, is it still in services? Is it still in like food? Food's been sticky for a long time. It was sticky in Canada. I think it's been sticky in the States. So it's going to be, it's good to get these numbers to kind of figure out where our head from a rear end, as my uncle used to say. So shout out to my uncle for that. All right, guys, we just broke through that top on the ES, 41.25. That's a newer high on the 5-minute chart. That 41.4250, that's kind of like the top peak here, but what we're seeing on the ES are higher lows and higher highs now. The NQ still weak, but the ES waking up. Interesting. We're green on the ES. We're green by 0.13, up by 5.25 points. Oh baby, we're moving here. I say that tongue in cheek, of course, but yeah, we are positive on the ES. We're still decidedly negative on the NQ, down 0.56%. Yeah, wow. Okay, so decent move here. We'll keep an eye on the ES. I don't have a position, obviously, on the futures on the ES, but keep my eye on it. We're doing well on HKD, if I can say so myself here. Like, we are holding up near the between 850 and 9. We've been kind of holding in between there. You got to give this one 50 pennies. I mean, just looking at the 5-minute chart, you can automatically see it's got to be a 50-penny range. Let's go to the 1 minute. Obviously, a lot more noise on this one, but the idea here is to break through 9. Then we earmarked another level. I just forgot what it was. Let's go. Yes, so the level beyond that is the level that we had on March 8th. Let's put a thing there. That's 975 on our friend HKD, and then right there after that, the February 10th price action, which took us up to 1075. So those will be my lines, my resistance lines on HKD. You never know, it could make it up there, Obi.
Yeah, that thing, like I said, it's so heavily shorted. If all it takes is one trader, all it takes is one player.
Yeah.
If somebody large just decides to cover a piece of their position, that thing could definitely just fly. You know, a bit of just like what is it called? Tape teleportation.
Yeah, it's Luca's line.
It just like teleports up to the next price. All right, we're gonna go to happening now with Brendan.
Brendo.
Hey guys, into lunch hour we go. So for the most part, a green board, although we need the NASDAQ to start participating along with everything else, and we'll be having a pretty good day. Still in the red here for both the NASDAQ composite, 0.38 and 0.57 for the NASDAQ 100. So once again, a little relative weakness coming through in big tech. All three of the Russell, 1, 2, 3,000 in the green now. Same story for the Dow, relatively strong, even 0.4, 0.13 there. For the S&P 500, if you're with us early on, we got you set for the day. When it comes to crypto, BTC, yeah, back above 30K. Did try to hold up there for most of the day anyways so far. GS, meanwhile, Goldman Sachs with an upgrade on WW International, 15% short interest in that. Alibaba rolling out their Chat GPT alternative as China rolls out more regulation when it comes to Chat GPT-like tools. Here's Context Logic. Wish announcing a 1 for 30 reverse stock split. So huge tumble for Wish on that today. We also touched on Tesla pre-market, more Chinese concerns for Tesla in the sense that maybe they're relying too heavily on the market for not only manufacturing but sales as well. For Tesla, still having a nice day, 1.4, guys. Back over to you.
Yeah, Tesla had that big boy move, rejecting off that 189.20 level. I was just talking to Arun there, man. I'm like, what's your look on the ES? And he's like, look, man, until we take that 41.45, 41.50 decidedly, we could turn on a dime at any of those levels. So that's his outtake there, and I tend to agree with it. You know, there's a lot of areas where it could just go wrong. I mean, until about 41.50. So keeping my eye on that, but now I am happily in the money on this TGTX trade. We get that higher low continuation. Now we have to get that higher high, right? Otherwise, we're just going to be stuck playing this range. But if we play the range, eventually, I posit, it breaks to the high side. Here's why. It's a compression pattern. It's a series of higher lows encountered by the same top. Buyers are overwhelming sellers on all these retracements. So that's what I'm looking for here. I'm going to stay at 69, 22.69. My out, we're at 53s. I'm long 28s. Even if we retrace here, I like the setup. I like the higher low. I like the above VWAP, the up consolidate, but give you higher lows throughout the day. This usually ends up on the north side. So watching for that. Renata Haddad asking a very good question. And which is this a smiley face on Google? Here is the 5-minute on Google. Renata, I'm going to have to say this is a very interesting move here because Google is outperforming the NQ at the moment, right? So this could be an interesting secular move. You know, it's been okay for Google. We're back to January highs, right? So this is what I'm talking about. Obi and I were looking at this yesterday. We're looking at the highs at the end of January, early Feb. And we're right back there. And we're not tanking off these levels, right? We're closing higher than where we closed there. So it's been a decent move for Google. Could we see a secular continuation in case we don't get that support from the NQ? It's possible. It's not my favorite trade. But with respect to the chart pattern identification, I got to give you a thumbs up for that. I think if we get support from the NQ, you could easily see 106.50. Right, yesterday's close, 106.45, and even higher through the pre-market break there at 107. If we get NQ support, something tells we may not get NQ support today. It'll probably be an inside day until we get the CPI print tomorrow, Obi.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, we can see that things kind of did break a bit of the range there, but not too much follow through as of right now. What I do like, I do like what I'm seeing on Microsoft here. Whereas like this trend, there's a bit of a range expansion on this trend where like you kind of you've broken out, but you're kind of slowing down as well. So like, not necessarily confirm the break of the downtrend, but definitely this range is starting to get bigger and expanding, and I'm keeping an eye on that. Whoa, what's happening on Amazon? Those are some heavy sells. Let's check this out. I mean, yeah, I guess it's well within the range here. Google did not give me a short today at 207, or I think you mean 107. Daryl Finch. Yeah, let's take a look at Google here. I think Google, I was looking at Google earlier, and it was stuck in a bit of like a choppy range. And I guess if you're adept at range trading, then yeah, you could have taken pieces off of that. But yeah, no, this was definitely something I was watching. Like, check this out. This is a 3-minute, right? Let's pull it up on the 1 minute and see how choppy it really was. Now look, I'm gonna draw some lines here, but if you can see this, like where would you be able to identify that this is kind of like in a range, right? So like you can see that this whole range kind of recycles through these prices here. So it does it once, does it twice, and then you can start maybe structuring like a range trade around it, kind of using these points as a reference, right? So after that, after the first couple of times, like it gave you the same move 1, 2, 3, 4 times, right? Yeah, the market's not really moving, but if things are ranging like this, like look, this is a 30-penny range, right? And this is on a large cap, and it's not done it once or twice, it's done it 4 times after it defines the range, right? So definitely some opportunity in some of the ranging tickers today, but yeah, no, when markets are slow, you should definitely not forcing any trades. Preserving that mental capital, like as we like to say here, preserving that mental capital is definitely priority number 1. It's funny. I talked to some of the buddies on the floor where it's like in the morning, right? Getting ready in the morning and like even like driving in or making a lot of decisions in the morning. Depends on who you are, but it has the potential of affecting your decision making, right? Like we come in, we sit in front of our computers, and we pretty much enter one of the biggest playing fields on the planet, which is the stock market, right? It's like, are you ready to face who's on the other side of the screen? And best believe there are professional mental athletes that are pushing these markets. There's also like algorithms, like good luck fighting those, you know. But yeah, no, there's definitely a lot of opponents, a lot of players that are in this arena, and even like individual stocks, like Amazon is a different battleground than is Microsoft, than is like ES and NQ, right? So like, are you properly kitted up to fight on these battlefields? Because if you're not, then yeah, you can easily get chopped up, or you might not even have strategies to take pieces off of these moves. But even in a slow market, I think you can definitely find. Sure, you're not going to have as crazy RRs or crazy expected moves, but even within the smaller range on the day, there's definitely opportunities that you can capture if you're there and if you're aware enough for those kind of range days.
Okay.
Apple thoughts. Okay, yeah, we can. Let's check out some Apple. Let me. Haven't really looked at Apple too much today. Let's see. Yeah, similar deal here, right? Same thing with Google that we saw. Bit of a range, right? 161, 160, 60, 160, 75 or 70s, whatever. Chop, 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 chop in that range, and now we're kind of trying to test the top of that range, right? But look at what's above us: 160, 120,
Look at Meta,
160,
though, it's dead.
40, 50s, and then you got the 60s. So like, yeah, we have a couple levels that we have to deal with on the way back up if this range does break. But like, if this range kind of respects again and it gives it to you another time, right? Like, you gotta start asking yourself, like, at what point does this move get better, get worse, things like that, right?
This is really interesting. We're moving here. We just made a newer high on the NQ. So, we're not seeing much of a move on. I'm seeing the best move here on Microsoft, Apple, Google, and Tesla. Meta and Amazon look to be real weak on this move. They're not doing much. I hope, I just don't want this to be bamboozlement. I have a certain outlook for the day, but if the price action is going to be what it is here, we're going to have to start looking for some longs. Let's see if we get continuation through. I want to stick to what Arun said. Let's see if we can get through that continuation through the 41.50 and hold. Dan wants to know if you're still holding those morning longs. Sharif, is Arun still holding those morning longs in ES? Yes. Yes, he is still holding them. Yes, that's the answer to your question, Dan. Yeah, so let's just see what kind of continuation we get. I don't want to jump on board here quite yet. But for the sake of argument, let's see what I would take. Again, I've narrowed it down to 4. It's just a matter of which one here. I don't know, man. This is a tough one. Of the 4, which would you take here?
Of which 4?
So I've narrowed it down to Microsoft, Apple, Tesla, and Google. I feel that Meta and Amazon's come to my charts. These ones are just too weak. Like they're much too consolidated to the side.
So you're asking for the long?
Yeah, I'm looking for a long, possibly if we do break through that 41.50 and hold above level.
Yeah,
and that might not even be the right trade because these are tech names, and I should be looking at the NQ.
Yeah, I think the long was about 5-10 minutes ago. If there was one. But yeah, remember we were talking about the range break, right? That range break came in about 5 minutes ago, roughly.
Yeah.
But yeah, that could have been a long there, but up here, I don't know. I don't think I would chase a long here.
Yeah,
the
I agree
R's
with
are
you.
kind of skewed. But sure, if you can be quick with it, then
Quick with it, baby.
yeah, maybe you can take a quick long and see if it does continue. But no, I don't. If I were to pick one, I don't know. Let's see. Maybe Microsoft, because Microsoft was one of the only ones that didn't necessarily have a flat range.
Yeah.
It had more of a downtrending range. Here, let me pull it up. Unlike Google and Apple that we saw, where they were pretty much flat, and you could find prices just horizontal prices so that they were ranging in between. Look, Microsoft did have a bit of a range, but it was kind of trending down, so a little bit more sell heavy relative to the others. So if I were to take a long, maybe structure a long here, because I do have these lower highs that I could potentially risk off of, whereas some of those other names, those we're breaking those highs now. So if Microsoft does come back into 283 or some of these highs from before, you can look for potential bidders there. So in my opinion, if I were to look for a long, potentially on Microsoft, but otherwise, no, I think the long was definitely somewhere.
So you're looking for a
5-10 minutes
mean
ago.
reversion kind of on Microsoft because it sold off the most? It's the move?
I guess you could call it that, right? But a mean reversion off this downtrend. But
Yeah.
we've kind of reverted about 50% of that downtrend already. So like I said, that trade is mostly kind of gone.
Really? I don't know, bro. Yesterday we closed at 289.50. 289.50 we closed at.
Yeah, and we kind of
the
gapped
low-
down today, right?
Yeah. So I mean, we got room. I don't know.
Yeah,
I'm not saying
we
it's
got
the
some
one. I'm
room
just
to
saying
go,
we got
but
room.
the selling off the morning, look at this. This initial, look at these volume bars. These first 2 red candles on the 1 minute. These is some pretty significant selling relative to the rest of the candles on the day. So if we do get back up here, I would expect there to be definitely liquidity to fight above this 284.50 from those morning sells. But yeah, no, if we can get past that, yeah, we do have kind of somewhat of a gap fill into yesterday's close.
All right.
Off that, yeah.
All right, let's look at the scanner here. Let's bring in the trade idea scanner. Highest on the day, this BKD. KRU. Yeah, BKD. Why did it just move? BKD up. Let's see how many percentage points on the day. Change since close. No, we want change percentage. Change since open. I see. Okay. I'll have to fix that. Yeah, BKD up there, KRUS, but this one is sparsely traded. EBIX, you saw Arun in that one, I believe, earlier on. This one's been, still heading up. BTCS, not much volume being done on there. NERV, likewise. SI, though, now below VWAP. So that one was a big mover early, now kind of giving up the goods. Below there, we have NGD with 7.4 million shares. Still stair-stepping up, though. It's a dollar stock. TGTX, that's the one we're in at the moment. We're along 28. It's at 35. It's been a series of higher lows, though. So, even though the volume's really slowed down, to be expected, given the time of the day that we're currently at, really, this is I would say one of the slowest times in the day. During that
I definitely
lunchtime
don't
period.
force anything, right? Like
No, definitely not. I'm just saying, I'm not surprised we're not
Yeah.
breaking out on TGTX, right? Like, it's just kind of one of those ones I got to hold. Come to my screen, below that, LU, that's done almost 13 million shares, but it's a $2 stock, and it's kind of really slowed down. Riot, we've been talking about this one. What's the high on Riot over here? I'll tell you real quick. 12.13. We're back down to 11.95, but it's been a series of higher lows on Riot. It's been a good trade.
Solid trend.
Yeah, 13%, Obi. It's not a small amount. Mara, not far behind it either, 10.25%. And Coin, oh baby, Coin's up 8%. Do you remember when Coin had the Wells notice issued against it, and well, it huadumped? Let's look at this quickly here. Oops, there we go. And let's switch the time frame to the daily. Oh baby, if we come back above that 85, there's a bit of a double top there at about 85. Wow, so if we break through that, that'd be interesting. Anyway, this is the sell. Look at that gap from the Wells notice, and then the gap we open up the next day. Are we gonna fill this gap though, Obi, or we're gonna come up here right into that 76, 77 area? We're about,
it looks like it kind of wants it.
Right?
Like that's the day chart.
That's a daily.
Look, you have a strong initial green candle from the bottom, right? And then you have the next day is gapping up. Right. So it's kind of like indicative of where we're trying to get to. Is there going to be follow through or not? I don't know, but like looking at that day chart is definitely bids coming in, and look, that range break of that under 70. Right, if we can close above 70 today, 71, 72, if we can close around those levels, then maybe potential green day coming in tomorrow if the continuation does happen, right?
Doesn't hurt that Bitcoin's 30,000.
Yeah, it doesn't hurt that at all. That might be partially the catalyst pushing the move, right? I mean, you could see kind of BTC kind of curling and like winding up into like I think it was 28s, 29s before that 30 break, and that's what had us talking about the 30 break, and then it happens the next day. It's not necessarily rocket science, but some of these moves you can see them winding up and kind of starting to accumulate players for the move.
Take this opportunity to like and subscribe to our YouTube channel. You won't be disappointed. There's lots of bangs.
I can't believe he actually didn't like the giggle.
Yeah.
The giggle is like what makes that whole thing.
Exactly.
All right, Obi, we're back down 10 pennies out of the money on this TGTX trade. Wow, what a huadunk. That's not the kind of red candle that I want to see here. Oh boy. My stop is in on this. It's the break of that 21.25. Ideally, you want to see it hold 22 in this case, because that's a higher low, even though we don't get the higher high, which is fine, but we want to see this hold trend. Where's my VWAP on this? I can't even find VWAP. Okay, so I'll have to resize VWAP on that because I don't see it there. But the giggle, yeah. Shout out Michel Hebert. Shout out to Sean. He'll be back tomorrow, guys. Sean is on PTO. Don't know what that is. AMC high a day. Okay, so AMC is an interesting move. Let's go to AMC. A lot of people were talking about that earlier. We are at high a day. We're up 4 percentage points. Here we go. Let's switch from the daily to the 1. Let's go to the 3. Show a bit better. Zoom out. So here's the trade on AMC. We get going there at around 8 o'clock. A lot of the volume starts coming in actually around 7. It's been up, stair-stepping up. We still haven't broken the pre-market highs yet. They're around 548. So even though we are at after the bell highs, We're not at pre-market highs. We had that big sell-off on AMC to start off the day, right at the bell there, selling off from almost near the highs at 550 all the way down to 525, and now we've been kind of just reclaimed VWAP near the highs again. So good look on AMC. This was a continuation from yesterday on that good movie news with Super Mario Brothers, right?
Yeah.
And there was another. They acquired some other I think theater channel. Let you know real quick. AMC from this morning. AMC discloses more than 9% stake. Holdings disclosed more large stake in cinema advertising platform. Okay, that's what it is. AMC said Monday that it owned 16.58 million shares of National Sin Media shares, or 9.1% of the shares outstanding. So I know that Sin Media, CNK, pretty sure they sold off on the news. In fact, let's have a look. CNK. They're up 2.65%, but what was the initial move here? Let's have a look. Okay, I think was this announced yesterday or this morning? Let's have a look here real quick. Yeah, so yesterday, Sin actually had an interesting, well, it's been up multiple days in a row now, Sin Media. Anyway, I read that it sold off on the news. Anyway, it's up on the day. It's up 2.65%, 1671, the high of day. That's a higher high than yesterday. Yesterday, we got a high of 1656, so it's been several days in a row for this CNK. I'll show you guys the chart real quick here. We'll go to the daily on this one. Several days wow, it's been a decent stock, this one. Look at this, Obi. Back in, what is this? December, 846, and now we've doubled, 1664 from where we were at in December. So nice. Whoever was buying those bottoms on volume, and there was plenty of volume around that time, good on you, because you're printing. You doubled your money, man, or woman. D. Westermeer, 199 super chat. Thank you very much for that. He says, you, Arun, and Fahad, cold flex tape arm measurement. I mean,
I'm gonna give it to you on that one.
I don't even want to do it. Like, what is the point of this?
Exactly, there's no competition.
Fahad's gonna win. We know Fahad's, bro. He's a cheat code, right? Like, he gets up, he types a couple of buttons here, and then here he comes. Here he comes. He's coming.
He said you can't flex.
Nice.
So the request is cold flex tape arm measurement. Hey, baby. He left. He left. He came and then he left. That tells you all you need to know. Because usually he doesn't leave. Usually he lingers and he voices his opinion. All right, but now he left. Shout out to Fahad, man. Love that guy. All right, what do you got over there, Obi?
I thought you guys were talking about like flex tape. Have you ever seen that?
Of course,
flex
yeah,
tape
Flex
ad?
Seal.
Like, yeah.
Of course, of course.
Pretty funny. Nothing really. Just a bit of a diddle in the middle here on on Amazon. Nothing too crazy. I'm probably gonna get out of this position here. Now, I think I have a few more minutes left on the show. Almost. My time is coming to an end for today.
Coming on, baby.
And you'll have some guys measuring their arms with flex tape coming on soon. But yeah, no, just like I said, I like this 99 area on Amazon, and just I'm really looking for it to catch a bid. It doesn't necessarily look like it
this
has
is
one
hilarious.
yet, but like ES has kind of pumped up. It did break the range, but not necessarily convincingly. It could take longer to do this. No idea, but I'm watching NQ closer. That 13K area is definitely key from the past couple of weeks. So we are hovering on top of that, and I wouldn't be surprised if we do catch a convincing, or not necessarily convincing, but like a little bit of a bid on top of that 13K area. Same thing with 4100, 4115 on the ES, and I'm looking for the follow through to come in on Amazon based off of that, because like the trend here has kind of slowed. Like, look at where we're coming from. We come from like 102s in the pre-market, all the way down, you break 101, you break 100, and then you hover on top of 99, right? So like you've essentially done, like, sure, if you're not counting pre-market, then maybe not, but if you are counting pre-market, we've done pretty much a full ATR on Amazon for the day,
Okay.
and the price action's starting to slow down and go sideways. So I have initiated a bit of a long here, but again, no follow through. I'll be looking for reasons to exit to kind of guide me through this trade here.
All right, Chris Tarr coming in with a hot phrase right there. If Fahad flexes, the stream will get demonetized from his guns. I guess maybe guns are not allowed on YouTube, I'm assuming.
It's not that big of a deal if the stream loses a penny.
Oh, oof. Oof. Okay, Arun. That will remain unrepeated, but Arun coming in with the hot response.
Oh, man.
Dan Emmons at 5%. Some dude with 3 million in T-bills is making 150K to sit on his arse while we scrap together a few ES points. I mean, you could look at it like that. You got to start somewhere, though. So, you know, I don't let that really affect me in my thinking. Just kind of trade what's in front of you and be grateful for whatever the market presents you. So, but I hear what you're saying. All right, your time is up, so we're
Yes,
going to
sir.
say goddbye to you. Thank you for filling in.
having
He's
me.
going to be on tomorrow again.
Take care, guys.
You're going to be
We'll
on
see
the
you
full show
tomorrow.
tomorrow, right?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. So then,
You can't stop flexing every time you'll be on the show.
I gotta. I've been doing some pull-ups, but nowhere
beach is
close
that
to
way, bro.
to this.
yeah.
All right, guys. Have a good one.
Thanks,
Take
thanks,
care.
Obi, for coming on. All right, let's have a look here at TGTX while Fahad gets set up in Obi's spot. Again, up 17%. We've seen a series of higher lows on this one in accumulation, looking at that 50 penny level. Still sitting with my profit taker at 69s. I like this trade. I'm going to continue to keep an eye on it. It's been a bit of an inside day for most of these big cappers that we've been trading lately. A lot of them sold off initially at the bell and have been kind of within a range since that time. We've had small cappers, though, to look at here. They've since kind of cooled down a little bit and taken a break. We had Lucy moving earlier. We have BKD now, KRUS, EBIX. I'm just naming a few. Then all of a sudden, HKD's back on watch, up 16.3%. We had a couple of trades on that. And let's see what we get. Getting a lot of love here, Obi, in the chat. People shouting you out and thanking you for being on the show. Just wanted to let you know that. Back to here on Meta, looking at this one kind of break. Now we're negative on Meta a little bit. 214.75 was yesterday's close, so now we're below that. But we're still holding up here with respect to higher lows. So that cold compression pattern possibility that we've been talking about here on Meta has not gone away, right? Now you don't know which way this is gonna finish. Is gonna break up or down. That's part of these compression patterns are a little tricky, so we'll keep an eye on that. Not much happening either for any of these big cappers here, but I'm seeing an interesting move possibly starting to develop here on Apple. We're breaking through some of these tops that we set earlier. That 161 top has kind of been a bit of a range, but we're breaking it ever so slightly and actually rejecting off the 50 period on the 5-minute chart. So still not much to speak about. What's the chat up to? What do they got over here? Put some tickers in the chat, guys. I'll have a look at it. Someone's saying pair. It's 11 pennies. I'm going to skip on that. I don't touch these sub $1 stocks. What we got? Call HD. No, not looking at that. CWH. All right, let's have a look at our friend CWH here. We'll bring in the trade ideas chart from the side. Bring that in. CWH. There we go. We got Fahad next to us here, and he's going to get set up. Yeah, CWH having itself a day. Okay, so up 6.78%. Kind of opened up at around 21 bucks. We're stepping up to 2. It's been lightly traded. Let's look at the volume on this. The volume today is 689,000, not much, lightly traded. Its 5-year average is 1.2 million. The spread is 2 pennies right now, which is not bad. But with these illiquid stocks, Max was giving this example earlier in the week last week. He said, on a stock like this, even though the bid-ask spread is 2 pennies, effectively it's 10 because of the illiquidity. So getting into this one, be careful. It's a great chart pattern. It's been holding VWAP quite nicely throughout the day, and you could have bought those dips, but you know, if you find yourself in a precarious position, it may be hard to get out without really having trouble with slippage there. Slippage means basically the price that you get in versus the price that you can get out at that exact moment, right? And that usually has something to do with the bid-ask spread. So keep an eye on that. What else is the chat up to? AMV. All right, we'll have a look at AMV. This one is up 18% on the day, but it is a sub $1 stock. Not my cup of tea. With respect to volume, AMV here, what do we got on volume on AMV? Today it's done 1.35 million shares. We're talking about a 50 penny, 60 penny stock, only having done 1.33 million shares. 5-year average is 3.61 million. So we haven't even done about half the 5-year average on the day, but it is up. It's up decidedly. It's up 17, almost now 18%. Ida wants me to look at Netflix. I'll gladly oblige, Ida. NFLX. Let's go into here. This one's been tricky. So let's start out macro on Netflix here. So let's go to the daily. Let's go free floating windows so we can maximize this bad boy. And the daily's been tricky. Now, Netflix was one of the ones I initially got into with Meta. So my swing trade on Meta was originally accompanied by a swing on Netflix. And then we had earnings on Netflix, and that was a heart-pounding moment in and of itself. But the point is, it didn't do what we thought we wanted it to continue. We wanted to continue through the 400. Okay, this was an obvious level of resistance going back all the way to January of last year and December of last year, before the big Hwadunk on the earnings report in April of last year, where we effectively dropped from 346 on April 19th, and the next day, April 20th, we were at 212. So 346 to 212. So I was looking for that continuation of 400. We didn't do that, and we're kind of in a consolidating area at the moment, even though if you're looking at this from the more macro wide, like the wide time frame or the wider lens here, is that we have a series of higher lows and a series of higher highs. So if you got into this anytime January last year, January to July, I want to say, yeah, or sorry, April to July, you did well because that's where it was spending the majority of its time below 200 bucks. After July, it reclaimed 200 and hadn't looked down since. It retraced at most to 213, and it's been up and to the right for the majority of the time. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see. I don't know, man. I feel like there are too many competitors possibly here coming in for Netflix, and they're also having to cut spend, right, on their creative side. So they're not able to spend in the same way that they were spending in 2020, 2021, parts of 2022 before the real cuts came in. And as a result, you have to assume we're going to have a decrease in content quality, etc. So can they continue to pump out the same thing, right? And we know that they're gaining more competition. They're not losing competition at this point. So Netflix, from a longer term perspective, it's still sound, but I think that $400 level on the chart here is an obvious level of resistance. And you know, unless we break above that, to me, it's still risky. 378 is where we got up to on our last ascent up there, and that was end of Feb. Mohammed Al-Barash sending 20 Swedish kroner. Says, why PayPal opened with huge gap, then flushed 85 soon? In case you don't know, PayPal had, I believe, a deal with Visa, and I believe basically the deal, it was essentially, without having to read this again, it was that they were going to allow inter-platform and inter-app transfers of money. So some were owned by PayPal, some were owned by Visa and Visa Plus. And that was the move there. So it popped up, and then, you know, maybe it was a kind of sell the news type event, right? Where this maybe had been in the works, and you accumulate. And a lot of the times, you know, a lot of people are caught offside, and anything uptrend, they sell off. And then it's bought back up if the news is worthy of it getting bought back up. We shall see. The market determines that. And We just play the price action. Meta now below the area where we were talking about, where it had been creating a series of higher lows. We are no longer there. If we break below this 213.82, 83, maybe, you know, for clarity's sake, 213.25. If we break that, that's a new low on the day. Technically, 213.83 is the long, but there's no point in even guessing levels anymore because we got the guy next to us.
I am the guy.
And we just asked the guy what the levels are.
How are you?
Having you again.
Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum assalam.
Arabic way of saying hello.
Yeah.
It's a fun fact. How's everyone doing? Yo, chat. I hope you guys are doing well on this beautiful Tuesday afternoon. Hello. That's a close-up shot of me. Shave my head again because I'm digging the short hair. So I don't know. I don't know if you guys are ever going to see me with long hair again, but this is what I'm liking right now. It feels nice, cold breeze hitting my head when I walk out. Because, yeah, it's just... I used to sweat for no reason whatsoever. I used to sweat, you know, and I don't know. I don't... Man, get the hell... Bro, oh my God, this guy is always on me, man. What do you want? What do you want? Oh, what do you want? No, just say it. Is that... How are you still jealous of my hair? Brother, we have the same hair now. I thought you were jealous. Oh, that's not the reason.
Chad, this guy got me working on TraderTV Live even after I'm done. Any money you make today, you owe me that in real life. Any Monopoly money you make today,
I can't give you. How am I going to give you $1,500?
Figure it out, bud.
How?
Figure it out. Any Monopoly money
Anyways, so look, man, I hope you guys are doing good. It's time for some fun time. My disclaimer, as always, I'm not trading real money. This is probably my 7th session of trading of all time, and I'm self-learning. You know, no one's sitting with me, teaching me how to trade. Obviously, we had a few 30-minute sessions here and there. I had one with Arun. I was on the show with Arun one time. I was on the show with Sharif one time. So it's my 3rd time now with Sharif. But we'll see if we're going to do any lessons. Maybe he'll teach me some basics. He's a bit tired, so I don't want to bother him too much. But we're out here. We're here to have fun. What up, Lone? Yo, my bad if I'm not saying your names. Lone, all these people. I hope you guys are doing well because I'm overweight, and that's why I sweat. No, I'm not overweight. I'm only 225 pounds, and that's not overweight, okay? Look, so we're gonna go straight into trading. Yesterday, I did some paper trading on my own. Again, paper trading, guys, fake money. Yesterday, I did some on my own, and started off the day really bad. I went $230 down. I lost $230 with like 3 trades, and I was like, yo, this is not good. Actually, 2 trades. It was Tesla and Apple, I believe. Oh, no, it was Tesla and NVIDIA, and they both killed me. And I was very, very sad. I said, I have to bounce back. I can't do this. I got to bounce back. So I started trading Apple and Amazon, and I made all the money back, and I ended up $10 positive at the end of the day, right at $3.55 before the market closed. I flattened out my stuff. I took my $10, and I left, also fake money. So I do not have an OnlyFans. Stop that. I look more handsome without long hair. Short hair, more practical and attractive. It's definitely more practical, 100%. Guys, it's so nice to just get out the shower and dry off in 20 seconds. I'm not spending another hour drying off. It's unbelievable. So it's
come back from getting a spro. All I hear is this guy still talking about his hair, bro. It's a trading show.
Look at that bald, look, it's so stressful, dry. Brother man.
Bro, what's going on?
Sharif.
Yes.
I would come out the shower. With long hair.
With long hair. That
I
takes
would do
forever to
this.
dry.
Yeah, that's why I have big biceps, realistically. I never used to work out. I did this, and my shoulders are very broad if you actually take a look. Like, look at the framing of the camera.
Absolutely.
Big shoulders.
You got big shoulders.
So I used to do this for 25 minutes.
25 minutes.
And it still wouldn't dry off.
And the hair wouldn't fall off?
I would come out, I would put my clothes on, and 5 minutes later, my clothes are soaking wet.
That's a dumb question. How could your hair fall off?
It wouldn't, because I have beautiful, healthy hair.
No, it's just not that. When you're in Fahad mode, that's just not a consideration.
Exactly. As you can see, my picture's up. Okay, cool. So I might have to take a trade for that to reset. If it doesn't, we probably have to restart the adapter. We'll see how that works.
We'll have to get to my trade as well.
Yeah. Go ahead. Go talk about your trade.
I haven't actually been on that in a second. Let's close out here what we were looking at Netflix and remove these charts over here. And we'll have a look at TGTX because we're all up on that earlier. Not sure where we're at now. We're still holding. Okay, so we're a series of higher lows, higher lows, higher lows. Let's break through for you know what's sake, let's just move up already. But to be expected. To be fair, we're still in that slower time period. We're holding up below, above the levels that I've been earmarking for, you know, essentially when I got in this trade. What time did I get in this trade? I got in around 10:58, right before the show started. And it's been interesting. Still, let's let it go. All right, let's get to some super chats here. Charlie Y sending $2. Thank you very much, Charlie. Said Fahad, for sure. I'm assuming they may have had long hair and struggled with some of the afflictions that you had struggled with someone with long hair. 100%. Mohammed Al-Barash sending 20 Swedish kroners. Tell going now, Sharif.
Why do you know that?
What?
What SEK is?
Because I've been on the show since mid-August.
Oh, okay. So gotcha.
Right?
So
it's like
Swedish what?
Swedish kroner.
Kroner.
Do you want to know why? Because I remember from Seinfeld when Putty was coming back from Sweden, right? And he had like all the Swedish kroners on his hand, and Elaine can't stand him at this point. She's had it with him. She's traveled with him for a couple of weeks, and he's off, and he's like, that's 1 kroner. This is a 2 kroner. Yeah, love Seinfeld. Shout out to whoever gets that joke. That's awesome. One of the later ones. That's after.
That was like one of the 8 funny scenes from that show, right?
Is it? I don't know.
Just one of the 8, like because there's total 8 funny scenes in that show, and that's just that's one of them.
Is that the only funny scene? Why? You don't like that show?
Oh no, I'm just saying. No, I was just asking. No, I wasn't hating. No, I'm just asking. I'm just double checking with everyone.
This guy's coming hard. Okay, so I guess you're not a Seinfeld fan. Just put
so Neil's upset. So let me stop talking. No, I'm not trolling. It's really a garbage show, but
look,
we'll blow by
if it's
it.
not for you, if you don't like observational humor, it's essentially all observational humor. This, that, you ever notice this, you ever notice that, labeling people.
Yes, correct.
You know, that's what it is. Like Chappelle 100%. Is different. He comes with that storyline. It's all fictitious, right?
Of course, yeah.
But he paints a picture for you in a way
So is Seinfeld the best show, you'd say?
I wouldn't say the best show.
What's the best show?
2.5 Men. Okay, no. I don't do it that way.
Okay.
Comedy, I have comedy like that are regular series, like that are not sitcoms, and I have sitcoms.
Okay.
Sitcoms for me, I gotta like personally 2.5 Men.
That's not bad. It's not a bad choice.
And then I go Seinfeld after that. And then I go Married with Children after that. But nobody's gonna know what. Yeah, Neil's giving me a look. Yes, man. Shout out Al Bundy, Peggy Bundy.
I would definitely go with The Office. The Office, top 1 all time.
Yeah, that is hilarious.
I got Friends number 2, but I know a lot of people disagree with that.
I'm not into Friends.
Yeah.
I get really annoyed when they play the marathon on the weekend and there's nothing else.
They're that big though. People really like it that much. You can rerun that show forever.
I never got into it.
It's a good show. Office, Friends.
I'm surprised you like Friends though.
Bro, it's hilarious.
Yeah?
Man. Yeah. Joey Tribbiani is something else.
Joey
man. I don't know.
Yeah. Okay, I can see that. I can see that.
Yeah.
Neil's giving him a look. Neil's giving him a look.
I don't care about Neil. All right.
Yeah. All right, guys.
Why is it trash? How's Friends trash? It's a great show and it's very realistic. Every friend group has a stupid guy in there.
Yeah.
And don't even try to correlate it with me, okay?
Neil's having. Put the camera on Neil, man.
Don't even try that. AMC. People are going crazy about AMC. What's happening with AMC here?
Can I tell you something? With respect to realistic, you know that they used to get a lot of hate.
Oh, look at AMC. Sorry to bother you.
Yeah, a lot of people saying AMC moving in the chart. I'm looking at it right here, but you know a lot of people used to say that, used to give them heat for Monica and Rachel's apartment because it's huge.
Oh, in New York, you're not finding that.
Do you know what New York apartments look like?
You're not finding that.
No, you're not finding anything like that for the budget that they had.
Nah.
Right, so they used to get a lot of hate for that.
AMC is blowing up. If you guys look at my chart, Mahal, go ahead, look at this. Look, it broke the 50 and it's gone now. It's gone. Is this the apes? Is that what you call them? The apes? Mm-hmm. Yeah, the apes. So you guys are going nuts. Keep it pushing, man. Let's revert back to 2020 when that whole GME AMC shit happened.
Baby, 2021,
Let's
2020.
Do it, man. Go crazy and then tell me where to buy. I'm joking.
Justin in the chat, you trolling. Let's go. Shout out to Justin. All right, guys, we are moving up finally on TGTX here. Let's go. Let's break the 55 level, and then we want to break 65. I'm talking to it like I'm talking to like my niece or nephew here, right? I mean, I'm sorry to put you guys through this, but I'd like to get paid on this eventually. And, you know, we've been seeing all the right things, but we haven't been paid on it, big boy, yet. Although we have had scalps. There we go. Here comes 55. 57. Let's go into the 60s now. Here come the 60s. We're nicely up on this, 40 pennies in the money. We're going to take a little out here to kind of show up. There we go. It should be showing up on the thing. It's not, so we'll get that taken care of in a second, but it is moving to the north side here, guys. Let's take out some more sizage on this one. Now we're in the 70s, about a 4-penny spread, so careful with this one, okay? So if you're getting in and out, you're gonna have to have an offset or otherwise put your limit below the ask. I'm gonna go ahead and sit now. How many shares do I have left? Let me have a look real quick. I'm going to go ahead and sit at the 75-cent area. If we can break through the $0.25, I'll take that heat. But right now, we're finding a bit of a top. But we did just make, I believe we did, yes, we just made new high a day, 22.74. I'm sitting at 75, so we'll have to make a new high a day to continue through this one. But this one had all the right ingredients. It had a big boy move up off the bell, didn't break down, held above VWAP, continually making higher lows, not necessarily the higher high, but that just comes eventually with the higher lows. So there we go. We get continuation through that. Happy about that one, but more to scalp out as we continue to wait for the ascent up on that bad boy. Now, keeping my eye on the markets here, I haven't forgotten about that. We're in a bit of a consolidation bottom on the NQ, which really is no surprise if you have a look at some of these big cappers and how they're trading at the moment. No surprise, the NQ is in a tight range between 13.1 and I want to say 13.06 to the downside, or 13.5. Yeah, so 13,100 and 13,050. A bit of a 50-point range for the better part of the morning. That started about 10 o'clock, and it's been continuing since that time, Fahad.
Okay, AMC here is doing, someone said they called the 50 break on AMC. If you went in long, my brother, man, you are making a lot of money. So I do hope you caught that. It just resisted back off the 61s, the 561s. If we look at the day chart here, look. Obviously, you can see the resistance coming in play. Boom, I can't tell you what day this is. It's the 13th of March. So we're at those levels right now.
Turn the crosshairs on.
The crosshairs.
So see the click that, the mouse?
The mouse,
arrow.
right here, mouse.
Yeah, so
okay, perfect. Yes. So yeah, resisted off 61s, coming back to March 13th right here. This is where we're standing. So it didn't want to break through. If it breaks through, guys, I don't know where. If it's going to go on these staggered levels, it might, but this is a day chart. But right now it's playing off the 61. So if we go back to the 3-minute chart, I don't know if you could short this. It's up to you, but that's definitely a level to look at. It broke the 50, is doing good, so let's see what happens. My Apple trade's looking horrible so far. I'm waiting for this 161.36. That's my level right now that I'm waiting for. If it hits that, I'm just gonna go all out and probably lose 150 bucks. But it's okay because what I was looking at, and let's see the day chart here. I wanted to go back to these levels right here. Where is it? Right here, 154.37. That's what I was hoping, which is obviously a big drop down. I would have probably scalped it out, but I was just watching the market. It was staggering, wasn't doing anything crazy at the moment that I looked at it, which is literally when I sat down. So I don't know. We're looking. I'm gonna hold it. If it breaks this, I'm gonna get out and take my L. But it's okay because I'm making back with another stock. If there's any other stocks, let me know what you guys want me to look at. Obviously, again, I'm still learning. I'm trading fake money. This is my 7th session. Go easy. So give me a stock to look at. I want to see if I can learn more trends and movements by the market. But I don't really know what the market is doing right now. So is it moving up? Is it moving down? I actually minimize this. I can't even see my stuff. All right, that's okay. Someone said log in, so go ahead. No, you're good.
Take that important message. But TGTX coming back right up into that 75 area again. It actually got up to 74s a second time, rejected again off that level. So one must assume that we do have a seller at the $0.75 area. Not surprised. Here we go again. We're at 72. I'm seeing 73, 74. Now on the ask, could we get continuation? This is exactly what I'm talking about. Here comes 75 again. Rejection off 75 for the moment. Let's get continuation, baby. I'm going to take a baby out. Oh, my goodness. I am brutal. Every time I do this, instead of entering my share, I end up changing the ticker. There we go. So get a little baby out in front of 75, but my profit taker is still sitting at the $0.75. Let's get continuation. It's not going to make a difference if I take little outs over here. We want the break of 75 so we can get the big print near 23 and 23.5. So that's what I'm looking for. Someone yelling out Stressla. Someone's saying Stresla's moving. I'm looking at Tesla. I'm not about that.
I hate Tesla so much. Please don't say that.
Tell us why.
Brother.
Why?
I don't have a single trade winning on that stupid stock. Elon Musk, I don't like him.
Why?
There's something about him I just don't like.
What is it? He rubs you the wrong way. He rubs a lot of people the wrong way.
No, his personality's sick.
Oh, okay.
But
okay, good.
His stock makes me hate him. So it's just like,
you
know
think he
what I mean?
has control on that?
Yeah, what?
Why?
100%.
On the intraday?
If he said right now anything on Twitter that was good, the stock is going up.
Yeah, but you know he got in trouble for that. You know the funding secure thing?
I'm going to go ahead and punch out of this because I'm losing a lot of money right now. Fake money. But I'm losing it. So please get me out. Okay, I'm out. Okay, I'm down. I'm down a lot of money, my brother. Okay.
Let me have a look.
So
yeah, it's not that bad. I've seen way worse than that.
No, of course,
okay,
of course.
Yeah.
I have good money management. You know what I mean? But it's not digits I would like to see personally.
No, nobody wants to see a negative.
So I'm going to take the next stock someone tells me. I'm really good at Apple, but Apple just whiffed me. So I'm going to go Amazon now. I'm going to see what Amazon looks like. Give me time to find a stock because my brother, I'm going to end positive today.
Okay.
I'm telling you right now.
I like that attitude, bro.
You see Apple? Or sorry, Amazon?
Yes, I do.
Beautiful. Let me analyze it for a few seconds while you speak, and I will come back with all my thoughts.
Can I give you a quick tip before you start your contemplation?
Yes.
You need to have some way to identify what is relatively strong amongst the big movers.
Okay.
Which one is the strongest at the moment? Okay, and so in order to know that, you have to be able to compare them at a glance. So can I suggest to you that you have
layout like that?
Yes,
okay.
where you have I use the 6: Meta, Microsoft, Google, Amazon, Apple, and Tesla. And you could switch NVIDIA in there for some of them.
Smart, yeah.
Okay, and that way you can look at what the market is doing, and then which one of these big 6 is responding the most with the market. Which one is relatively strong? Which one's moving against the market? Which one's moving with it? Identify the relatively strong, the relatively weak, and that way you can be like, okay, this is the one I'm going to pounce on when the setup comes in. You see what I'm saying?
That's very interesting, Sharif.
Yeah, so have a look at that.
Since I'm in this situation, I might as well ask you. The first time you went live, right, and you lost money.
I used to throw stuff around.
Actually, you got shut down.
Here?
How was your mentality?
No. Here I'd been 2 years deep.
Right, so the first time, if you can remember, how was your mentality?
I was losing it.
Yeah?
Yeah.
So what'd you do to deal with it? Tell the people how you would deal with it and
I went back again.
What's a good way to recover?
I showed up the next day, and I kept showing up. And every day I showed up, and I showed up, and I showed up, and I showed up, and I kept showing up. And the frustration mounted before it got better. It got worse before it got better.
Okay.
Yeah, a lot.
So how did that not affect the way you trade though?
Because, I mean, okay, like, look, bro. You want to go to law school? You're going to have to have most of the time, you're going to have an undergrad degree. You're going to have to smash 3 years of law school, and you have to article for a year in Ontario before you get paid. And you're going to get paid bupkis first year, unless you're on Bay Street. All right? So that's 7, 8, 9 years of your life. Do you think you're just going to walk in on a computer and make the same lawyer money, same doctor money after a year? No, it's a curve. It's a curve. You got to commit the time, commit the effort, and that's just the way it is, right? Like, to be honest with you. So
don't give up.
It's, never give up. Absolutely. No. Forget about that.
Do not give up is the key here, just like...
I mean, obviously, everybody's situation is different. If you have to put food on the table and the situation, you can't be in this forever, taking L's and L's and L's and L's. But if you can do it, I mean, stick with it. All right, guys, we're making a move. We're making a move on the ES. We're near the 41.45 area that we had gotten up to. Meta has just retraced back into yesterday's close, 214.75. That's moving up. Apple, the one that you were, I think you were talking about that 161.50, kind of just rejected off that 161.50 right there. I don't know about Amazon though. I gotta tell you, man. It looks like to be one of the weaker of the bunch at the moment, so I'd lay off that for a
I shorted it. Yeah.
Okay, so that's perfect.
Yeah, I shorted it. Yeah.
No, you got the right idea.
I'm gonna make my money back, 100%. There's no doubt about it. So I'm here. I'm in the short in Amazon. Again, I'm playing off the simplest of the simplest strategy that I know, which Sean showed it to me. He said, when you're on the show, just stick to this, because obviously I can't learn too much while I'm trying to be the most entertaining person in the world. You know what I mean? So he said, just stick with a simple strategy, and that's reading off the simple moving averages. That's what I'm doing here. Amazon's in the money. I don't have a few hundred shares, not too much shares, but I don't know if I'm gonna make all my money back. But I'm gonna wait on the move. Hopefully it rejects, keeps rejecting downwards. Someone said when it's going downwards, rejects. It's not. It's support or resistance. Which one is it?
Sorry, can you say that again?
So if it's not breaking upwards,
yeah,
is it support or it's resistance?
That's resistance.
Resistance.
Like, think
okay,
about
so
it.
I was
It's trying to
support.
go up, and it's pulling it back, right?
Yes. So that's what we're waiting for. We're going down, and Amazon's going short. We'll see how that works out. Whoever's in this with me, good luck. Hopefully we win together. Hopefully we win together, my G's.
Yes, baby. Yeah, profits for everybody, guys. All right, long 22.27. TJTX, and the reason my cost basis keeps going down is because I got in twice here. So the way that P-Pro 8 works, it takes from your initial entry first, and then it starts taking from the second entry. So the cost basis keeps going down every time I get a profitable out. So that's why that is. And by the way, sorry, can we fix it?
Yeah. I told
All right,
that.
so he's going to get on that. We know that the positions board is a little wonky at the moment. I'm going to get that taken care of real soon. But that's why I was updating you as to my position. 22.27. We're at 22.60s now. I've had outs as high as 73. The next piece 72. Excuse me. The next piece I'm sitting at here is 75. That's been a top because 74 is the high a day on TGTX. In case you're wondering why I'm even in this, it's a continuation from yesterday. I sent it to Neil like first thing in the morning. I'm like, as soon as I started moving, because it was already on my chart from yesterday, so I already had it up. Here's the move. This is yesterday. We start moving yesterday around 7:15. That's when the news item comes in. Look at that big spike on the volume right at 9:30. We get off that 1550 bottom that we were at, and we close out the day at 19. We held up. We finished near the highs. We don't gap up much the next day. In fact, actually, we moved up in the aftermarket. 1902 is where we closed at. We actually closed 1957. We got up to almost 20 in the aftermarket yesterday. We open up 4 a.m. this morning at 1950. We make a low of 1940, but it's been up and to the right for TGTX with a 22.74 high. We're at 62s at the moment. But yeah, we're expecting more from this one. And sorry to keep mentioning it, but it is really the only trade that I've had since I got out of Meta earlier on. Now we're moving back up into the high 60s. I like this, the fact that we retraced into a key support level. This is where we had been rejecting off multiple times, that 60 level. We reject there, we finally break it, and then the retracement stops, halts at that support level. That's what you want to see. Good TA, and hopefully that continues to the high side. All right, what else we got here? We're still doing that dance below 41.50 on the ES. We're at 41.44. We're also below, Fahad, your phone, 13,100 is a bit of a resistance level on the NQ. Let's have a look at that. So this is the 5-minute chart on the NQ, and look how many times since around 9:30, sorry, that's 10:30, this is Chicago time, 10:30, we broke down below 13.1, and every time we've gotten up to 13.1, we've rejected, save and except for this 12.10 print right here, which was just a wick. It actually closed below 13.1. So now we're stair-stepping up again, back to 13.1. Could we break it? Right after that, at 13.106, we've got VWAP. So maybe VWAP is the better level here. But yeah, definitely a weaker move from the bottom side on the NQ as opposed to the ES. Been saying that all day because it's true. What else here? Hertz Scrambler, $2 super chat. TSEM buyout gonna happen. I haven't had a look. I've been with you here. TSEM. All right, let's have a look at this. Tower Semiconductor. What do we have here with respect to buyouts? Looking at the blotter, trying to see any information here. China reviews involving U.S. companies. Tower Semiconductor fall in a report to slow down in. And this is back when? China deal reviews. Slowdown in China deal reviews. What is this? I'll have a look at this when Fahad comes back because I'm just not going to read this live on the air, but I'll have a look at TSEM, Tower Semiconductor, for possible buyout maybe here. Oh, down their merger. Oh, here we go. Chinese regulators recently have slowed down their merger reviews of a number of proposed acquisitions by U.S. companies. Okay, so that's what you're talking about. And this came April 4th, so that's a while ago. So nothing yet. And this came as a result or through the Wall Street Journal. So usually pretty credible source, but we shall see. All right, what else we got here? Michael Lloyd says Tinder notification.
Oh, that was my alarm. That was my alarm. I got some production stuff to do.
That's hilarious. Oh, I'm not gonna read the other one. The other one's just mean.
So you can see my picture disappeared. Let's not talk about it. We're gonna see if it works or not. But I think yours might work now. So if you want to take an out and see if it registers yours.
Here. Not a loss, but it's
not
as
a big
good.
loss. Take one share out.
All right,
there it is.
There
okay.
we go. 22.54.
I'll probably have to do the same thing.
That's incorrect.
That's also incorrect?
Yeah,
that's beautiful.
It says I'm short at the price that I got out. No, I'm long, but because I
you're
sold
long.
some, it says that I shorted it. So
we'll fix that, don't worry.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Did you need some time before I go fix it? You said you wanted to read something while
no, I already read it. It was basically the update. We'll do it after. I'm not short, guys.
He is long, yeah.
I'm long. I'll tell you 22.71. So we're long 22.71. But ZIM, ZIM has just woken up. This is a small cap crapper that's been moving. Let's bring that in. Here is ZIM. This has been up and to the right since the morning, man. Gets off the Schneid there at 9:30. Gaps up on the open. We had a 17.65 close yesterday, and now we have a high of 19.94. So it's been a decent move. It's been a little illiquid, especially during that 11:30 to about 12:30 time, right? Look at the volume really decreased there. Oh, you guys can't see that. Got to bring that up for you. Look at the volume really decrease there during that time. And now we're starting to see bigger green bars come to the top. So ZIM is moving again. Now, what is ZIM all about? I'll tell you in a second. ZIM Integrated Shipping Services, trading on the NYSE. ZIM Integrated Shipping Services is an Israel-based company. It operates as a fleet and a network of shipping lines offering cargo, transportation services, yada, yada, yada. Me no care. Let's move back over here. I'm not seeing any. Okay, here it is. This is the headline. Investors heavily search ZIM Integrated Shipping Services. Here's what you need to know. Is one of the stocks most watched by Zacks visitors lately, so it might be a good idea to review some of the factors that might affect. Okay, so that's what it's moving on, because I don't really see an entry prior to that on my news blotter that is, catalyst related. They're all technical breakouts. I get technical alerts on my news blotter in addition to some other alerts. So ZIM at high of day, 1994. It looks good. Small cap crapper. It's moving to the high side. Quickly, before I send it back to Fahad, TGTX has now huadunked right back down after making that 22.75 top. We're rejecting again, but again, very importantly here, we have a higher low so far. So my out will be on the break of this trough right here. In this case, it's a break of 22.08 to the downside. I've taken out sufficient amount here that if I allow it to go about 25 pennies against me, it should still be a profitable trade. But I need to keep with the trend, and if the trend is higher low, then I can't select random areas at which to get out. So if it's going to hold this trend line at least, it should stop near 22.20, but it could stop higher than that. Anyway, that's my look.
Okay. The position board is freaking out. Yours should work now.
Okay, I'm not taking out some.
You don't have to take. Yours should work. Yeah. Mine are not working. I did a little execution quick to see if it works. My picture's not even there. So clearly, the odds are against me once again. They're stacked against me once again. So I'm gonna have to make money regardless. I guess maybe. I
think it feels better for you though if you make money that way, right?
If the positions aren't gonna show, it's probably better for the viewers because I don't want anyone coming in thinking it's real. I'm trading live or whatever and following my trades.
I think you say enough.
I'll keep mentioning it so no one. Because we have really good security here. So if someone got upset at me and wanted to go deal with it, they wouldn't be able to because we have 17 security guards at each door. at each entrance. Plus, Neil will handle you. So.
Oh, Neil, no, he's in his relaxed mode right now. He's got his Blue Jay shirt. He's got several Blue Jay shirts on. I just noticed the collared shirt underneath was Blue Jays related as well. I love it. And there's pineapples on it. There's pineapples on it, but not on. There you go. And that's perfect segue, baby.
If you're enjoying this video, please take a second and hit the like and subscribe on this channel. And never forget, do not put pineapple on your pizza.
Say that again. Justin's son, a big crypto guy, just got arrested in Hong Kong. Rumors, possibly. Let me put here hot news and then put Justin, see what comes out. No, not yet. Not on my news blotter, so we'll keep an eye on that. I don't even know who that is.
Justin's son?
No.
He's the guy, I went to middle school with him.
Did you?
No. I don't know how
ask that. Momo, Sharif, the reason Zim is going crazy is because a high dividend payout, $6.40 a share, pushed it down to 52-week lows. It's rejecting its 52-week lows and bouncing off the Zim EX payout price. Okay, very interesting. All right, so let's have a look at the daily. I didn't even bother looking at the daily on Zim, but you're absolutely right there. Very near lows. Let's bring that in over here. What are the exact lows? Okay, so the low that I can see here, this is the daily. I'll have to zoom out further, but December 19th, we made a low of 16.23. Yesterday, we made a low of 16.87, so not quite that low. Let's go to the weekly. And when we go to the weekly, we do have lows, but we got to go all the way to 2021 when this opened up at, was this a SPAC? No, probably not. There's no 10 involved there, but it could have been. No, this is not a SPAC. Definitely not a SPAC. Yeah, so interesting. We've been down below these levels, but that was back in early 2021. Back in January, we were at the 1250. So yeah, for all intents and purposes, this was the low that we had to keep our eye on. By this low, I'm talking about that 17 area. It's broken through that, but holding. The nice breakout will be above that $25 level. Look at that. Flat top breakout possibly on that Zim Fahad.
Yeah, I'm really just going through stocks right now. I'm seeing what I like and what I don't like. But I went long into Microsoft. I am short Amazon Meta. I don't know why. I do know why. It's the levels I was reading, but I want to trade. You know how people say when there's no trade, don't trade it?
Yeah.
I 100% agree with that.
Yeah.
I feel like if you're running with real money, definitely don't do that.
Yeah.
If you don't see a trade, don't trade it. You know what I mean? But I don't get a lot of chance to trade.
I got it. Yeah.
You know, I'm doing other stuff with production. So when I do get a chance to trade, I want to trade. So I look at really simple levels and I just follow them. I think this is they can't see my my day chart.
Veru was on today.
No.
Yeah, it was. Veru was on my scanner today.
Why would you tell me about Veru?
Okay.
That is disrespectful somehow. I don't know how, but that is
Hold on,
unbelievable.
Dude, I swear
no one's gonna tell me about that.
on my scanner early on. Yeah.
Oh, I'm so disappointed. Oh my
I'm excited.
gosh.
It's down 9 cents from the high. It has a 109 high, and we're holding at $1 right now. Yeah. Sorry about that. I swear I saw it on my scanner, but that was really early on.
Stephanie D, yes, I am still paper trading on Sim. This is my 7th. I don't get time trading. Guys, I work in production and I work when we're live. Now, when are we live? Is when the stock market's open. So I actually don't get it. The only chance I get to trade is when people are absent and I get to be on the show. So then I trade. And when that happens, I take the full advantage of clicking keys. So that's what I like to do. I like to click keys, you know what I mean? My trades right now, only one positive. I'm down a lot of money. But it's okay because they put my account to a big shutout. I have like an $8 million shutout. Not a lot of people can be in my position.
What did you get actually?
I'm like 8 million.
Did you really?
I don't know.
That's a BP. What's your shutdown though? Did you probably a couple of grand maybe?
Is it 8 net L,
Neil's gonna
right?
check. Neil's gonna check.
8 net L, isn't it that one?
Okay, we'll check that one real quick. TGTX coming right back after flushing below the $0.50, coming right back to that 75 level again. 22.75 is what I'm talking about. And again, we're encountering that resistance selling, not printing 75, actually printing below that. 74s, that's what we've been getting. We actually haven't gotten a 75 print. Here we go again, 73, 70. There we get the fill. We're going to spin the money. That's the first time today we actually spin the money on this one. We'll take another little out at 77s there. Finally, TGTX going to the high side. We are long 27s, as is visible. There we go. Now it's working.
Oh, is it working?
Yeah, there we go.
Okay, perfect. So
TGTX long 22.27, but it's been a hard row because it's been, you've had to really wait for every 10-cent level on this one after really moving up quite a bit. It's up almost $3 on the day. We'll take another little out here as we kind of do that little consolidation dance around former resistance level. We still have big boy share, John, so still a lot of room possibly to let it run to the north side here. Quickly, while we let it do its thing, there we go. I get the print Meta rejecting off yesterday's close. Now, it had kind of been using that level as a former area of support, have been bouncing off that 214.80, 214.75. But now it is actually, that level is acting as a level of resistance, after we got down to about 214, bought up on 214. Now we're kind of consolidating within that $1 range, even less. So Meta doing bupkis today. Definitely not what I will be looking for in terms of a big tech long if we should find anything here on these futures. Let's look at what... yeah, Momo says, oh, sorry, I read over what I typed. I meant to say near. It's December low. Sell off. Sorry, it's expiration date. I was trying to give it attention because it tends to bounce like this. Yeah, no, I couldn't agree with you. I mean, I wasn't saying you were wrong. I don't mean to nitpick. I just meant, we were near lows. I didn't actually try to say that you were wrong on that. But yeah, shout out to you. Thank you for explaining that. Stephanie D, thanks, Bears versus Bulls. All right, let's see what else is going on here. We got Frank Jones shouting out CLF, X, U.S. Steel, I haven't seen that one in a while. Airbnb, UPS, KSS. What's KSS again? I forget. KSS is Kohl's. Yeah, Kohl's. Shout out to Kohl's.
I'm about to cry.
You're averaging into a losing position,
No. Don't say it like that. Don't say the word losing, my brother, man. Why would you say that out loud? That's crazy. Man, listen. All right,
I love it, bro. You're a joke.
Look,
bro.
I made a lot of money back on Meta. You know how you're talking about the short?
Yeah.
Look at my Meta trade.
The Meta
shorted
trade. You shorted, and
Yeah.
you're printing.
I printed. So I made a lot of money back from that initial Apple loss. Remember the Apple loss?
Yes,
the one
I
that with
do.
me? I made more than half of my losses back.
Okay.
But then, I am down so much on Microsoft right now. You couldn't even. I don't even want you to see the number. The number is bad.
Yeah.
It's don't look. Stop.
I can't look.
Don't look.
Oh my
Don't
God,
look
I
at the
don't
number.
get to do
It's very
anything.
discouraging.
Here comes Neil.
So Neil, please Neil, guys, don't. I don't want to stop it. Stop. I don't want you to see this number.
It's bad.
I'm gonna have
Is
to
it
talk
that
to
bad?
Greg to see if he can erase that number from my history, because I don't want.
You can't have that on your
holding.
record, eh?
I'm going to hold it. I'm going to hold it, Neil. I don't care. I might not hold it. This is
Dude, this is everything you shouldn't be doing.
Yeah,
You're revenge trading.
No, 100%. No, it's not revenge trade. I'm sweating, by the way. You can see the glistening.
Are you serious?
Look at them on it. Look.
Why?
Brother,
don't
look
like
at the
to do
number.
Can I look?
Look,
Am I
it's right
allowed
there.
to look?
Look at
Hold
that
on.
number.
Yeah, I've seen a lot worse than that.
I know, but that's the most earnings Pratt has ever made. You know what I mean? So I'm losing that, which is crazy. Huh? What are you saying?
Yes, Bradley. There you go. Bradley talking bear smack.
Yo, it's getting hot in here. Guys.
I love these two. Look at this.
Yeah, I'm gonna take my L.
Anybody who wants to know what Pradley's talking about, search that on YouTube. Search. I don't know, how do they find it, Prad? He doesn't know, but yeah, that's one of the best videos I think out there on the show. Pradley reacting that DWAC trade that goes down in infamy, baby. All right, TJTX, we're printing on this one, man. We are up. We're not even taking the escalator now. We're on the elevator now because it's up, pumping. We're about to go hit 23. I've been taking out scalps here, small sharage into that 290 pop. We're in the mid 80s. We're long 26s, so we're rolling the money. Here come the 90s, baby. It feels like 1989 all over again. There we go. We take that. Now we're going to get a higher print. In fact, let's just sit at let's sit at 95s. I'm going to sit there at 95, so we get continuation. You know, ideally, I would have liked to take more near 23, but this is the position we find ourselves in. Good trade nonetheless. It's been a slow day though, Fahad. There hasn't been much to trade on my book. That meta trade earlier in 1 HKD, and now TG, TX moving to the high side.
Aesthetic is unbelievable at this point.
I like the look that you've got here. Oh my God.
No, I took it out because I don't want to look at the number anymore. I'm blind without my glasses.
Is it? Okay, so hold on. You're long Microsoft?
No, brother, I flattened.
You flattened.
I clicked flat. I said flat, get me the hell out of this. I don't even know. You know what happened?
What happened?
Look at this. I'm going to zoom in my chart. I'm going to zoom this in. These are longs. Light blue is long. You see the color light blue? The triangle?
Yeah.
That's a long.
Okay.
I went long and dropped.
And then you dropped.
I averaged in. I said, yo, why not?
And then you averaged in here?
No,
or
no.
You flattened?
I tried to flatten here, but I hit the wrong key.
Ooh,
I bought.
You bought?
Like 1,000 shares.
Jeez.
So.
That's a lot. And now it's moving up?
I don't like this.
Yeah, it's trouble.
I don't like this video game whatsoever.
It's a video game.
This is a horrid. My net loss is very, very bad, guys. So we're just gonna like not look at that stock anymore. So people are saying BNRG. Tell me about the stock, please.
BNRG, sure. What this one is, Bren Miller Energy is an Israel-based company which provides sustainable thermal energy storage solutions. The company's technology, BGen, is patented high-temperature thermal energy storage unit stored in solid-state materials, enables the storage of energy generated from different renewable sources. We saw this yesterday where Tesla made a deal in China to produce the energy storage capacity, and you know that's being scrutinized by some American regulators. But yeah, I'm assuming this might have something to do with it. BNRG, maybe off that headline moving. Let's have a look at the news blotter here. Is there an independent news catalyst for BNRG? Is this a multi-day runner? Let me just have a look real quick at what yesterday. Yeah, so we had a move yesterday. So I'm gonna have to look at yesterday, which is the 10th. I'm not seeing anything on this one for whatever reason. Anyway, we moved yesterday on BNRG. We're continuing today. We haven't gotten to yesterday's highs. High of yesterday's 275. Today, 271, but we're close.
Okay. That is interesting.
You gonna take a long?
I was going to, but I clicked away from it because I want to see what my Amazon doing. So guys, my current position right now, not that it matters, but Amazon long, I have it at 99.56.
Tesla bio, someone said.
You can see on my chart, 99.56, I have this long, so I'm waiting on that. I do have an out, or did I seen it on the day chart? I do have an out in mind, but I need to learn how to do the stop. What is it? Stop limits?
Stop limit orders.
Stop limit orders.
So are you marketing in? How are you getting in?
F1, F2.
Oh, show me. Click it.
Okay.
Show me
boom.
what happens when you.
So that's F2.
Okay, so that's a limit order.
Right, but if I hit this apostrophe thing, that's
the shares. That's how many shares you want to get in.
Oh.
So hit the apostrophe to change the share size. There you go. So now you can hit 50, 100, whatever shares you want to get in.
But how do I do a stop?
A stop.
You don't know my keys, but it might be default because I don't remember changing
we can do that. It's easy to do. Like drag in your keyboard thing from the side there.
It's called a tilde.
A tilde? A tilde.
Even I know that.
Oh, I don't. Tilde.
Drag in your toolbar from the right.
Okay, right toolbar.
Right, that one. Bring it into the so we can show everybody how to do it. Click the keyboard. Second key. There you go. All right, bring that in. So now we're going to set it up for the NQ. So on
market.
The region, yeah. So then go to NASDAQ. There you go.
NASDAQ.
All right, and then you're going to do it on ARCA. All right, that's fine. Leave it. And then what do you want your stop key to be?
I guess F10 then.
Okay, so then hit it, and then hit F10.
F10.
Yeah. Oh no, double click it. Sorry.
Oh, double click it.
Yeah, and then click script order.
Script order.
And then go to single order, I believe. No.
Order list.
Drop there, bracket order.
Bracket order.
And then stop.
Stop.
There you go. Hit OK.
Is it midpoint?
No, just leave it. Yeah, you're good. And that will be your initiate stop. Hit apply OK. Now hit, and then go back in, hit F10.
Save that. Go here.
Yeah.
So if I go F10.
There you go. Now you have your stop price. Oh boy.
This changes the game.
All right, I just got to get to TJTX here real quick. I'll get back to that one in a sec, Fahad, because this one really tanked off that 20 2290 test. We're coming in real aggressively to the downside here. We broke the 50-period moving average. We still have higher lows. But here's the thing. This one breaks below 36, I'm out. That's the trough on this last descent. If it breaks through that, I want no part of it, because if the sequence of higher lows breaks, the trend is broken, and that's the end of my trade. I'm long 25, so if we get down to 35s, if I get out at 35s, it's still a 10%, I mean a 10-point profit, 10-penny profit, excuse me, off my entry for the remaining amount. But we've scalped out a bunch, as you can see over here, and we did some over here as well. This is the 1 minute. I can show the 5 minute, probably a bit easier to show on this one. There we go. Go away these lines. Why are these lines showing up here? Let's go to 3. There we go. Initially scalp out here, then some more up here. But we're getting to that level where it's an inflection point. If we break below that 35, I'm going to be out of this one. In fact, I have to take out my previous stop orders. Speaking of stop orders, thanks for reminding me. I got you, brother. Stop order below that. But yeah, looks like we're slowing down. I want to see a hold of this level. I don't want to see a 35 break. Otherwise, it's not my look. All right, someone keeps saying Lucid is moving here. So we want to look at Lucid real quick. LCID. It's up 7 1/3% on the day. It was up higher, 868 high. We're at 860 at the moment. Let's bring in that one right here. It kind of really got going at 9:30, and it's just been, holding above that 8:30 level for the majority of the morning. I'm not sure what the catalyst is on this. Not really showing much here, to be honest with you. I'll have a look after, but EVs in general, we talked about this yesterday with the new EPA regulations coming out, where they may force these legacy automakers to transition quicker to EVs by basically capping emissions outputs. And by doing that, you force the hand of the manufacturers and consumers as well. And so that was a look yesterday. We don't know if we see that kind of continuation, but Lucid up on the day, so we shall see what happens there. Ash Tush Farak, Sharif, Apple, Microsoft, long. I mean, sure, I'm not ready to call any of these big tech longs at the moment. Yeah, I'm not really seeing the NQ do what I needed to do. So I'm going to stay away from these longs, but I'm honestly looking at Tesla. Yeah, Tesla and Apple seem to be good candidates. I'm not sure how I feel about Google anymore. Google was decent earlier, but I don't know if it's going to have that continuation, Fahad.
Yeah, Google whooped my ass last night or yesterday, so that wasn't good. Guys, AMC, it's at the 50 period again. So what are we doing here? The people who are into this stock, right? Because I know this stock has history, has a fan base, a crazy fan base. What's happening here? If it breaks 50, am I looking? You guys can teach me if you want. You know that, right? You guys are better traders than me. So please feel free to teach me some things. AMC is at that 50 period. Last time it broke, it went all the way up. I've seen it do this for the last 2 minutes. So what happens here? I'm thinking long, right? Because if it wanted to go under 50, it would have gone under 50. Can we all agree with that? So do I do it? Do I punch in? I feel like I punch in long here, and I go like 10,000 shares maybe. Someone saying AMC stays flat all day. Ron Hudson, that's a gutsy call, my friend. Okay, watch this. Oh, really? You guys are gonna watch the stream and make it go up before I get my bid in? Guys, let's work together here. I'm joking. That's illegal. You are a self-trader. You said, yeah. I'm a self-trader because I have to be, not because I want to be. You know what I mean? I'm an ape deep down inside. I could be an ape. I don't see why not. You know what I mean? Yeah, so, okay, I got out of everything, boy. Oh, my God. I'm just going to show you this. I'm going to show you this because why not? This is so embarrassing, bro. Okay, so this is Microsoft. This is my totality down right now. I'm down 781 bucks. I don't like that. I don't like that at all. Meta is my only winning stock of the day. Amazon long, someone is saying. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I shorted it, and then I just got out recently. So now it wants to do this funny business. So probably sideways for the rest of the day. See, I don't like when you guys say that because that means I can't trade anything. I can't have fun with the trading. I want to have fun with trading. Amazon, Meta, I'm just literally holding 100 shares left. I got out most of my shares right there. I started with 500, I believe. Took out 300 here, took another 100 here. And now I'm just watching go sideways, hoping that it at least reaches the bottoms of the day, which I believe is right here, at 213. Well, where's the wick? 213.81. So if I can get the last 100 shares out of there, maybe I can make some money. It's not even $1. Also, it'll be down like $700. Not fun. I'm in fake money, by the way. Fake money. So I'm not actually sad. I'm just, I'm trying to be a little optimistic for you guys. AMC. Okay, someone said Amazon long. If you're not joking about this, but what? Okay, let me read some levels. So if it's gonna break a level, I'm guessing the level everyone's looking at is like. Let's go to day chart first. Let's go to day chart. Someone said look at the long levels first, and then you look into the closer ones. So we'll go minute. We'll go 30 minutes. Okay, this is the 30-minute chart on Amazon, and we'll zoom it in. So I would have said if it breaks 99.90, which is it's reaching it right now. So if it breaks, then we don't. It could go long. Oh my God, it might happen, guys. Are we going? Yo, I might. Okay, let's try it. Yes. We're gonna do it. Who cares? We'll start with a very light 500 shares, and we'll punch that in. And it'll blow by my levels, so I'll just have to do that again, probably, most likely. We'll see if it gets filled. 93s, come on, I have it in 93s.
So your arrow keys, you can increase or decrease?
Yeah, that's what I use. I just got used to that. Okay, so we're long now. We are long in Amazon. It rhymes, so clearly that's a good sign.
Okay, there you go, baby.
It's going to go upwards, so we're waiting for that break of, see, AMD break of 94.
I think you have a good break here. I just don't know if you have the right stock, but yeah, I like your break. We're seeing consecutively higher lows on the NQ, and now we're coming back to that range top. So could we break it? The range top is at 13.1. We also have that 13.106, which is VWAP, essentially the same level, right? Because they're too close together to kind of parcelize them. But yeah, I like your long, dude. Look at this. Higher low, higher low,
right.
higher low, and then you've got that multiple rejection off this level, the 13.1 level here.
So if it breaks
compressing to that level, and then you get continuation.
Okay, so you're saying all that, but my next candlestick is red. So,
I mean, but you're on the 1 minute chart.
This is a 3 minute chart.
3 minute chart.
Yeah. So my question is, do I punch my monitor now, or in 15 minutes, when we're about to flip it to the close show?
You're not gonna punch perfectly every time. You know, the position, you go out of the money, you get in the money until it breaks and stays away from your entry, right? Like you gotta exercise the patience. Let it develop.
So just sit back and chill. And
Can
just
I tell you
trust the
something?
break.
When I first started, I'm like, Greg, I'm having trouble punching into these positions. Greg's a floor manager, by the way, guys, right? He's like, I'm like, there are days, why I like this setup, but I just don't punch in. He's like, look, man, you're lacking you got a problem with the C word. Conviction.
What's the C word?
Conviction. Right? No, it's not the C word you're thinking about, but yeah, I know, right? No, it's the C word is conviction. And if you don't have conviction behind your trades, you're likely, to punch out on the first retracement, and it just becomes a psychological war that you end up fighting with yourself, right? You gotta have the conviction behind the trade, otherwise, it's kind of like sales. What good salespeople really believe in the product they're selling, right? If you don't believe in the product, if you don't believe it's worth the price you're asking, that's gonna come off, and you're gonna do bupkis. So, yeah, a little bit similar to that.
Right.
Maybe not the same move.
PayPal long.
Yeah, I've been looking at that. Not bad breakout.
So is it the market going up right now? Is everything about to break out the levels?
Yeah, we're moving on the ES here near highs. Moving on the NQ, we're not near highs on the NQ, but we're definitely stair-stepping in the right direction. The ES definitely a lot stronger than the NQ today. The ES is up 0.2%, while the NQ is still down 0.44%. So clear divergence between the bunch today. That's been the case going on a few weeks now, where we've been seeing a marked divergence between the two names, the ES and the NQ, the two futures contracts here. PayPal. This is interesting because we saw a headline with our friend PayPal, PYPL, this morning with Visa and the inter-app or inter-platform, could we call it that? Sending and exchanging of funds. Here is kind of the level that I was looking at earlier. We got there around noonish. There was a bit of a top that we formed around, what's this price here, 73.80. We've broken through that now, 73.86, with several good decided green 3-minute candles here, taking the 50 period. The obvious level is to break through that 74. We rejected off that that bounce off 74. We break through 74. We could be looking at VWAP 74.55. or even the pre-market high, or sorry, the high of the day, 76.50, essentially 76.43. So PayPal, decent, you know, nice breakout so far, setting up good with a higher low, definitely over that 73.22. The last low was around that 73.50-ish area. So
pick up a rune and throw him right now?
What happened?
No, nothing.
There's beef going on here
Yeah,
between Arun and...
He came over and looked at my balance at the moment, my net. And
he was none too
wanted to say a few snarky comments, huh? No, nothing, man. Don't worry about it.
I said, I looked at the balance, I said, welcome to trade.
But can we actually give them an educational segment right now? I have a good question. Sharif or Arun, whoever wants to watch it or answer it. So this short that I have on Meta, remember the great short that I have?
Yep.
How would you, because I'm still holding 100 shares and now it's going back up, right? So I already made my profits. But how would you manage this trade? If you're saying the market is going up, there's other...
I wouldn't be trading Meta in this position, and that's why I got out of it, because I felt it was way too range bound. Close to the close of yesterday, it's been bouncing like $1, $1.25 above, $1, $1.25 below range. If you can play the range, great. That's your jam, great. But I mean, more breakout traders, so...
Okay.
But yeah, look, if you're looking for a level, that 214.75, that's yesterday's close. That's where we rejected off on the last pop up. But keep your eye, again, on the futures. Because if futures start pumping to the high side, that 214.75 on Meta is going to mean bupkis. It's going to blow through it, right? And so, yeah, so that keep your eye on the futures. We just got to VWAP. We broke through that 13.1 on the NQ. Okay, so the NQ is starting to get going here. 13.1 the NQ, we've broken through 13.106, which was VWAP. Let's close above there, though. We still have a lot of room to yesterday's close to go even on the NQ. 13.158 is the close yesterday on my chart. So still a lot of pointages. Like that word? Pointages? Till we get there. So we'll see. We'll see. We're locked in this trade here on TGTX. And... kind of occupying all of my attention at the moment.
Someone said Tesla's getting ready to make some money for some folks. Get ready.
Okay.
Do you believe them?
Tesla?
I heard Tesla people lie a lot.
I had a buddy like absolutely kill it in 2020 on Tesla. He made $250,000.
Oh, that's
Yeah, my buddy Alfred. Yeah, shout out to Alfred.
I made just a little more than that.
And he bought the March 2020 lows. He was buying while fear was at its max. This guy has guts, but he also held into the downturn. He held for most of 2022. So he gave back a lot.
Really?
Yeah.
Why would he hold?
Because he's that kind of guy. He's like a long-term investor.
Wait, did he cash out on the $250,000 though?
No, he didn't. He actually had some of his Tesla shares called away because he was selling. He was selling covered calls at the time. So, but he still was profitable. No question. But he did get called. They did get called away. Yeah, shout out to Alfred. Yes. No, Alfred, this guy held square from $38 up into the 300s and then watched it go all the way back down.
How? How do you do that?
He's just that kind of guy.
What does that mean, that kind of guy?
I don't know what to tell you, bro. I'm just giving you facts.
No, but brother, look.
I'm not a psychologist.
No, this Sharif.
Yeah.
Sharif.
Yes.
If you buy something at 38 bones, that's what you just said.
Yeah.
Square 38.
Yeah.
And it goes up to 300. That's cool if you don't want to sell it.
Yeah.
But then it starts coming down.
Yeah.
So once it touches 200, how are you not just selling?
Well, where'd you get 200 from? Why is 200 a level? But I see what you're saying.
Like
when it starts going down, why are you not taking profit? Look, bro, when you're looking, okay, here's what all I got to say to that. Let's have a look at this. This is probably the best response to you right here. We're going to look at the monthly chart on Apple, okay? And then we're going to maximize it monthly. And then I'm going to ask you to tell me why you shouldn't sell. What do you see there? What is a consistent pattern that you see?
Consistent pattern?
Yeah.
On that chart?
Look at Apple. This is going back to 1999.
Going upwards.
It was a split adjusted, okay?
Okay.
Apple back in 2000 was at about $5. Okay?
Damn.
Yeah, and now, split adjusted. It wasn't actually that at the time, right? Now it made a 180 top last year.
So you're saying why would anyone sell now that it went down?
No, the point is he's long term. So he's thinking up and to the right over a period of 15, 20 years.
100%.
So to him, a 38 buy, a 200 or 100 retracement to him that's only a 1-2 year period. He's looking, look at this, like this chart shows 23 years, 24 years.
But wouldn't you take half of your stuff out, at least make profits?
Yeah, that's a good point. No, you're not wrong.
Because if it goes long term, that other half that you have is still going to make you
wrong.
money in 20 years.
Well, that's basically, that's the whole idea is he's a long-term guy. He's holding
guy
for.
He's different, man.
Yeah, no, he's different.
Bro,
He is different.
With myself. My net balance is really bad. Can you give me any type of stock that's like really moving right now?
Okay, so we are really in the dead zone at the minute, man. I mean, we got a nice move here on the NQ up through VWAP, it resold. So I was looking, maybe do we get some of these big cappers moving? I don't know at the moment, man.
Nothing, no?
Small cap crappers, they're, we have BNRG making random moves intraday, got moving there around 115, sold off, holding the 50 period. RSLS, that made a move from 3 to 389, selling off. MWG showing up on my chart. That's doing bubkiss, not enough volume. Yeah, I don't know. What do you guys? Do you guys have a trade for Fahad?
Palantir at VWAP.
Okay, go for that.
What is
Zim is moving too, baby. Just broke 20.
Palantir or Palantir?
Palantir.
Right. Okay.
You know Sean loves that stock, or used to. He was trading that all the time.
He actually has one at home apparently.
He has a Palantir.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a Peloton, bro. We're gonna have to hit that multiple times, man. That was bad, bro. And they're not even close into like in relation to what they do. One makes exercise equipment, the other one does
focus on your
AI.
Focus on your monitor. Let me sit here.
That chat is loving that one, as am I. Yes, Fahad, you killed it, bro. You're bringing that fire and excitement and the humor on the show. Love that. But yeah, they're not the same, Fahad. They do a little different.
Yeah, thanks, brother. I appreciate that. I caught that part. For sure, I caught that part.
Yeah, the chat loving that. No, Fahad conflated Palantir and Peloton. Said Sean has a Palantir at home. Yeah.
Arun, I know how your car looks like. Just know.
If you weren't the office troll, I wouldn't be.
I know what your car looks like. Don't worry about it. I'm just. It's not evidence of what. There's no threat. I like your car, brother. It's a nice car.
This guy. Unreal. Fahad with veiled threats live in living color on YouTube, recorded forever and ever. All right, guys, where are we at time-wise here? We've got about 20 minutes left on the show. Hopefully, we start getting a bit more volume back into these markets here. We expected today would be a bit of a slow day. That's because we expect CPI tomorrow as well as the Fed notes. Those are usually market moving, let alone having both released on the same day. Fed notes, we get to kind of see what the Fed is thinking or what different members of the FOMC are thinking with respect to their rate projections for the year, et cetera. There are other key indicators that we look for there. CPI comes in at 8:30. Brendo, are we coming early for CPI tomorrow? Yeah, we are coming early for CPI. No? Yes or no? No, we're not coming early for CPI. So we'll be there bright and early at 8:30. Me and Brendo at the big desk will bring you that. So make sure to set your alarm clock. Do whatever you need to do.
I need this
to be there.
Amazon 100 to break. I truly need it to break because then I can make all my money back if it goes inside.
You gotta talk to Tarzan.
Oh, Tarzan's the Obi, right? The Obi guy, Obi.
He can make it move.
Yeah, do something with Amazon, my boy. Okay. Yeah, I'm only long Amazon right now. I know, guys, the position board's not working, but it's okay. At least Sharif's
You want something that's moving?
Yes.
You're in this Amazon, but have a look at Riot.
RIOT.
It's an NQ stock.
Okay, and is that like the video game developer?
That is crypto. It's a crypto. It's a miner.
Okay.
Right, it mines crypto.
Okay, and they're moving.
Blockchain.
You're saying they're moving a lot?
Well, have a look. I mean, look, it's not
the uptrend. I see the uptrend.
Exactly. Now, does it make a difference to you whether it moves 10 cents or $1? As long as it moves a certain amount, you can size in accordingly and make the same amount of money.
Very right.
Theoretically.
Yes, because I'll just buy
there's enough liquidity.
10K shares if I need to.
Yeah.
Okay, so, Sharif, help me read these levels. I want to see how you would look at this.
Now, Riot. Okay, so
yes,
Riot.
How would you look at this so I can learn?
So I First of all, I like to see number one what the daily levels are. You mark off daily levels, and then when you look at intraday, the first thing I look for is there any specific price action or indicator that it's respecting.
This is a day chart.
This is the intraday chart, the 1 minute.
Oh, 1 minute.
Yeah. And the point of this one is to look, okay, where can I get in on a dip trade? I don't like buying at breakouts. I don't like taking breakout trades. I like taking dip trades on strong stocks.
Okay.
At good levels. And in this case, the 50 period on the 1 minute looks to have been money for the most part. If you took a dip on the 50 period here, which is a red line,
okay, yes.
you printed.
100%.
I mean, you take a dip here and you hold, you take a dip here. Anytime it touches the 50 and it goes back, it continues to go. So, right, it's moving. People saying, Lucy, oh boy, Lucy just woke up. Yep, the cat nap, afternoon nap, whatever you want to call it, on Lucy is over. It's back up into 425 area. Let's pull up the chart on Lucy, duplicate to free floating window, and change to a 1 minute stock, 1 minute chart, please. There we go. This is the breakout level. We're looking for that 390 breakout. It breaks 4 decidedly. It's still going, guys. Lucy is moving. It's about to hit 450 Neil. Lucy's moving pretty aggressively. There we go. 483. It's going to halt. Lucy is going to halt. Let's just see if it does. Come on. I can't even see it on my chart. LUCY. Did it halt yet? Not yet. No, not on my chart. 5. Here we go. So that was a false halt. Pops up into 5. Rejects off 5 at the moment. Here we go. 501, 505. This is out up 250% on the day. 501, 505. It's still not halting. 504. So here we go. It's doing that dance, baby. Lucy finally waking up. This was all sorts of strong pre-market. There is a Huadunk off 5. Woo! Nice little drop right there, but that's not the end of the game. Momentary rejection off 5. Let's see if he gets bought back up, back into the $0.25 on Lucy. Does it get back up here? I mean, what are the levels we have? 450. I mean, that's the only level, and that's right after the bell. That's that 930 top that we made on that big move up, went to 450 exactly. So if you're looking for a dip trade, that's as good as it's going to seem, at least on my chart. 450 seems to be the level. Otherwise, we're going to have to give it back into 4. Let's see if we get bought up here. Lucy, all sorts of strong. Fahad, are you into that? Fahad,
come on, brother. I'm going to check the whole upwards.
Yes.
What are we talking about here? I'm going to go for the up halt, man. Come on. I already punched long, and as soon as I punched long, rejected, like you said. So
that's okay.
Next time, commentate a little slower, maybe, because I think they were listening to you.
I'm sorry.
But I'm betting on this. This is a gamble, right? These halts are purely gambles, is what I've heard.
It's tougher to definitely trade halts, man. No question about that.
I might as well just go along on this because I like Lucy.
Okay.
I had a crush in middle school, and her name was Lucifer.
Her name was
close to Lucy. Very close.
Is this a serious story?
Yeah.
It wasn't Lucifer.
No, it's Lucifer.
That's not possible.
Luciferian. So it's like kind of a weird name. Anyways, let's move on, brother.
Really?
Yeah. So Lucy was a girl I was talking to in middle school. So I have big hopes for her. I hope she's doing well. I'm gonna go along on this talk and see where we go. Well, come on, what, Neil? If this halts upwards, I'm in the money, brother. Let me live, man. So
here we
I'm
go,
betting
baby.
on this. My Amazon long is.
I'm gonna join you on this long, Fahad.
Well,
there
Amazon?
we go.
Okay, that makes me feel better.
I almost got short there by accident there.
Yeah.
I'm gonna join you on this long. There we go. I think we test 5. Let's take a little bit of a long there. We'll have a little bit of fun with this. Let's see if we can get that continuation through 5. Where do we get in at? Was the exact price? We got 88. Now we're 10 pennies out of the money. So I'll have to give this, I'm going to give this all the way down to 63, okay? If it makes a new low, we'll get out, but at least we participate a little bit here with small shareage. There's 15 minutes left on the show. What's life without Whimsy? Let's punch in. It's only up 230%. What could go wrong here at these levels in front of 5, right? Nothing could go wrong at these levels. But yeah, let's just see. Sometimes we get continuation bull flags, right? And that's the whole idea here to test 5. So we're long 80. Did I get 80? I got 89s apparently. Okay, so 89. I had the higher end there.
I'm at 82s right now.
I'm gonna sit at 93s. Take out some there, and then I'm gonna set up some levels here to take some out. Should it make its way up there? But it's huadunking right now, baby. If we break through that 64 level, I will be gone, and then maybe we'll set up for something different. But I'm not going to really let it go against me here, especially having missed the bulk of the move. Lucy up aggressively here on the day. Fahad, what are you seeing over there?
In Lucy, I am at 82s.
You're 82s.
I'm sitting
I got
at 82s.
88s. Okay.
And if it drops down to the breakout, which you said was 450?
Yeah, so you're giving it to 450. I'm giving it the first.
No, I'm not giving 450.
You're not giving it.
I'm averaging in with 450.
You're going to add at 450. I got you.
Lucy is going up. Okay, that's just the way I'm seeing it. My Amazon trade is moving up very, very slightly, but I guess I'll hold it till the end of the day, see how this market ends. Amazon, you guys can see my position. Amazon 99.93. That's what I have it at, and it's going up slowly. I haven't scalped it yet. I'm just waiting for. This is a patience game you guys were telling me about.
Yeah, but with these small cap crappers,
no,
it's not,
Amazon.
Oh yeah, Amazon.
I'm holding
absolutely.
it.
Yeah.
I haven't took a single share out. I'm waiting for it to go up.
I like it.
I'm just waiting for it to break the 100. If it breaks I mean, it's at 100 right now. If it breaks this 100, we're good. We're gonna be green. I think I'll make most of my money back. I'm only down. No, I won't. Oh my God! Every time I look at my net, I get so distracted. My eyes hurt a little bit every time I look at it. I'm gonna try to shut out this monitor to my left. Man. I don't want to see it anymore.
You know, a lot of people take their net off. A lot of traders in the back, they take it off purposely because they don't want to be influenced as to whether to get in or out of the trade by how much they've accrued in profits, right? They want the trade to be based on technicals and price action, and when they see the money, sometimes they hit the sell button.
Of course,
right? So it's not psychological, and besides, you have to get better at that as you get more experience. It's not, for me anyway, it wasn't something that I was able to adapt to overnight.
That's right.
Some people are better than others at it. I'm sure you'd probably smoke me in it, but I mean,
no, I wouldn't say all that. But do you see this AMC?
I'm in Lucy at the moment. I'm waiting to. I want to see if we get continuation here, Fad, because we're holding at 80s, right? We haven't really broken down. We get bought back up around that 70-cent area. So I haven't been able to look at AMC because I've been preoccupied with Lucy, but bull flaggish, hopefully. I don't know why I didn't get printed. I don't know if that's a real wick there through both of my profit takers. That's probably got to be a dark pool wick. But again, I'm going to get out of this if it breaks 63, and we are real close. We're back at 66. So this one breaks 63. I am out of this trade. I'm going to have to keep my eye on it. Bought back up into the 70s, but it's getting quite volatile. Getting bought up at those levels, but for how long? How long are buyers going to beat out sellers? We'll see. As, we're doing that dance again. Here comes 85, 86. Let's go. We can get continuation through 5. It's going to be a tough one, though.
Love you, baby
we feel
girl.
like a lot of accumulation is building up at these levels. I love Lucy, says Tony Price.
Talk to me, baby girl.
Remember that show?
Listen, Lucy, if she makes me a lot of money right here, I might go message her. I'm going to find her on Facebook. I'm going to say thank you for everything you taught me in life. I appreciate the money you made me. If you look at AMC, do you see what I tried my bid here? Okay. I'm not going to cancel it. I want everyone to see it.
I have to take my eyes off Lucy for a sec, but let me have a look at it.
No. Look at my chart. Look at the bid that I tried to get in.
Oh,
look.
Isn't that frustrating?
And look at the wick. How did I not get filled out here? The wick is dead center of my circle.
Penny above it or something.
What's going on here? And I would have been, 16 cents in the money right? Oh no, 6 cents. All right. Well, I bought a lot of shares, so I would have made a lot of money. It's just my luck is not. Oh, you don't trade with luck. That's a problem.
What do you mean?
Because I'm saying my luck is not on today. So that's not the way to think when you're trading. Amazon is slowly going up. Yo, I really might hold this like the whole day.
Yeah, it's a good move on
and
the
I'm just going to wait. I haven't sold a single share yet. I'm long at 99.93. It's at 115 cents about to hit that. So I'm going to keep waiting because I'm going to try to make my $700 loss.
I don't mean to laugh at your pain, but it's just funny because, it's all bro. You can't expect to come here and just start punching and printing. But he is Fahad, so I really should take.
Bro,
that into
I don't take L's. So. It's so hard for me to take L's in life. So when one hits me like this, it hits me hard, man. It really does. Like my heart is pounding. I don't like this losing feeling. I don't know.
Man.
I don't know how Arun does it so many times.
Oh. I don't know if Arun loses that much, to be honest. So that may be your
you don't
problem
have a mic. You can't talk
there.
With it. You don't have a mic. No, you don't have a mic. You can't say anything.
There we go. Now we're pumping to the high side on Lucy. Let's go, baby. Fill me at these levels there. We get the fill to the high side. Let's see if we can test 5. We're dancing in the 90s here. We're seeing 92 come in as a level. There we go. 95. We get the fill.
Yes.
And
yes.
there
My
is
money's coming back. My money's coming back. My net is coming back. Hold on. Everyone stop. No one talk. No one in the studio say anything, please. 1 second. Hold on. Just everyone stop speaking. 1 second.
I can't with this guy.
Please, everyone chill out.
Buddy.
Come on, man. Please, hold on. I'm at 82.
I can't with this guy, bro. I can't. This guy, you're killing
20,
me. All right, I got the pop
please,
on Lucy.
30, please,
I'm out.
30.
Trade is done for me.
Yes!
This guy.
Yeah. Woo! come on, baby. Oh my gosh. Let's go.
Guys,
Come here, give me a high five. Give me a high five, please. Hurry up, please. If you don't do this, you're not a good friend. We've have deep conversation before. Are you my friend, yes or not?
Fahad, look at the chart, bro. Look at the chart.
No, you don't get the high five. I want to see what the trade was first. No.
Look at the trade, my brother. Look, it went down just now as soon as I sold everything.
Look at the trade.
Look at this. Look at my net now. Look.
I love this, bro.
Look at my net. High five me, brother. Yes,
How many
man.
shares did you get in?
All 1,000, brother. I had 1,000 shares and I sold all 1,000. Yes, man.
Good trade. I like the continuation trade. I'm happy you're happy. Look at my chart here, bro. This is as ugly and as descriptive of small cap crappers as it gets. Look at that move. You break through 550 and you drop 90 cents, 95 cents, just like that, and it gets bought up again. This is the kind of bamboozlement you have to expect almost daily on these small cap crappers, and that's why you either got to have resting orders or you're sick on the hotkeys, because it is tough. It is definitely tough, and there's so much bamboozlement. This is the kind of thing you're not going to see on big cappers. You're sweating up a storm,
brother,
my guy, eh?
Yo, listen, this is not. Okay. These are happy sweats.
These are happy sweats. I'm happy for you, man. I was hitting the money
wow.
thing. I was hitting everything I could.
Do I have any animations? Can I reach over? Where's your bank?
Yeah.
Where's
what do you
bank?
need?
Guys, check me out.
I gotta get that video because your face was in front of the camera and you were all like,
guys,
into it.
So the important thing I want to teach you a lesson here is stay composed, as you guys seen me. I did not panic. I was chilling the whole time.
Nope.
Just like Arun, my voice didn't reach above 20 dB.
You didn't tell anybody to stop talking.
No, why would I care about who's talking?
No.
I'm just focused on my monitor, my keyboard. Guys, just trade, man. Just trade. That's all you gotta do. So I was down 800 bones. 800 bonaroonies. I am only down 287 now, and I've yet to sell my Amazon shares. This is like actual net, my balance, right? Not my fluctuating net. So I'm at 287 negative. I was this down yesterday. I was down the same amount, and I made it all back within 2 hours. So I still have time. But my Amazon trade, I'm gonna hold it. It's up $50 right now. My Amazon trade on my chart right here, $50. I'm gonna wait. I'm holding it. I'm going to wait for it to break. It broke the 100, but it didn't do anything crazy. So if the market goes crazy in the second half of the day, then I'm going to hold that. Maybe I'll get $1 in the money. We never know. We don't know what happens. $1 in the money, I have 500 shares. That'll be an extra $500. You know what I mean? So we'll wait for that, and then I'll be positive. I'm good.
I'm happy you're happy, bro. There you go. You come in big. Today. You had a couple of tough trades. I mean, you didn't let that dampen your mood. You got right back in.
No, I did not.
You punched 1,000 on Lucy. What could go wrong there? I mean, but absolutely, bro. I love your spirits. I love having you on the show. Look at Lucy, though, dude.
Oh, I don't care about Lucy anymore.
No. This is small cap crapperville. Yeah. Look at that. 550 top. Huadou back down to 455. Gets back up. Bought up again now through 5. Now we're testing 510. We're going to break through 520. There it goes, 520. Bamboozlement Central. This is what they call a specialist breakout, where someone's pushing it through to sell it right back down.
Right.
This is actually in the CMT book, man. They call it a specialist breakout. Now, I think they're talking more long-term time frame, but I think it's equally as applicable because all these moves and these patterns are fractal. And I think it's equally applicable here because look, it did exact same thing and it gets bought right back up. It's the same thing they talk about in the book, except the time frame is accelerated to the minutes as opposed to days. So, wow. Yeah, it's been a while since I've traded these and you kind of, you forget how fast and aggressive they are and how much you can get screwed. If you're really not watching them.
If you're not like me, because I seen the move coming. I seen the long coming. Remember I said it. I fully said it.
Bro, you were panicking. Give me a break, bro. You were like, oh, don't look at my net. Go away. Like this and that kid.
You have to learn how to separate entertainment versus reality.
Right.
I just try to entertain people. But deep inside, I was not panicking.
So you can sweat on demand, eh?
Brother, look.
I know. I heard about crying on demand. I didn't know about sweating on demand.
You can sweat on demand. Trust me. You got to go a few hard times in your life to be able to do that.
There you go, baby.
Yeah, Amazon is still going up. Yo, this is a good trade for me. Like, all jokes aside,
it's a good
Amazon
move,
was a great trade for me. Someone was asking what exits would I be looking at. So you want to help with this, maybe, Sharif?
Absolutely.
What chart should I? So I'm in Amazon. Okay. I'm at My
So
average
right
is
away,
99.93.
All right, right away you have to know what yesterday's close was. I always use that, so that's 102.18.
102.18 that's way too high.
Okay, well, that's where yesterday's close is. Now,
Okay.
there was an interesting consolidation area. This is a tougher one on Amazon, I gotta tell you the truth. But here is an interesting consolidation area. Sorry, not a breakdown area. And let's say that 101. That's a high of day technically.
Okay.
That's an after the bell high. We actually traded before higher than that before the bell.
Okay.
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 But the after the bell high is exactly 101. So if you want to target, I'm going to say high of day 101. Dollar from where we're at right now.
So there you go. Whoever asked that question in the chat about what exit I'm looking at, it'll be closer to 101. I truly think we're going to go back up there slowly. So I'm still holding this. I'm playing the Arun style game right now, where he holds and makes a lot of money off his shares. So that's what I'm going to do. Again, 99.93 is what I have it at. I'm holding it. Hopefully, I'll probably take some shares, $1 in the money in. I'll probably take half the shares. I have 500 shares. I'll take 250 out at $1 in the money, and then I'll wait for it to keep going higher. If not, I'll manage it on the way down, or just my stagger for the rest of the day. We'll see what happens. But it's cool, man. I'm moving. I'm only in Amazon now.
Moving on.
Lucy, I'll show you guys, because again, guys, this is paper trading. Paper trading. Okay, none of this stuff is real. Amazon whooped me. Minus 215. Microsoft whooped me. Minus 595.
This is the P&L?
This is the P&L. So Amazon destroyed me. Okay. Sorry, Apple destroyed me. Microsoft destroyed me.
Wow.
Meta, I made 129 bucks.
Yeah.
Lucy, I made almost 500 bucks. And now Amazon, I lost in the beginning.
Break even.
Yeah,
right
but I'm break even.
Yeah.
But my net rate is right there top left, 287. So I'll make this back by the end of the day.
And you have 500 shares of Amazon, so this could go really
that's
good
what I'm saying.
your way.
If it touches even $1 in the money, I'm positive on the day, which is what I'm looking to do. So that is me. Nothing is real again. So at least, I don't know. Do you think this was an entertaining show?
I think it definitely was. Anytime you're on, bro, you got great energy, man. No question about that.
As long as I made you guys laugh, that's
and
all
we
I
get
can
to
do.
talk other some specific stuff that
100%.
other people wouldn't talk about because kind of past that. But here, I want to talk about the ES real quick, guys, because we are real close to day's high here on the ES June contract. There's 2 minutes left on the show, but we got to talk about this futures position, 41.49. That's the high of day on the ES June contract. We're up a quarter point on the day, but the story has been the lack or the laggard NQ and the weakness is brought to some of these big tech names. We're still red on the NQ. We're still red 0.3% to the downside. To get break even, we're going to have to get up to 13,158. We're currently at 13,120. So still a ways away. But as you can see, if you're looking at some of these big tech names, we are curling. I see Apple curling. I see Tesla curling. I see Google curling. Likewise with Amazon and Meta. Microsoft, seems to be like the laggard for the moment, but the other 5 look good. It's a bit of an up and to the right movement for them. So this could be an interesting afternoon for big cappers if we really do break out through some of these tops here. Keep your eye again on the NQ if you're going to trade some of these big cappers. With respect to the final position that I have on, it is this TX trade. We are long 25s. We're hanging out at the 50 level now, so we've scalped out some into 23 almost. I think we got some 88 fills there. It's since come back down. It's holding higher lows, so I'm still not going to sell this one. I'm still going to hold this one for a possible continuation. My stop out, though, is the break of this 35. It's the break of this candle here. That 22.34 will cause me to get out of this position. That's 15 pennies from where we're at now. But Fahad, thank you very much for coming on, brother. Yes. I appreciate you always helping, filling in, and man,
today was fun, man. Today was fun. I hope everyone enjoyed the show. Again, I'm learning trading, so you're not going to get a lot of good lessons from me, obviously. Don't follow my stuff, but Sharif teaches me while he's on the show, while keeping it entertaining. He has a lot of talking to do, so he can only do so much. On my side time, I try to learn trading. We'll see where this goes, man. If it turns into something in the future, why not? If it doesn't, I'm cool with it as long as I get to entertain. So I hope you guys enjoyed the show, and you'll see me the next time there's no one else to cover, unfortunately. But you guys will see me when. And enjoy the close show with Brendan, Neil, Arun. Arun, good luck, buddy. You're going to need it.
All right, guys. Same bat time, same bat channel tomorrow. Have a good one.
Yes, sir.
Hey guys, welcome in. Yeah, a couple hours left on a busy afternoon here. Shaping up to be almost, it depends on what you're looking at, but almost positive. NASDAQ, the only one left in negative territory right now, about 0.25% left over to get back to the upside. That, however, is the look at the S&P 500 right now as far as the index is concerned. 0.31 in positive territory right now, so we are heading in the right direction. The Dow also positive, so it is just big tech lagging. Tech in general, but big tech more so than others, pointing at you.